CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
How bad you really want it? How bad you really want it? Sometimes we just gotta ask ourselves, we gotta challenge that man in the mirror and ask him, how bad do you really want it? Are you willing to stay up late? Are you willing to get up earlier? How bad you really want it? How bad you really want it? You wanna see it in your bank account? You wanna see it in your marriage? You wanna see it in the life of your children? You telling everybody else what they need to do, but how bad do you want it? What are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to commit to? It's a question we all gotta ask ourselves. I'm not trying to impress you, but I am trying to impress upon you that sometimes we gotta ask ourselves how bad we really want it. You made $50,000 last year. What about making 100? How bad do you really want it? You might not be doing that well in your finances or your marriage or your job. Maybe you're not happy with the results that you're getting, but you gotta ask yourself how bad you really want it. I'm gonna say it again because you probably missed it. You gotta ask yourself. You don't gotta answer me, but you do gotta answer yourself. How bad do you really want it? Sometimes life involves sacrifices. Sometimes you just gotta do what it do. Sometimes you gotta make things happen, even when you don't feel like it. And when life gets tough, you gotta ask yourself, how bad do you really want it? Me, I'm out here putting myself out there. I want it. I see myself going to another level, doing things I've never done before, inspiring the world to achieve my dreams and helping other people do the same thing. Because I want it that bad, but you got to ask yourself, when you look at your children, when you look at your bank account, when you look at where you should be right now at this point in your life, ask yourself, how bad you really want it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to CTR Media Network podcasting live stream coming to you 5 days a week on all major social media platforms, along with being on ctrmedianetwork.com, where you can listen to our podcasters who create impactful, positive content and media. We're setting a new standard here at CTR Media Network in regards to podcasting and media, here to make a positive impact, to share the light. Yes. And we share our podcasters. So if you're a business owner, entrepreneur, coach, author, influencer, or you have a dream to become a podcaster, we encourage you. Yes, we encourage you to reach out to us because we have sponsorships. We have sponsorship packages available, and we also have different opportunities for you. So,
I can't believe this. Everybody outside playing, having a good time, drinking their juice and stuff, and I'm stuck in.
So right now, we're going to get ready to our regular broadcasting and enjoy the day. Talk to you later. Bye.
Here, no. I want to go to Sesame Street. I want to talk to Big Bird, Snuffleupagus, Elmo. That's my dude. I'm just saying, I'm gonna get me a ride and get up out of here. Man, I'm trying to tell you, man, this don't make no sense. They trying to keep me locked up. I ain't doing that thing, man. I'm gonna grab the keys and go down to Sesame Street and hang out with Elmo and the crew. Word to you, man. I'm just gonna have me some fun, and I'm just gonna I'm everywhere. I'm gonna be balling up in here. Watch this.
Hello, 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 everyone. This is Shayna Asby. Of course, you know I am the family life coach. I'm coming to you today with transformative shifts. This show is about people who have gone through real life experiences. Either they're going through it and getting healing, or they're on the other side of it and they have healed from it, but they're sharing with you their personal testimonies. I'm so happy to be here with you today. I have a special guest. Definitely a special guest. This brother right here, when he is definitely a father, not just a father, he's in the ministry. He actually coaches rap artists, so different artists. He coached them. He's getting into acting. Man, he's just taking the stage by force. And it's so funny. I was talking on the phone with him the other day and I said, "Brother, brother, brother, do you know that as you're speaking, you're actually singing? It's like poetry." Like, so you're constantly, so it's constantly all the time. He's in his mindset of poetry and what he's going to say next. So I just want to introduce you to this person, Mr. We call him Coach T, but Coach Tyrone Thomas. I want to introduce you to him and to let him introduce you to himself. So, Coach Tyrone, it is on you. Welcome, everybody.
How's everybody doing? All right. Now that was a very different type of intro from what I'm used to. But while you were talking, I was trying to get this shared on Facebook, get some of the people that I know to come inside. I guess I am. Uh, so yeah, I do coach, and I was just last night. I was just on a judgment panel for a showcase and coaching artists on their stage presentation and their performance. You know, I'm very happy to be here. Shane and me and you connected in a community that we're both a part of for our coaching and what we do and helping people elevate in our chosen field. So I'm very excited to be on here this morning with everybody, and I can't wait to get into what we got to talk about.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yes, yes, yes. So the title of our show today is, what is it? To triumph. What is it? Trauma into
From
triumph.
trauma to
Woo!
triumph.
From trauma to triumph. So with
Yeah.
trauma to triumph, anytime we hear the word trauma, is something that happens in our lives that was unexpected or we didn't expect, right?
Right.
And that's just life, period. But sometimes we have those situations that come through and kind of like shake us up.
Right.
When it comes to trauma with me, oh my goodness, like it gets serious. Sometimes it actually sits me down for probably a year or two just to read, just to come back to myself because of the trauma of being so impactful that I have to become it causes you to become a new creature, right? Because
Okay.
you have went through something. That's how I look at it.
I
Because
got you.
now you have to adjust with the situation that happened to you. And a lot of
Hmm.
times we don't even go back to the person that we were,
Right.
through
Well,
trauma.
that's true. That's true. But I don't want to step on what you're saying. Did you
Right.
finish your thought?
Yeah, yeah. So just basically talk to us about the title Trauma to Triumph. Triumph.
Yeah. So from trauma to triumph, like you said, the response to trauma is very typical in how we respond to it. We don't know any other way than to when something happens to us that's negative. Um, it shapes the way we move, right? That trauma can be so if you are at you're 8 feet tall and you have an 8 foot capacity, right? This trauma comes and it puts you in a 6 foot box. And this trauma will tell you, well, based on what happened to me before, I'm going to limit myself and move in accordance with this box here. But like you said, some things are happening to you and it'll set you down for a year. That's not the best way to handle it. But we don't know that, right? So that's the importance of people like us who have set ourselves up as coaches, because we can help to coach you out of the box that the trauma puts you in, right? So that's where we get PTSD. When you break PTSD down, it is post traumatic, right? After a
Hmm.
traumatic event. And then what it really is, you have a disorder in processing stress signals. So the trauma gave you a disorder So when you feel stress and you feel similar situations to the traumatic event, you have an adverse reaction. It's like the best way I describe it is you become allergic to stress because you have to properly process the trauma. So
Right.
now you have defense mechanisms to keep you from being traumatized again. But they most of the time they're unhealthy.
Hmm. Yes, I definitely agree with that. So I guess where the trauma has came in different for me is, yes, we definitely, because the great thing about it is when you go through trauma, you want to look for somebody to assist you with it. Going
Right.
through, therapy is definitely essential.
Right.
Reaching out to other people who may have went through the same experiences. That's where coaches come in,
Right.
come into play,
Right.
and helping you get through it. But what I tell people all the time is that we have our different way of healing. You get
Hmm.
what I'm saying? So it's the same thing as grief.
Hmm.
Everybody doesn't grieve the same, and there's no time limit on how long you grieve. You
Right.
grieve, but you just don't get stuck there.
Hmm.
Just know that you have to face some things, face it
Right.
to get over it so you won't be stuck in that place of grief. And
Right.
so that's how I feel about trauma. Trauma is the same way because again, depending on how many, depending on the status or how hard of a trauma it was, it could be, life shaking. So
Right.
have you ever had some trauma in your life that was just that life shaking to where it took a little bit more time to get
Hmm.
over or for
Right.
you to assess it and to learn from it?
Of course. Yeah.
Would
So
you like to share?
uh yeah, I'm willing to share. It's just I got so much
Sorry.
experience, So do you have any area specifically?
No.
Right. Okay. Um I think the earliest example of some trauma that shaped my life would be just uh family issues. So I'm 40 years old and I was born in 81. So can you hear me? I want to make sure
Yes.
I'm talking
Yes.
to the mic. Um, I was born in 81, so that means crack was a new drug. So it was all throughout my family. My parents, every member of my immediate family was on crack at one point at the same time. So um you
Mhm.
can't be a drug addict on such a hard substance and parent of the year, so there were a lot of situations from things that I needed growing up that I didn't have. Trauma as far as things that were going on in the house, things that I was exposed to, that I seen, that I overheard, or fights, just an unsafe environment. And then that trickles down into me being a kid where everything I wore, I didn't have new clothes until my teens, until I was able to have a job. My haircut was trash. I'm dark skinned with 4C hair. So when you show up, especially in that time, all my clothes are from thrift stores. Um, I'm not socially accepted. So my clothes aren't right. My skin's too dark. My hair's too nappy. My haircut ain't right. My shoes are from Payless. They're all Pro Wings and XJ 900. So, so my trauma on top of whatever's going on in the house with the addictions, and then compound that with the inability to socially interact.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So there were a lot of issues with that. So with what I shared there, is there any questions that information opens up?
Wow. Just, hearing you, talk about the trauma, within that, from a early childhood. Like we hear about, it's a lot more women that share their stories when it comes to things that they've experienced.
Right.
So where a lot of men date there, it's like it's hard for us or for them to open up, and we want to help so bad, but they don't
Mhm.
want to, they don't really, it's like they don't really want to let it go. and
Um,
and I feel like it's hard for both people, you get what I'm saying, like for
yeah,
men and women to kind of like come together and learn each other if we don't break down these walls,
yeah.
of what you experience and which I experience. And us as women too, we have to learn how not to be so judgmental when they do open up, because then it comes to, oh, we feel like that men shouldn't have no emotion. Oh, they
Right,
too soft or they too hard. Or that, what I'm
right.
saying? But we ask for them to open up and then we shut them up. So that's a problem. And I thank you for coming on and just, explaining to us, some of the things that you went through kind of coming up in that household. So when you were a child coming up in a household like that, what were your thoughts? What were your thoughts about life in general and life itself, as a boy? Because I'm a mom, I have a son, and, I had to come outside of myself and be able to tap into him. And if I saw something that was needed to be addressed, I had to go fight for that. But I had to also realize that I'm not the typical mother. And there's a lot of mothers that don't know how to tap into their boys.
Uh-huh. All right. Well,
That part. You see how that kind of like changed over into
uh-huh.
like the coaching phase. Like our boys need that. They need to hear how to get up out of there. So I want to know, what were you thinking at that time being a boy, and how did you get over that hurdle of that? Because they need that. Like you saw Juice World. We lost Juice World early. You get what I'm
Mhm.
saying? He was only 21. We lost Extension early. We losing our young boys. They're committing suicide faster than these girls. You know, not being able, scared too much to talk out, scared not to be soft enough, let their emotion go, or just being able to hold on and not releasing. They're holding it all inside of them. And
Mhm.
we want to tap in, especially our mama, but they like, I can't let it go. So how did you kind of gauge that and be able to jump over that hurdle? And what were you thinking so we can learn how to tap into our kids so we won't have more situations like Juice World and all these other kids or kids that's committing suicide?
Well, before I answer that, I have to go into your statement when you said women want guys to open up, and like you want to help us out with that, but then we open up and it's too much. For one, it's not your job to heal us, right?
That's
It's your
true.
job. It's your job to heal yourself. It's your job to handle your own baggage. Like so, and then with that, it gets into our idea of our partner, our idea of the opposite sex, and our idea of what a relationship is. So a lot of women are taught that men are emotionless drones that go to work and give them money to spend from the work. So we have to educate ourselves on what a true that our partner is a human being, right? So we're a human being with an existence and a life before we met them, right? And then men have the idea that women are living sex dolls that can cook and clean for them, right? Now they're human beings. So we have to come up with this idea of outside of the roles that tradition has told us that what a parties need to play. We need to address the fact, be taught, and accept the idea that men and women have emotions. Uh, we all have reactions to wounds. We all have traumas that we need to have the tools to work through. So you now get to the second question of how did I get out of that? I didn't, right? So it you can't get out of the situation that without help, right? You can't get out. I was introduced to this. This was the only life I knew, right? I couldn't stop it. I couldn't do anything about it. I was a child in this situation. I couldn't get my own money. So I had no avenue out. So I just had to learn how to navigate in it. So that's when you get these Like when people go to jail and they get institutionalized, you adapt to your surroundings, you adapt to your environment and the conditions that you have to experience, because there's you can't find any way out without help. So fortunately for me, seeing people on these substances, I never wanted to do any drugs. I decided to never do any drugs when I was very, very young. So that aided me. Fortunately, with the way I learned, I did well in school. You know, I don't have a problem learning information. And when I was old enough to really take life into my own hands, and someone came with an opportunity, presented me, I joined the Navy when I was 21. And then that took me away from, well, before that, my parents started going to church, and that stopped a lot of things. And that got me out of things, got changed the craziness in the house. And then a couple years after that, I went into the Navy. And then you don't really learn what happens until you out of the situation and you look back reflectively, right? If you
Mm-hmm.
don't have someone to help you out, right? Again, that's the importance of a coach. A coach can coach you in the moment. So, but if you don't have someone that can coach you in the moment, you're not going to learn what you need to learn until you're out of it. You can't go through it and see what you need to see at the same time. You can only see what's in front of you. You can only process the information that's immediately presented to you at the moment, right? But
Right.
now, when you get out of the situation, then you can look at everything from start to finish, and then you can extract the lessons. That's why it's important for us to reflect. But I didn't start healing myself until I reflected on a lot of things later in life. You know,
Like I definitely hear what you're saying, and I definitely commend you for being the person that you have become today, because I'm pretty sure that that was not an easy process to go through. And I say that, just while we're having this platform or this show, we're talking about from trauma to triumph. We're on
Mhm.
transformative shifts. We're talking about trauma to triumph. And even, it really it makes me look at myself as a parent, right? And I feel
Mhm.
like anybody who watches this show right now, I want you to take that in, everything that Tyrone said. And he said he had to learn how to navigate within the brokenness. So within the home, he didn't know how to get out. You didn't know who to talk to. You don't know who to say something to, because you don't know what the consequences of that is going to
Right.
be. So
Mhm.
our children, so that means to tell me that even today, as our children go through these things within a home that's broken, that has trauma, that they're in their minds trying to figure out how to adapt to the situation. That's deep right there.
Right.
So
Now,
here you are. Yeah, I'm
then
listening.
when we, and then if you have a parent, or if you are the parent that is just the person who looks for an opportunity to yell at your child, or you're a person that believes in beating your child for everything, why would they come to you with the problem? Right. So if you're a person that believes in spankings or whatever you call them, um, say for example, your child is struggling in school, they come home with a bad report card and they get beat, right? That the most that the spanking taught them is don't get bad grades. The struggle is, how do I get good grades? The spanking didn't teach them how. You yelling at them didn't teach them how, right? So if I need help and you have already showed me that you're not the person that's willing to help me, my definition of a parent is a person that tells me my opinion doesn't matter. Uh, be quiet because you don't pay bills. Uh, I'm not talked to with respect. It's my belief, and I have 3 children. It's my belief that you should respect your children. It's my belief that you talk to your kids with respect. When you get out of hand and you overreact, you apologize, because at home is the first environment that you
Right.
learn respect. So many of us don't know what it's like to be respected, and where is the environment where we learn what it feels like to be respected, right? You have
Mhm.
that opportunity so that you don't do things, because when we don't know what respect feels like, we can get other things and process it as respect. We can see likes on a video that we posted and say that's respect. We can diagnose attention as respect, right? So since you don't know how that feels, you get in something and you do an act of violence or you show anger or aggression, and that
Mm.
fear that they get, you think that fear is respect, but it's not. It's a fear response, right?
Mm.
So learning, and then since you were never respected as a child, and every position of authority talked down to you, told you to be quiet, just barked orders at you, that's what you think being an adult is. So when you take control, you think, oh, be quiet, you don't talk to me like that, I'm grown, can't nobody tell me nothing, I'm grown, because that's what you received. That's not it, right? So when it comes to it, you're raising little people. You're raising little people that came in as a blank slate, and you have a chance to teach them respect. So if you show them that you respect them and what they're going through, then when they get the problems, they'll bring them to you. But and they'll be willing to. They won't think they have to listen to their stupid little friends who gonna guide them down the wrong path. But you gotta show them that there's respect and communication. So you know, I know how important that would have been if I had someone and during that time who said they was that showed me respect, right? Who respected where I was in my life and what was important to me at the time. And then, going out amongst my peers because I was in the condition that I was not accepted, I was not respected. So you just shrink and you learn how to be, in my case I learned how to be invisible. You know what I'm saying?
Like I gotta write that down. Like I really appreciate you talking about this situation because a lot of our boys need to be tapped into as far as, how to adapt in certain situations, but at the same time learning how to express and who to express to.
Oh,
Um
and
or
that just
not.
reminded me of something.
Right. And not
Yeah.
being, not feeling like they're alone in certain situations. Um, because our boys, I feel like they're fighting with that. And I am so fortunate. Like I told my son, I said, I am so grateful that I'm your mother. Right. Because I saw him. I seen him when I saw him going through, when I seen that it may be a problem here, I would go there or I would tap into him. But there were times when I was single mother. So being a single mother, and not being able to be that attentive, that's when I got into my issues. Working two jobs, leaving early in the morning, coming home after dark. There's no
Mhm.
parent there. It's just him going to
Right.
school. So he's having to pick up not only just his issues and going to school, but now he had to deal with coming home and nobody to talk to. I'm feeling some type of way. I don't know how to handle my problems, and my mom is not here and she's working two jobs. I hate to see her working like this. So, but as I came home and started to pay attention to what was going on in the house and being reconnected with my son, that's when I start giving him the help that I feel like he needed.
Mhm.
And it's hard when you're a single parent and you're not able to connect in that capacity because maybe you have more than one kid. I'm so grateful that I have
Right.
one kid, that I can be tapping into. So that means that all these other kids are left out here unattended. And my
Right.
son does come to me, with issues that go on, and we have conversation about it. The Holy Spirit told me one time that with our boys and with our young and girls and as teenagers, we're supposed to be able to have conversations with them, and they're supposed to feel bad. If it's serious, they're going to feel bad about what it is and come back to you and apologize. And when it comes to little children, we don't have to whip them either. We can learn through the art of play, you know, with the smaller children. So I definitely thank you for that. But learning how to be invisible, like, and I'm the reason why I'm also expounding on this is because I don't think that people think about the psychological effects that come from that. And I'm not
Right.
talking about at the time that you're going through it. I'm talking about as you become an adult, those things that you went through as a child
Right.
actually has a psychological onset into your adult life. So For me, I'm trying to think of which was one of mine. They put me in a role of being mother too early.
Mhm.
And so I was everybody's mom. I'm talking about even my stepmother.
Mhm.
Let me help you get dressed in the morning. Let me help you pick out your clothes. Let me help you pick out this. Oh, I got my brothers and sisters. I'm getting them. You gotta have your hat. You gotta have your scarf. Oh, it's almost time to go. Time to go. Time to go. So I was always that person on the go all the time and helping them take care of themselves, that when it came time to take care of myself back in it, as I got older, I was putting myself last because I was used to being put last.
Right.
I didn't have anyone be attentive to me, so it was like my own attentiveness. Or at the same time, it was like I always was their mother, even as an adult. My siblings like, hey, you not my mom, but sometimes they would come to me as mama because they were used to coming to me as mother. And I'm like, yo, I have my own cross, you got your cross. And I didn't even really realize to put that down until my little brother died, to where I said, no, like I'm no longer your mother, I'm your sister. And I told my mother, no, I'm no longer your mother, I'm your daughter. So that psychological onset of what happens from that trauma in that childhood, you said you learned how to become invisible. That
Hmm.
was deep.
Well, that's the case for most people, right? So, you learn how to keep the things that will get the response that you don't want. You learn to hide those things, right? And then it's going to be a case where, say, for example, you have a son and he's a little boy, something happens, he's going to cry, he's going to go to cry, and you're going to stomp his emotions and tell him what boys don't do, right? And, you know, uh, we get these situations as far as we have acceptable roles that we learn as children, right? So something that we like in our in the black community, sports is something that you're just supposed to do. If you're a black male and you can't run a ball for a potential white man in your future, what value do you have? You know what I'm saying? If you are a young black man and you can't run a football or you can't dribble and shoot a basketball, you are worthless. You dig what I'm saying? And
We got
that
a
is not,
problem.
yeah, that's really
We
not
got a
it.
problem.
You
We
know?
have a problem. And I say that because we put these titles on things and then we put these titles on other people, and we don't even let them become themselves before we give them a
Right.
title and say who they are. And people look at me like, Shani, you crazy. I'm like, no, I'm serious. If my son does not like football, my son, okay,
Okay, so what?
coach, exactly. Coach Tyrone, when you
You
see
know?
my son is my son is taller than me, and
Right.
he has broad shoulders. He's a,
Hmm.
he do have a football build. But my
Right.
son will
But
tell you
mind
in
your
a minute,
business and stop trying to put my son in football because he
yes,
see it. Right. And then that is the whole we get into this identity. People will say we're more than our bodies, we're more than our athleticisms, but we do it to ourselves. Oh, that boy need to be playing football. Oh, that boy need to be shooting some basketball. So why? And then next thing you know, we turn our children over to these programs, and then they're practicing sports with all their time, and then they're grown and they can barely read.
th-
You know what I'm saying? And when was they supposed to read? You told them, oh, don't worry about that. You're gonna go to the league.
wait.
And then
So
some go ahead.
look at me. You see my face? Like, oh my God, go ahead, keep going, because I'm just sitting
And
up here.
then stuff is happening in the community. You got other little black kids that chose to go into gangs and they killing each other because their parents settled down on this side of town and their parents settled down on that side of town. And because of that, they got to kill each other. But then, oh man, don't worry about that. You go into the league. Oh, don't worry, don't get caught up in that. You go into the league. Then they do the equivalent of hitting the lottery and make it to the league, and then they say, oh man, you sold out, you forgot where you came from, you need to do stuff for the community. My whole life you've been telling me, forget all this, I'm going to the league. I make it to the league. Now I gotta care about it all. You know what I'm saying? We're not really thinking about what we're doing.
Wow, Coach Tyrone. Like, Like I'm sitting up here laughing, and I'm listening to you, and I'm like, oh my God, like this is literally how it goes. I remember
Yeah.
going. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Do anybody remember? I don't know if you remember Tractor Trailer. Um, they used to call him Tractor Trailer. He was the one. I can't think of his name that was in sports. I can't think of his. He was a basketball player, so he
Mhm.
was real big.
Right.
And at the same time, we had Willie Mitchell, which is a basketball player in Persian. He was really top. Persian was one of the high schools in Detroit. If you wanted to go in sports, you went to Persian.
Right.
You graduated from Persian, you was in sports because they were like the best basketball team and football team. And I remember guys used to come in class. I would see them on the first day, on the
And
first day
not
of
see him
class,
again.
and that.
Yeah.
Do you hear me
Yeah.
not see them again no more?
Yeah.
And they be like, "Oh, they got an A in that class. Well, how did you get
Yeah.
an A? You didn't even come to class." Because they're
Right.
writing off of their basketball playing skills, running off their. I got another one for you. I was in Texas. I was actually working with three young ladies who were a part of a situation to where the school, there was a teacher at the school. She was having sex with the young boys in the school, and there was of course we upset. The parents came together. They talked about the situation, everything. And then there were other parents was like, I don't wait. I don't want to say nothing about this right here. I don't want to talk about this. My
That
son got a
mess up the
football
football. Yeah.
contract.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this school
Yeah.
is for football, this school for basketball. I don't
Yeah.
know if I want to talk about what's going on with this over here. I'm like, hold up. So you mean to tell me you're not thinking about the fact that these kids were molested by an adult, which was a teacher,
Right.
and you're thinking
Right.
more about their football contract and their basketball contract than them as a person and what happened to them? This can affect them for the rest of their lives. Like, what is wrong with us?
Because that's their ticket. They done already planned out how their child's gonna go pro and they're gonna live off their child. You right. So they have committed so much to that vision that hey, don't mess this up. That's become the goal, right? That so we know that these big schools with the legitimate tie to that to upstreaming the athletes to a higher level of play all the way to the professional level. We know they are looking the other way on the grades. We know they cover up the things that they shouldn't do and things that shouldn't happen because ultimately that's a lot of money even for the ones that don't make it. However, you know, the kids that make it, it's such a small percentage. What about the ones that don't? And
And but that's
now, go
yes,
ahead.
and that's trauma right there. That's
Yeah.
that's
And
that's
then they get
trauma.
spit out. They've committed how early? What's the youngest you've seen somebody? I've seen kids playing full tackle football, right? And then so let's say 10. Say you start playing football at 10. You go to college at 18. That's 8 years right there. If you play college football, that's another 4 years. That's 12 years of football. That's 12 years. And depending on the position you play, people running full speed trying to take your head off. Right. So we got young men with early CTE, right? And then say they don't even make it to the league. Their life from before they went through puberty has been football. Now you have no purpose in your life. You have no skill, you have no social skills because if you were a star football player, that was the icebreaker. You have no social skills. You have no way to make money. You have no value socially. You're the dude that didn't make it to the league. You go from everybody riding and kissing up to you because you might make it to being worthless because you didn't make it. And you have to figure out how to navigate that.
That part right there, and it's like I'm trying to hold my eyes together. I'm trying to hold my eyes together.
Right.
Because I'm mother.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? I'm mother,
And then
and
they
it's
trick us. They trick us because there's so much poverty in our community. So you see this young boy who's developing with this body type. He got this height for basketball. He's got this body for football, whatever it may be. Oh, this is my ticket out of poverty. And you're willing to pretty much prostitute your kid for this potential, long shot football contract. You know, and there's more options available.
I love this conversation, but it's a lot of our kids experiencing, okay, put it like this. I'm a mother,
Right,
and my son was going to this school.
right.
We had a mentor come to the school to speak to the children. They were in fourth grade, and what he said to them was, LeBron James' mother sold drugs. So you guys can get out of this. Guys can get out of situations that you're in. Blah 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 blah. And he was trying to be that person that to inspire and encourage. But I said they was like, and my son came and was like, "Did you know that LeBron James' mother sold drugs?"
I've never heard that. I'm from Cleveland. Cleveland and Akron is less than an hour away from
And
each
it
other. I
may
didn't
have
know.
not been LeBron. It may have been somebody else. It don't even matter.
Yeah,
Just the
yeah,
point that you came to these young boys trying to inspire and encourage them, and you had the audacity to tell them that somebody's mother sold drugs in order for
yeah.
that is not the way to do it, or to tell them that LeBron James, whoever it was, even if it was LeBron James, even if it was a basketball player that sold drugs, you don't have to come in every community thinking that every child is going through the same thing, because they're not. And you have
Right,
to be careful of what you're saying, because some children hold on to that piece.
right,
So are you coming to help, or are you a part of the problem? Because
right.
we all know that the drug abuse resistance education program, which was called DARE, that
There,
program
yeah, I
was
remember that.
supposed to come in to educate us about not to be on drugs, but it was really a program to introduce us to drugs so we can become on drugs. So let's just be real. So then I have
Mhm.
to look at you and say, are you a part of the problem? Are you a part of
Right,
the solution?
right. Well, these solutions that come from outside of our community typically aren't solutions. A lot of the times, history has showed us these things that get presented to us are really like they they're not helping us. When we get to a lot of the stuff that has been dropped into our community, didn't help us at all, but it allowed us to play the role that benefited the people that presented it to us, right? So when it comes to our trauma and getting out of the things, we have to have we have to let's see, we have to first be exposed to the right stuff, right? Because when you broke, you think money solves everything, right? And if you're fortunate enough to get a lot of money and really look at what it brings, you see like money is not the absolute answer. There's
It
some
just
things.
helps. Right.
Right, right. Money doesn't fix anything that's going on internally. Uh, Money can fix a lot of stuff in the world. I mean, even the Bible says that money answers all things, but it doesn't fix anything that's going on inside of you. So when the problem is internal, when the problem is how you process the world, how you see the world, how you process what you're seeing, how you choose to act on what you're processing, that takes intentional work. You know.
So even with that, now that you are out of those situations, now that you're coming out of being invisible, you have excelled at being a great coach, being a mentor, being a husband, being a father, and we ain't all perfect, but we're getting
Right.
there.
Right.
So what is your give back, or what is your words that you would give to that child or that young boy who is in that situation, who's who feels stuck at home and not being able to get out, whether their parents are on drugs like you went through, or whether their parents are just arguing all the time. time, or they're not seeing them for children that they are, or people are trying to put titles on them to tell them who they are and what they should be doing. Because my son, he tells me all the time. Even his dad came up to him and was like, "You big. You need to play some football." And he
Right.
like, "I don't want to play no football. I'm in the
You
anime.
good?
I'm in the martial
Right.
arts. I'm into
Yeah.
I'm in the archery. But respect that.
Yeah.
So
Respect that. Yeah.
right. So what do you say to those young boys or young women that's out there that feel like they have no way out and they have to become invisible, or they feel like that they have to adapt to that situation? So one, how do you help them? What do you say to them? And what are some of the solutions that we can do in order to reach those children?
Well, the solution is not a simple one, since
Hmm.
they are, especially when you're a child, you have no power in the situation. You have no say so on how things go. So, first, you have to figure out the specifics of your situation, right? So I can't give you any general information or do this, do that, because I don't know, right? If you do something, maybe you're being physically abused, maybe you're being sexually abused. Eh, if you have someone that you can go to help you get out of that, go to them, right? But you have to make sure you protect yourself as well as you can. Um, what I can tell you is stay away from drugs that people would give you. A lot of people would offer you drugs in the name of a good time or in the name of escaping some situation. That's not going to help you. Um, it's just going to compound the situation, right? So when you get drunk or high, once you come down, once you sober up, is the
Still
problem
there.
still going to be there, and it also alters your body. It alters your brain function. So your brain is still developing. They say up until your mid 20s, your brain is still
Right.
developing. So now when you adopt your problem solving techniques is getting drunk and high, that's changing your brain. Like, say for example, look at somebody like DMX. You hear his story. Somebody exposed him to crack when he was like 14. So that means his body and his brain developed with a addiction to a very hard and very addictive substance, like nothing short of a miracle. He was never going to kick that. You know what I'm saying? So the drugs are not the answer. You need to work on your emotional intelligence. You need a genuine community of people that care about you. Now, these are, like I said, this is not an easy answer. It's not simple, but this is the things that, if I had these things growing up, maybe it wouldn't have taken me so long to undo the effects of the trauma. So, with what I dealt with, I just learned how to navigate invisibly. I could be in a room and you would not know I was there unless I wanted you to know, right? And you just think that that's how you have to go through life, but the most important thing you can do is if you have someone that can mentor you. What we can do in the community, we can have some type of outreach and present ourselves to people in these situations to teach them skills on how to make money for themselves, teach them skills on how to socially interact, how to have some confidence in themselves, how to find things that they want to do. Because if we just say go to college, college is not the answer, especially today. College is less of the answer than it has ever been in history, right? I can't say it's not the answer at all, but it's less. It's so little of the answer, and just get a job is not necessarily the answer. You need a community of people, and you need social skills. You need to know how to make your own money, right? You need to know these things. You need to know to how to believe in yourself and the importance of that, right? I feel like I've talked a while on that. I hope I gave a good answer though.
Okay. So yeah, you gave basically, you did give your information on you talked about emotional intelligence. We had to have more emotional intelligence. being able to have community, not to be really invisible, but to reach out to someone. You basically tapped on that. Um,
Mhm.
how we get out, because I guess that was one of your things where you felt like you were money deprived or didn't have those things and you had to get out and try to find your own way as far as making money.
Right.
So
That's
that's
not
just
destructive.
that's
Not
not
selling drugs
not
either.
destructive, not
Not
selling drugs.
selling drugs.
Right, not destructive.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, what I took out of it is that we need to have more outreach programs within these communities to start connecting to the families so we can,
Mhm.
start offering up solutions. Or
Yeah.
Big Brother, Big Sister program was one of the programs that I remember when I was a child that was really big about being mentors.
Mhm.
So maybe that's one of the issues too, because a lot of these kids, they don't have anywhere to go. They don't have anywhere to hang out at. They close the YMCA's or a lot of the gyms around, and the playground in the park is not the place. And so a lot of times they feel like they need an outlet. But we tapped on some really great things today. You talking about how you turn your trauma into triumph. So tell me about some of the great things that you're doing today, as far as coaching to help give back and what your business is.
Okay. When it comes to the coaching, what I've originally focused on is helping people get on stage, aspiring and current stage performers. I help them cultivate their image and the message that they want to present, how to properly present that message, and how to engage with the crowd. So the way that helped me, I started rapping and I started performing. That put me in positions to show some type of social value, right? And that made me attractive to people who didn't know me. So I'm not saying attractive in the case of my features, or being a physically handsome or attractive. I'm saying like being socially attractive, because when you come into a new room, you know, for to be specific, in the case of women, women pick their men based on, after they get a clear idea of his social standing, you know. So when it, and you should have you might have to, if I'm not saying this clearly, you know, before you would go out with a man, no matter how cute you think he is or how nice he's dressed or whatever, he can be everything you like physically, but you have to get a clear understanding of who he is to other people, or how he's seen in the social group. Not saying he has to be popping, but you have to know who he is socially, and then so I help people with that, because that helped me it put me in a position where I could socially interact, right? So I help people with their confidence, with their image, and how to properly engage from the stage. And that's what I do in my business. I still make music. I just did my first master class. I'm going to do more of those. I'm working on ebooks. I'm working on a lot of self-development things. Um, and I just encountered somebody last night. Last night I was out judging a showcase. I was on the judge panel for a independent artist showcase, and you know, I encountered somebody that's going to. I'm basically I'm going to mentor them, personally mentor them, to help them get their confidence up. They don't have any. They don't know what they want to get into. They don't know what direction they want to go, but I know I can help them out personally, so I'm gonna start on that route. And
Wow.
you were on my master class, right? What did
Yeah.
you think of that?
Yes, yes, yes. I was on your master class. You definitely gave great self-image perspectives. You talked about confidence, which is something we definitely need, especially when we're coming out here today, no matter what we're going through and what we're in. So I definitely heard I know you don't like to tap on the ministry, but I definitely heard the God within that. I did.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that definitely was a great masterclass to talk about image, confidence, and what we have to have in showing up, not just in the stage presence, but showing up in life. Period. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? Like,
Yeah, that overflows into life. Like I said, the stage got me out of the shell, the trauma shell, and then it got me. It motivated me to be more socially. So it bleeds, but you got to start somewhere. So
Right, I
TK, let's
get
take the
it.
Bible, a little
Right,
bit of leaven go.
right.
Leaven's the whole loaf. You know.
But I love it how you just took it to the stage because a lot of people fear the stage. A lot
Right.
of people fear
Yeah.
being in front of crowds. So that
Yeah.
was like kudos to you to even, stand in the face of fear and be like, okay, I'm going to the stage first. And
Yeah.
me, I've been speaking since I was a child. So when I come in front of a stage, it's like, oh, what's this? So I could definitely come from a different, aspect of that. And
Yeah.
that's why this podcast is so natural and I can speak to anybody because public speaking is definitely my thing. So I get
Mhm.
it, but I love how you can come from that person of being invisible to being
Mhm.
on the stage. Now that is powerful,
Mhm.
and a lot of our young people need to see that that's right there. It's called facing your fears.
Mhm.
Facing your fears, not running from them, not acting like they don't exist, but
Right.
facing it so you can get over it. So I
Right.
I commend you on that. I definitely commend you on that. Do you have any social media following where people can find you at or find your information?
Um, I like Instagram the most, but I have social media accounts on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. And it's classified. That's the name. It's KLAZIFIED because my artist name is Classic, which is a contraction of classified sick. Like do not gets don't, classified sick makes classic. So my social media, if you search on those platforms, KLAZIFIED, you'll get me. I'm wearing the same hat, got the same beard, and so you'll see me.
Are you from Chicago?
Nope, I'm from
Okay, you
Cleveland,
just you from
Ohio.
Cleveland, Ohio. That's right. You did say Cleveland.
Well,
Oh,
I was in Virginia. I had an event and I was wearing some. I had some pink in it, and I wanted something with some pink in it. So
okay, got it.
this was
That's
the
right.
only thing.
You did
Yeah,
say you was Cleveland. Okay. So yes, you heard it right here. Where to contact you at? It's at classified. That's basically on Instagram. You said you're more active on Instagram. We
that's
definitely
my
touched
preferred.
right, right. We definitely touched on some great points today. We talked about educating our what is this? Learn how to navigate in it as far as in situations. You said you learn how to navigate within a situation as being in the household. You adapted
Mhm.
to the environment and conditions, which basically put it back on us as parents that we need to set up environments that would be great and conducive to the child as opposed to the child being conducive to us. So that was
Right,
definitely a great perspective to see it in, to throw it back on the parent. So we want to create those best environments.
right,
Learn how to reflect on situations that was in our past, so even though we're out of that situation, if we learn how to reflect on it, then we can give a great analysis or psychological effect to face what it is that we have to face today. That may be an onset of what it was, and get
right,
help if we have to. So that's great. You also talked about the psychological effect and knowing how to respect children and not just have them respect us because we're the parents. You talked that we should have respect for our kids. So what we expect from them, we should be expecting from ourselves to give them, so they'll be able to know how to go out in the world and deal with other people in that same perspective. So
right,
that we talked about that. You talked about barking orders. You talked about learning to be invisible. How that's not the best thing because it comes out later. You're learning how to hide things that we shouldn't hide those things, or learn how to become invisible. But if we have issues or young boys have issues, they need to reach out to somebody to try to tap into somebody to get that help. And again, you talked about how it could be on different perspectives as far as what they feel that their issues are. Um, you talked about community. Community was so important that we need to have more outreaches to tap into our children so they can build up their emotional intelligence and learn how to deal with those situations. I love this. I love that you gave a lot of solutions. You gave a lot of insight. Again, going back to what I said earlier, it's not easy for men to come on here on these platforms or boys to kind of like reveal what they had went through within their
right.
situations. But it's powerful when they can because by the Bible says that pride comes before what? Before what?
A fall. A fall.
Exactly. That part. So if pride comes before a fall, then we have to get to a place where where we drop down pride. Pride has to fall.
Right.
It has to be a wall that has to be chipped away and destroyed, because we won't be able to connect to the people that we're supposed to connect to get the help that we're supposed to get in order for us to come out. And we have to go to God to get that. And I know I heard you say earlier that no, it's not a woman's place to help. It's not a woman's place to help a man heal, but yet she's in that situation going through it with them, because it says, how can two walk together unless they agree? But at the same time, when we come together, we are coming together to become one. So in the process of coming together to become one, yes, you have your own cross, I have my cross, but now our crosses are coming together, so we are helpmates to one another. So
Mm.
I feel strongly about that, but at the same time, I do feel like that when broken people come together, we bring our brokenness onto each other. When we got to go back to God, we got to go get back to God, and we got to get back to God, knowing that God is the source within that.
Indeed.
Indeed. So I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Thank you so much for what you do. We'll be checking you out with that stage presence and that confidence, inspiring other people who want to come out. You know where to find him. He told you where he was at, and
Right.
I look forward to seeing more. And I just really thank you for coming on the show today.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope. Well, when you were going over everything we talked about, I was like, "Oh, we did talk about that," but I was hoping that I didn't, give you a trash episode.
No, no, no. You don't. You didn't. You didn't. You did. You did great. You did great. We definitely. That's why I love taking notes. I take notes through all my podcasts so I can reflect on what we talked about, because we can talk about so many things. But again,
Right.
it's called transformative shifts. So
Mhm.
in that process, it was all about trauma. We talked about trauma. How to get out of situations, how to face situations, and also how to heal from them later. And we talked about solutions within that. So we are good. We are good. I just want to say thank you. You gave us the information of where to reach you. You said classified. You guys got that. It's KLAZIFIED. Go look for him.
That's
Go look for him. If you want to get into rapping, you want to get a coach. You want to receive a coach that's going to actually help you with that confidence to come in front of everybody. Don't forget to
yeah.
reach out.
Not
You
just
heard it
rapping
right
either.
here. Not just rapping, just other
Rap,
things.
poetry, public speaking, singing.
Woo!
I can help you out, man.
All right. So you know who to come from, Mr. Tyrone Thomas Classified. Go search for him. All right. And
All right.
again, thank you so much for coming on the show. And
Thank
you
you for
have a
having me.
great day. Yes, no problem.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
All right, guys, you heard it right here. You heard it right here on Transformative Shifts. Again, we are on Transformative Shifts. This is a show that's all about shifts. It's about things that you went through in life, giving that testimony, attesting to what you went through, understanding that we can all get through it, understanding that it's people out here like Coach Thomas Butler and like Shayna Asby, and we're trying to assist you with getting through that process because we went through it. So if you ever need a coach, you want to reach out, you can reach out to Classify so you can get that confidence in public speaking and different things like that. You are not alone. I just want to give this message. You are not alone in anything that you go through. There has been somebody somewhere who has went through that situation, or maybe even situations that's worse than yours. But know that you are not alone and that you can reach out to somebody to get that assistance or that help. And make sure you reach out to the right person, not to a substance, not to a thing to idolize. No. And call on God, that part. And know that you can come through it just as we have went through our trials and tribulations. We have came on the other side of it, that you can get through it too. So I just want to leave you with that note. Again, this was Transformative Shifts. We had our very own Tyrone Butler coming to us. I'm sorry, Tyrone Thomas. I apologize, Tyrone. Oh Lord, Tyrone Thomas, classified, that was talking about that being that person from triumph, from trauma to triumph, and how to get through it and how to get over it. So you heard it, guys. You heard it, young men. If you are that person, you don't have to be invisible. Speak up and reach out. And outreaches, we have more work to do. We have to come together with community. We have to do the work. So again, I just want to thank you all for being an audience for transformative shifts, and I look forward to seeing you later. Have a great day. Peace. This is Shayna Asby, the Family Life Coach. Bye.
Designs legal structures and financial systems for entrepreneurs who are frustrated and disappointed that their business has not been as profitable and successful as they expected. By teaching entrepreneurs how to use the leverage of law, taxes, insurance, and estate planning, entrepreneurs can be 10 times more profitable and successful so that they can build wealth and create a legacy to pass on to their families. So come join.
Hi, I'm Dr. Liddy. I just wanted to take a few moments to talk about one of my absolutely favorite things, which is Rich People's Secret number 23, which is OPP. It's not what you think it is. Remember that song back in the day? So this is OPP, Other People's Performance. So what is that exactly? Well, we know that when we work, physically work, emotionally work, mentally work, however that we choose to work, it is our singular efforts. But rich people actually are creating a revenue stream, or they create a revenue stream to get a residual, right? That is coming back to them of other people's performance. And we usually think about that as an employee-employer relationship. And the reason we do is because that's what we're taught, right? When we go to school, everyone says, go get a job. No one says, go start a business. They actually think you're kind of cray-cray, as the kids would say, if you go and start a business or even talk about starting a business. So let's talk about OPP for a moment and how rich folks use that all the time, and how I want you to use that all the time, and how becoming an affiliate is really one of the most amazing OPP methodologies that are out there. So if you have already registered to be an affiliate for the Cracking the Tax Code for Small Businesses in 2022 with me, perfecto, you understand the concept. And if you haven't, I hope this will add a little clarity as to why you should do it, not just for me, do it for anyone that has an affiliate program whose services or products that you truly believe in. So the way it works with the platform that I'm on, which is Groove, and I'm going to do a separate sort of short video to explain Groove because it is super epic and so few people really know about it. So for now, the concept of this, of the Secrets of the Rich number 23 OPP, is simply that rich people learning from their parents and their parents before that and their parents before that have perfected the process that they can create a revenue stream, money coming back to them without them doing anything. That's beautiful, right? That's the direct contrast of an employee or having a job. So how does that work for right here, right now, with regard to the course? So when you become an affiliate for the Cracking the Tax Code in 2022 for small businesses, you have the ability to offer to people, promote the course and offer to people the ability for them to become an affiliate. And how does that work? Well, when you become an affiliate, I'm giving you 15% of anything that you generate with regard to someone purchasing the complete course. And you get, I say up to $99, but there might be a little extra, right? But for sure, $99 per person that you market and share the information about the upcoming tax training, and they wind up purchasing the full course. You get up to $99. If you then share that information with someone about the upcoming course and say, hey, by the way, Dr. Liddy has an affiliate program and you can become an affiliate as well. And they then say, oh yeah, I'd love to market that to help small businesses and individuals understand their taxes better, how they can take full advantage of the tax code, how they can get back more money from their tax returns and save more money. Okay, yes, totally in terms of promoting and sharing that with their network. When they become an affiliate, anything that they then, I don't want to say sell, but I guess it is selling in a way. Any person that hears their explanation and says, oh my God, that sounds really amazing, or they go to the website, I tell people simply send them to your generated website once you have your affiliate link, and let the website kind of share with them what is important, what they're probably looking for in terms of a better understanding about the tax code and how it relates to them directly. Let the videos do that. Allow the website to work for you in that. But someone you shared the link with says, yes, totally in, I want to promote this. I want my peeps that I care about to know about this information. It's not information that we can find very easily. They then become an affiliate, and they then sort of promote the course as well. When they have someone from their network that says, yes, I want to purchase the full course and learn this from Dr. Liddy, they get 15%, right? Because they're the ones that direct sale, if you will, or enrollment, if you will, came from their efforts. The system that I'm on, the Groove system, allows you to get a 5% of the efforts that they did in terms of enrolling someone into the course. You may not even know that person. That's the power of the Secrets of the Rich, number 23. You don't have to know the people that are enrolling, because they know the person that you invited to become an affiliate, who then shared with them the information, and they got that person to come and learn and exchange and be in community with us. So that person gets 15%. And because you introduced that particular person to the affiliate program that we're with, they get 15 and you get 5% for the introduction that you made from that person. Isn't that brilliant? That is OPP, people's strategy number 23, that their efforts is not the sole effort by which they make money. They make money in a multiplicity of ways, and the affiliate programs is one of those ways. And finding really good ones that pay you a residual on top of the efforts of someone that you brought in to the affiliate program is super cool. Most affiliate programs do not work that way. It's only by your own efforts. So it's really, really wonderful that Groove have created a system that allows the Secrets of the Rich number 23 to work so beautifully. The being down with OPP is really a cool thing. So welcome to the Dr. Liddy affiliate program, in particular for cracking the tax code for small businesses in 2022. But more importantly, I'll do a separate video probably in a few days talking about Groove a little more and how you should be a part of that platform completely. Right now you have a free account if you become an affiliate, which is awesome, but there's so many powerful things within that platform that I think will do wonders for your business. So which is why I'm happy to be a part of the Groove family. So that is my sharing with regard to how do you activate the Rich People Strategy 23 OPP. Oh yes, we are totally down with that. I'm Dr. Liddy, and I'm so looking forward to you being in the course, especially attending the special private training that is happening in a few days. Looking forward to seeing you. Until then, stay safe, stay blessed, and stay absolutely marvelous.
Corporate executives hire Dr. Liddy to train employees to be more legally mindful in their employment transactions. The United Nations hired Dr. Liddy to instruct small to medium-sized enterprises across the globe on the laws that impact their businesses. So come join her, monetizing you and your business at a Connect with Dr. Liddy today by visiting drliddy.com and at linktree/Dr. Liddy.
Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Everyone, and welcome to this episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. I hope that you all are having a fantastic day, and I'm looking forward to everything that our experts are going to be sharing with us today. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put myself down here and put everybody else above me. How about that? So then that way y'all will know where I am and where some of our experts are. We also have a special guest with us here today, representing Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Central Carolina's Donna Dunlap. How are you, Donna, over there in the corner?
Great. How's everybody?
Doing great, doing great. And so you all know some of these faces already. So we're going to kick Freestyle Friday off as you grab your virtual seats and go ahead and share the broadcast. Let us know where you're visiting in from, and you're going to get to hear from each of them today. Athena, unmute yourself, if you will, and just give them like a 30-second blurb of what they can expect to hear from you today as one of our Sunshine Expert persons.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to Freestyle Friday from the Sunshine Expert. And today we can expect for you to get ready to unwrap your gift.
All right, all right. Tracy, unmute yourself and tell everybody what they can expect to hear from you in a nutshell.
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. This is Tracy Randolph, and what you will hear from me today is how you can maintain a healthy lifestyle, and it's not what you expect.
All right, all righty. And what can they expect to hear from you, Pamela Howard? Pamela, go ahead. Pamela, I'm ready. Go.
Good day, everyone. So I am going to be talking about the difference between a pre-need and an at-need and pre-planning for your next event.
Woo! Okay, Camille Richardson, tell everybody what they can expect to hear from you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Freestyle Friday. Today, I'm going to talk about the importance of being you and as your authentic self.
All right, beautiful. And Camille was born blind, so I want you all to know that when she talks from her perspective, she's going to be sharing some visionary tips. We consider her our vision expert here on the Kim Jacobs Show. All right, Dr. Jody Bear, tell everybody what they can expect to hear from you.
Good morning, or good afternoon or evening. I'm Dr. Jody Bear, America's top foundational health coach, and I am going to get you all set up for fall allergy season.
We need that so much in our lives. I think all of us, how many of us on the panel already know we want to hear that, right? I do. Yes, absolutely. All right. And Donna, I know that you are a very special guest today, and we're going to be talking at length with you, but just give everybody just a snippet of what they can expect to hear during our portion of the interview.
Well, I'm really excited to talk about Big Brothers, Big Sisters and our mission and the children we serve. And when you talk about expertise, it took a lifetime to find my passion and purpose and to serve young people who we tend to categorize at risk. It's exciting to be able to talk about how we can change that trajectory for success when children have limited resources and how much of a difference a mentor can make in their lives.
Excellent. Excellent. So we are super excited. As you can hear, we have a wide range of topics that we'll be talking about on this Freestyle Friday. And I want to check in with the virtual studio audience to see who's here and where you're visiting in from. So go ahead and type your name and some shout outs. I see you, Sunshine Expert, and I see you, Darlene Easton. You are here in the house. You say, hey, hey. I see a Facebook user, and I also see Gerard. Gerard is here. Hey, how are you? And who is this? Okay, V. V says, good morning to everyone. Hi, my friends. Hassan said from Sudan. Sudan, okay. Let's see who else is on. Mika says, I'm all the way from Patterson, New Jersey. Glad to have you, Mika. And Hassan is saying good evening from where he is. All right, somebody from Broward County, Melody, Mel Denise, glad to have you. And someone else is from Alabama, Gerard. Gerard, so glad to have you in the house today. I see all of your comments and glad to say, yes, today is Happy Friday and all of that good stuff, depending upon how you look at it. I look at every day as a wonderful day to celebrate and to thank God to be on this side of the earth. Happy Friday from Spain, Mary said. All right, all the way from Brooklyn. I see a lot of y'all. So I'm going to keep all of your comments coming out throughout today's broadcast, but we're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to hear from our sunshine expert, Athena Robertson. So everybody, we'll be right back right after this commercial break. We'll be back.
I'm attorney Charles Everidge. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
All right, everyone, and we are back and we are talking with our Freestyle Friday experts. Let's hear from you, sunshine expert, Athena Robertson.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So happy to be here. It's always a blessing to be back in front of the world with smiling faces and to make an impact and embrace everybody. So happy to share the panel with all my beautiful sisters, including the new Miss Donna. So excited. So you guys know when I bring a word, I be seeking and searching a word from the Lord that I can give to the people that not only is trajectory in my life, but will also help and impact someone else's life. And so today, as I was on my meditation, a lot of us have gifts that are still wrapped up. You know how you get that good piece of candy that you know you like and you can't wait to unwrap it.
Right.
That's how our gifts are. They be wrapped up and you got it looking all pretty. It could be in the prettiest paper, the prettiest background. I'm talking about our gifts and talents, y'all. And we have them wrapped so tight and we be sometimes holding on to them because we're not sure whether it's the right time to release it or if we want to take that leap of faith and walk into our purpose and we ready to experience and to embrace a whole new journey. And so I wanted to stop by this morning to tell you that it is time to unwrap your gift. Yes, the paper look pretty. Yes, your character is beautiful. Yes, your attitude, your smile, all of that is fancy, but let's now work into our gift. Let's show everyone what we have to show because, again, it's not about us. Y'all know I got my notebook, so I've been writing, but I'm on a time limit, so I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. But I'm telling you,
Don't act like I'm over here being a drill sergeant, okay?
No, not at all. I just have to remind myself that I'm on my time limit so I don't go over. Focus, Kim, focus. That's all. We got to unwrap our gift. Our gift, which happened in timing, it'll happen in prepping, it'll happen in planning, as well as now you already set the foundation. The foundation is it was already beautiful displayed. It's sitting up on the showcase. Now you come off the showcase. The foundation is set. Let's unwrap the beautiful gifting and talent that you have, and let's embark and embrace on this journey together. And so I know one of my purposes here is to be an awesome motivator. I love talking to people. I think I am a great encourager. I shoot for the stars. I see the greatness in you before I see the greatness in you. Let me tell you what I mean by that. The minute I meet you, Miss Donna got a a smile that's popping. Her fireworks is already is
Yeah.
going on. She knows her purpose. She has a knack for working with children. That is her gift, is to embrace these children and to give them some hope, some faith, something they never experienced before. That comes through a simple conversation of, hey, how you doing? How may I help you? And the minute her purpose is working into action, she has captivated the mind, the heart, the spirit, and soul of that youth that she's getting ready to experience a new journey with. And so her gift is already being unwrapped. She already said it. She makes the appointment. She has the climate set for the whole appointment. Her tone is set, and then she goes into work. And now she has impacted a youth life that now they could carry that on and may share that with another youth. So our gifts, let's use them, unwrap them. Why not? They got some good. Miss Pam over here be planning and prepping. She be right here, y'all. When I be talking, that plan and purpose, I be on it. Dr. Jody Bear, my health guru, the reset coach, keeping me healthy, and Camille bringing me some sultry sounds from her insight that also is being poured into the world. And then let's not forget our beautiful Kim, our sister, the network, the connection, this beautiful jewel that continues on connecting one household at a time, making an impact on lives daily. And we getting ready for the Gauge 5K walk. All right, that's coming from your sunshine expert.
Okay. Good
Congrats.
job. Thank you so much. That's why we call you the sunshine expert. You bring brightness and joy to our lives here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And so thank you for joining us on this Freestyle Friday. If you will, Tracy Randolph, our reset coach, make sure that you unmute yourself and tell us what you have for us today as we reset our lives.
Absolutely. Great morning, everybody. It's great to be here on this panel with everyone today. Thank you, Kim, for always inviting me to come and be a part of Freestyle Fridays. I absolutely love it. And I love when I follow the Sunshine Expert because she just gives me so much light and so much inspiration. So I want to talk to everybody today about what clogs you up. Now, sometimes when you think about clogging, what clogs you up, you think about the physical body. And
Wait,
you think
stop for a second. Let's ask that question, even
Sure.
though I know I have you all on a time schedule today. So
Sure.
y'all acting like I have y'all on one too. It's not even like y'all are faking. You're like, go, go, whoa, whoa. Okay. Y'all are a trip. Okay. But in the studio audience, take a moment and answer the question, several questions. What gifts do you have and that you're putting to use from our sunshine expert? And then also, what is clogging you up, which is probably preventing you from using what the sunshine expert talked about? So answer those questions today. Go ahead, Tracy.
Absolutely. So when you think about it, sometimes people think about that from the physical perspective, and you're thinking about, what you need to digest. But I want to talk to you about how you completely detox mind, body, and spirit, because we have to consider what we're consuming. And it's not just about the food that we're eating. It's also about what we get from our music, what we get from books, what we get from the people that are around us. All of that affects your ability to live a healthy lifestyle. So I want you to think about what is actually clogging you up. And then you think about the food part as well, because when you start to detox your body from the physical perspective, it clears your mind, it clears your body, and it clears your spirit. So consider that. What are you consuming? How can you release that in order for you to be able to maintain a healthy lifestyle? And the reason why I'm saying this is everybody knows about the simple things. Drink water, eat fruit and vegetables, eat clean food, clean, healthy food, lean cuts of meat, make sure that you're getting enough sleep, make sure that you are moving your body consistently. We've all heard that so many times over and over again, but it's hard to maintain those things when you have things that are clogging you up. So if you need to detox from people, again, from the things that surround your environment that affect your mind and your energy, you're going to need to release those in order for you to be able to maintain a healthy lifestyle. So it starts to affect your ability to think about how you can move forward. So I want you to consider what's clogging you up and how do you release it.
Wow. Well, y'all are doing a great job today. Maybe I should keep this as the trend of we're gonna keep it to a set amount of time here because y'all are like 1, 2, 3, go. I love it. What is clogging you up? What is preventing you from being able to be the best version of yourself? I absolutely love that. Athena, I did want people to know how they could stay connected with you. So if you could share that too. We didn't share that when you were speaking.
Yes, you can stay connected with me on Facebook as Athena Robertson. You can stay connected with me on Instagram as Red Honey 7. That's REDHONN, excuse me, REDHONII 7, as well as I'm also on LinkedIn as Athena Robertson, and I am your public notary here in the Mecklenburg County area of North Carolina. I'll come to you. We can meet in the middle, connect together, and stamp up some documents.
And she's gonna bring some sunshine with her if you're anywhere. People in Sudan and wherever, in Liberia, wherever they are, they're like, what in the world? Where's some Mecklenburg County? They don't know. They have no idea what we're talking about. Okay, this is only if you're in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. That's where Athena Robertson lives. So just bear with us over there for a minute. Okay, because we're streaming on a lot of different platforms, one of which you all know is Dr. Les Brown's Facebook page. So that's where some of you are watching it as well. CTR Media Network and Believing Your Dreams Network. Tracy, where can people stay connected with you?
I am Tracy Randolph, the Reset Coach on all platforms, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Web Talk, Alignable. You can find me on all of those platforms. And I just want to change that website, Kim. It's just now theresetcoach.com.
Oh, don't be switching it up on me now midstream. Okay, what is it? Let me change it. Right.
Resetcoach.com.
The Reset Coach.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Now you done upgraded. Don't talk about no work with. The resetcoach.com is where you're going to be able to stay connected now with our Reset Coach here on the Kim Jacobs Show. She also has a podcast, which she didn't mention. So tell them real quickly about that. Real fast.
Absolutely. So you can see my background here. My show is called The Whole Living Show. It is about everything that affects your whole life, that helps to keep you healthy. So it's anything mind, body, spirit, relationship, finance, everything that affects you, we talk about on that show. And then the other show I have is a show called Fem Talk as well, where we have 4 ladies that come together and we talk about things that women get around the table and talk about that you don't normally hear talked about in public. It's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun to witness. Yes. All right. So keeping it moving so we can continue to stay right on track on this Freestyle Friday. What we're going to do is we're going to take a commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to hear from Pamela Howard, our event planning specialist. Now, keep in mind, everybody in the studio audience, I do see your comments, and you know how I usually go to your comments after each person. I'm just going to do like a flash round of comments after several people go today. Okay, so I'm switching it up some. And it's a good thing sometimes to not be so predictable, but to switch things up a little bit, right? All right, I believe you all are agreeing with me. So right after this commercial break, everyone, we're gonna get to hear from Pamela Howard. We'll be right back.
It's not just another day, it's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands feeling at home means feeling safe and happy. No credit checks, no contracts. We offer payment arrangements, and we'll even give you a free door camera. Find out how we can brighten your day even more at silvershield-security.com. Silver Shield Security.
All right, everyone, we are back and we're talking with Pamela Howard, our freestyle expert, about event planning. So go ahead and unmute yourself, Pam, and talk to us.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Pamela Howard. I'm a planning specialist. I have been in this industry for over almost 30 years. And I tell you what, one thing I have learned is that whatever walk that you're walking in life, it has a story. It has a story, and I have made it my mission to be here to serve, and I want to be part of your story. And so I am able to support you from birth to your final wishes. And I stress and I advocate for pre-planning. It is almost the utmost thing you should do when you're planning anything, whether it comes to a social event, a corporate event, family affairs, as well as your final wishing planning. And moving forward with pre-planning, I just want to leave a thought with you. And that thought is pre-plan for a pre-need or at need. That secret sauce can actually go with anything that you're putting together. Corporate functions, family affairs, social events, nonprofit events, or galas that you're having, in addition to planning for your final wishes. The thought is, do you want to be in a position of an at need for what you need, or do you want to be in a position of a pre need? And I'll explain the difference between the two. So, if you're currently preparing for any type of event, any type of launch that you're trying to do, pre-planning is the way. No one wants to have to put together something when it's a need. And when you have a need, which is an at need, it is a very uncomfortable situation. You really need to learn what to do first, how you're going to budget for it, what outcome do you want to have for it, okay? Then you need to know how to obtain the resources for the outcome that you want to have. Show up on that day with confidence, okay? Be prepared, and I'll help you be prepared for any type of contingencies that you have to have. Wow. Every life has a story. Every life has a story. Every walk has a story in their event. And I am humble to be part of yours.
Wow, y'all, I don't know, these y'all elevator pitches. What's happening? This is incredible information that y'all are sharing. Everyone that's benefiting in the virtual studio audience, make sure you put a shout out and a compliment to our virtual Freestyle Friday experts today. What an incredible amount of tips. Donna, isn't this fun? Like how you're walking? I mean, this is amazing, isn't it?
It is. I'm taking notes. So if you see my head down, I'm taking notes.
I know. I saw you. You're like, girl, this is some good stuff.
I'm writing them all. I'm writing them down.
And we have
very happy to be in the
I'm
company.
so glad you're there. I'm sorry I talked over you. Go ahead, say what you were saying.
I'm so excited to be in the company of these wonderful women and taking notes.
Absolutely. And we have about 30 or so Freestyle Friday experts, and they rotate through and say different tips and things. And y'all, this is just powerful today. So thank you all so much. And how can people stay connected with you, Pamela? I put your Pamela plans, but y'all are upgrading and everything.
Yeah, so that is my website, where you can actually go to my website and select what walk you're walking. If you're walking something from birth to all the way to final wishes, you can actually go there and select what you would like to have. I'm also on Facebook as well as Instagram. You can connect with me on LinkedIn as well. Every Monday at 12 noon from 12 to 12:15, I do a Facebook Live and it's an actual public group called Monday Midday Message, where I share tips about any walk of event. I just share a few tips, something that you can take, and they're actionable steps that you can actually use like right when you hear them. So make sure you join me on Monday Midday Message. All you have to do is put the @ sign and put P. Howard Plans.
I love it. I love it. And I did put your email and phone number in here as well that you had shared backstage. So I'm popping that up and updating it so that everyone knows how to stay connected with Pamela Howard. Pamela Howard at PamelaPlans.com, 704. And if you're dealing with her on WhatsApp or something because you're out of the country, then I'm sure you can use the
Yes, I am on WhatsApp as well.
Okay. 704-536-2374. Great tips. All right. Coming to us next is going to be Camille Richardson, our vision expert. Camille, unmute you. You already unmuted. Okay. Tell us what you have for us today.
Good morning, everybody. It is such an honor and a privilege to be here on this Freestyle Friday. Thank you, Kim, for always allowing us your platform and your space to share with you our wisdom and advice. So, what I'm going to talk to y'all about this morning is showing up as your authentic self. So many times we try to fit ourselves into a box that is not made for us. There's a lot of times where we try to fit ourselves into that round hole, knowing good and well that we are really the square peg. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I want y'all to put into the comments how many of you feel that if you were to show up on your job or in your business as your full, unbuttoned, unbridled self, that the floor would open up and you would fall down into some kind of big old hole of darkness and the world would stop spinning on its axis and everything would come to a screeching halt. How many of y'all feel that way?
Put the answer, y'all. Be honest with yourself, because we already know the answer is absolutely not.
Right. I'm here to tell you that that's absolutely not going to happen. But I'm speaking from experience because I'm in a growing time now in my business and as a leader. And truth be told, I would get myself so much in a tizzy because I felt like I would have to show up to these meetings with potential clients and stuff like that as this person who knows everything, who has all the answers, and who is just, on top of everything, right? And I would get myself so overwhelmed with anxiety before the meetings that I would physically get sick. It was so bad. But then my sister stopped me and she said, when I admitted this to her, she said, Meal, these people saw the real you. They want to meet with you because they heard you speaking on a stage. They saw you on a panel, or somebody who heard you told them about you, and they want you. So you just show up as yourself and your bright, bubbly personality and who you are, and you rock that in. And y'all know what? That's exactly what I did. And when I did that and I showed up unapologetically, authentically as force, I started feeling like opportunities were coming a lot easier to me. And I felt more confident in the words I was saying in those meetings. And I put so much pressure on myself, and I felt like I had to be so perfect because if I said the wrong things, then I wouldn't get what it was I wanted. But I learned quickly that by showing up as who I am, I was going to get everything that was meant for me. And if it wasn't meant for me, that is perfectly okay too. That means that there's something else bigger and better out there. So I'm here to encourage you and challenge you to show up in authenticity. Show up as the beautiful you that you're made to be. The mantra that I tell myself all the time now is that I was born to do this. I get to do this, and I was gifted to do this. And the gift has made room for me so that I can be authentic in my gift. So I want you all to show up with the gift that's made room for you and be authentic in it. And it's not only just showing up, I want you to celebrate who you are. Celebrate the beautiful person that is you. When you do that, you also give permission. You give other people permission to do the same thing. You give them permission to be who they are. Because I guarantee you, I can't see the comments, but if I were to look in there, I see a whole lot of, I bet you there's a whole lot of yes. I feel like the world will spin off of its axis. But if you show up as who you are, you give the other people who think the same thing permission to be who they are as well. And that's what you want in life. You want people to know you, the real you, the bubbly, unbridled you.
That's right.
You're beautiful, just as you are. So that's what I wanted to leave with you all today. Also, while I still have a little bit of time, I want to also invite you all to pick up a copy. I have the beautiful honor and pleasure to be a co-author of a beautiful anthology entitled The Right to Heal. And it's a book where myself and 7 of my other beautiful, bold, blind sisters share our story of sight loss and the vision we gained through our journey. And during that journey, we forgot who we were authentically because of sight loss. We didn't know who we were. But as we grew in ourselves and we grew bold in our blindness, we found the authentic us. We found who we are. And it's such a beautiful story. And also, I want to announce that we have our very first book signing journey coming up next Saturday in Washington, D.C. at Busboys and Poets, or shall I say Hyattsville, Maryland. at Busboys and Poets. It's our very first in-person book signing journey. I'm super excited to announce it. So that's what I have to say. I'm so excited to be a part of the platform this morning. I love you all, and thank you, Kim, for having me.
What a blessing to have you. And do you all see why we have her as our vision expert?
Mhm.
It's because she is not letting a loss of sight in any way, shape, or form determine her destiny. So I am super honored and excited to have Camille Richardson here with us today. And then also, if you are in the Washington, D.C. area next Saturday, make sure that you go and check out their book signing. The name of the book, just so you know what the image is that you're looking for, is called The Right to Heal. The Right, the number 2, Heal, by Janetta Price. And again, it is a collaborative project anthology with multiple authors, and Camille Richardson is one of them. And so I had several of these authors come on the Kim Jacobs Show, and I'll go and grab that YouTube link and put it in the body so that you can check out the episode where all of them, some of them, came on, and each of them shared their own individual journey in dealing with blindness. And then they are authors, y'all. What excuses do we have if we have sight? Okay, look, I've already contributed to 3 best-selling books, and I've written one myself, so I'm trying to keep up with y'all over here, Camille, okay? I'm so proud of you. So proud of you.
Thank you.
And I love all of you all. I'm so excited about the panel that we have. And let me put where you can get the book in the comment section. It's going to be right on Amazon.com. Go to Amazon and you'll be able to get your copy, but I'll give you the link that'll take you directly there. Unmute yourself, Dr. Jody Bear.
I think I'm unmuted.
Okay, and tell us what you have for us today.
I just stay unmuted and stay plugged in with these women. Kim, I just want to honor you. What an amazing Freestyle Friday. And then we're going to end up with the diva Donna Dunlap. It's going to be amazing. So I just want to take a minute and just kind of tie this all up in a pretty gift wrapping package, Miss Athena, because as I was thinking, we're tightly wrapped, but then we got the gift of the inspiration from showing up as our authentic self with Camille. And it only happens when you've unclogged yourself, body, mind, and spirit, so you can tell your story of you and your life. And what I'm bringing today as America's top foundational health coach for 42 years, proud of it, as a pioneer in foundational health, I can say inflammation is the #1 cause of all disease. Inflammation is throughout the nation, throughout the planet. It's toxicity. It's where it's at. And we must remove the inflammation, especially as we talked about pre-planning and redoing this right here, right now. In my notes, I was thinking, what can I bring pre-planning, because the seasons are changing. Next week is, well, what do we do in the summer days when they're just a memory? Well, the leaves start falling and the mold starts coming up. What do we do? I mean, luckily, there are very, very easy things. I'm always a proponent of easy, effective, and sustainable. So I'm going to give you 7 tips. That's a divine number that you can do right here, right now, to pre-plan so that allergy season, you will be ready. So are you ready?
We're ready. Make sure somebody in the studio audience, you take notes today, because my person backstage isn't here with me. So please, somebody commit to writing every single point so that note takers can take it down. All right, go.
I'm ready. These are 7. And so the 7 steps to be absolutely stress-free, allergy-free. Eat yogurt, because yogurt is a prebiotic. And when you have the prebiotic and the probiotic in your digestive system, your immune system stays high. You see, if this cup is an allergies. If it's empty, you're fine. When allergies come up, guess what? It overflows. If you've got a little bit of stress, it's right here. I don't know that you can see this, but as it goes up, that's what we've got to do to make sure that we absolutely stay key to our gut health and our immune system. This is one you may not have heard of before. It's called butterbur. It is a perennial tree. It is a plant. It's an herb. You can go to any like a Whole Foods or something, ask for butterbur. It's an anti-inflammatory plant. You put
What
it in your
word are you
house.
saying? Say it again.
Butterbur, Butterbur. Butterbur.
I
So
never
they
even,
will
I have
just,
not heard of that before.
so I like a butterbur plant. It is absolutely, it will cleanse your home indoors. It's an indoor plant, okay? Perennial, it's an herb. It's beautiful. Number 3, load up on vitamin C. We know about vitamin C, but when you take enough, and we're talking about pre-planning, as we said, pre-planning for these allergies, 10,000 milligrams is how much you need to take. If you have an allergy onset, 1,000 milligrams will do. Sniff peppermint. And I'm saying, just take your oil and go. Not only will it awaken your senses, but the peppermint will absolutely clean your stuffed up sinuses. Okay, you're going to love this one. Eat some onions. That's number 5. Onions? When you have an allergy onset, unpeel an onion, put it by your bedside. You will not smell this, but if you've got a cold or allergies, it will turn black because the onion absorbs whatever your body was intaking, and it goes to the onion, not to you. You like that?
So, yeah, this is some good stuff. You said eat yogurt, get a Berber plant, BUR plant, eat onions. What else did you say? Yeah, you said something.
And sniff some peppermint.
Oh, sniff some.
Okay, so I've got 1 more minute, and I'm watching my time, Kim. Okay, so I can tell you this, that as far as this goes, eating onions, it's only a couple grams of onion. Okay, it's got quercetin in it. It will go into your gut health. When you have great gut health, it will reduce inflammation. What happens to your sinuses? Everything is beautiful. Fish oil. We know about fish oil. It is a great anti-inflammatory, and it helps not only your lungs, but it helps your heart muscle. Okay, that is number 6. And then support your adrenal glands. You know, those little hats that are on top of your kidneys, got to keep them like a sun hat, keep them fresh and good. And it can happen from anything. You're going to love this. Eating licorice to ingesting some great B vitamins and riboflavonoids, blueberries, any of your blueberries and grapes. In conclusion, remember, if you have an allergy onset, it's rice. Rest, have ice for the inflamed part, whether you put an ice pack here, ice pack on your sinuses, and use those acupressure points. There are 1, 2, 3, right where, ladies, you put your blush. Acupressure, just push in, breathe out with the peppermint oil, and then elevate your head when you sleep, because it will let everything drain on down. So frankly, that's what I've got. It is really easy to have inflammation, anti-inflammatory, if you pre-plan, because it is just the way that our Heavenly Father designed. We have fall, we take out mold, we eat clean. And that's what I have to share on Freestyle Fridays, Kim.
Wow. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. Now I know did you want to still mention what you have backstage or no?
Absolutely. Okay. Number 1, you can get a hold of me on drjodee.com, and it's spelled my name, drjodee.com. You can reach me on all social media platforms at Health Coach Jodee. But as I was talking about digestive system and your gut health, I have a mastermind coming up, and I'd like to offer any of the Kim Jacobs audience, if you DM me at Health Coach Jodee or send me an email through my website, you can go ahead and get a discounted offer to my 5-day mastermind. Does your liver quiver? If not, what you got? Just put Kim in the message, and I know to give you that discounted price, because liver health absolutely keys into anti-inflammation in your body, which is allergies as well. It's all connected for real. And I am privileged, and I want to bring this up. I hope this works. There we go. And this is wonderful, wonderful Kim Jacobs non-for-profit. We are doing Clubhouse Monday at 7 p.m. And then we're doing it again Wednesday at 8:30 a.m. If you're more of a morning person, we can do it Wednesday at 8:30, just for 2 hours. What are we doing? I'm telling you right now, unabashed, we're raising money to keep Gabe's Heart Foundation beating, because when we can keep a beating heart, we're keeping alive the memory, and we're keeping you alive with your abundance of health. So what are we doing? Kim will be there, esteemed guest. It's in the Health for Life Club. It is my club on Clubhouse. If you're not familiar with Clubhouse, it's a new app. It's an audio social app, and we are raising money for those 4 hours because we together want to honor Kim. We want to honor her son, and we want to honor, if you're not a runner, just do a virtual, just give up your Starbucks money, donate money, because money keeps things moving. Just go down to your mailbox and back. But we're doing virtual and in person, a 5K walk, and add anything you wish, Kim, to this wonderful, wonderful event that you have here.
Okay. Well, listen, you all will pop it back up some more throughout next week as well, but I'm going to take it down now. It's in honor of my son that passed away. Gabe's Heart Foundation. The way that I keep his heart beating is a 5K walk that we do annually, and it's next Saturday. So you can come to the clubhouse on Monday and Wednesday of next week. So what we're going to do right now is I do want to pop up. I definitely want to pop up for you, Camille, how people can stay connected with you, because you did not share that. And I don't want people to be deprived of that opportunity. So can you tell people right quick? And then guess what? We're going to Donna. Get your mind right, Donna. We coming to you. We didn't let you done saw the flow. We coming to you. Okay. Camille, tell people how they can stay connected to you.
You can stay connected with me or even the Out of Sight authors on the Right to Heal Facebook page. We also have an Instagram as the same name, the Right to Heal. And we also have a Twitter, same name. So on all social media platforms.
Okay. It's frozen, but at the right, the number 2, Heal on all social media, social media platforms. It froze for a second, Camille.
No problem.
On all social media platforms. So again, I see all of the comments, and it's a gazillion of them. So we're going to definitely go to some of them closer to the end of today's episode. But we have right now with us a very special guest, and her name is, first of all, I want to compliment all of you. Y'all did an amazing job today. So let's give it up for our Freestyle Friday experts. Woo, woo, woo. All right. All right. So let me go ahead and introduce this special guest that we have here today, Donna Dunlap. She joined Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central Carolina's BBBSCC as the Chief Executive Officer in February 2016. She has over 30 years of nonprofit and for-profit leadership experience, and as the CEO of Big Brothers Big Sisters, her mission is to enable the organization to provide purposeful one-to-one mentorship to help change the lives of youth ages 5 to 18 who are facing adversity for the better. Donna, the daughter of educators, has a family legacy with Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Her mother was a big sister, and her father was actively engaged in the community, assisting children facing adversity. So she serves as a big sister herself personally, and has a passion for improving the lives of children in the Central Carolinas. Welcome to the Kim Jacobs Show.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I've already learned so much from everyone else. I'm excited to have had the experience to hear from everyone else. It's wonderful.
Well, we're glad to have you here today. I'll put it back where you're like, Lord, get me out the center of that screen like that.
Thank you.
You're like, why they do that to me? That's not what happened with everybody.
Spotlight's on me. I got it.
That's funny. So listen, I wanted to just take a moment to talk to you because Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central Carolinas has a major milestone happening. Talk to us about that. And it's happening this month.
Yes, this Saturday at the JW Marriott, we'll be celebrating formally our 50th anniversary, 50 years of serving this community. We have over 230 agencies across the country. So we're a national organization, but here locally, we have served 50 years, and just excited to celebrate it with a fun event that's going to include our young people, and the invitations have gone out to a number of people in the community. So if there's an interest, just put a note in the chat, let me know. Tickets are $250. We're actually going to have I don't know if people remember season 11 of The Voice, but Way McDonald's going to be performing. And it's more of a program where we're going to actually be honoring what we call Jedi Award winners, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. So Joe Bruno from Channel 9 is a big brother. He's going to be the rising Jedi, young philanthropist. We're going to be acknowledging Bank of America because they're so involved in the community. So community partner, Jedi community partner. And then David Tepper, who was a big brother years ago and is very focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion, is going to be receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award. So we're just excited to celebrate 50 years of really inspiring and transforming lives of young people.
That is incredible. And there you have a copy of the image there. So make sure if you're anywhere in the surrounding areas of Charlotte, North Carolina, make sure that you screenshot that, or if you know someone in the area. This is a major milestone in our community, so make sure that you all participate. Now, also, I know that you all had a significant contribution come in recently that I saw on a press release. Talk to us about that too.
Yes, so we received a $2.3 million gift from Mackenzie Scott, who has, I think most people know, has been very generous, focusing on marginalized communities across the country with gifts. And the way this happens is that they actually research different organizations and they vet them unbeknownst to us. I mean, we didn't apply for a grant. They have a team that determines, is this organization worthy? So when I got this phone call, I definitely thought it was a prank call and not real. And when the check arrived, I'm like, wow, this is real. And her help, because during the pandemic, I thought we were going to go out of business. If there was not government funding, I thought we were going to be out of the business of being able to help children, because a lot of funding shifted to crisis support. And now we're dealing with the crisis of mental health and academic lags amongst our young people that we serve. So this gift helped us to put back in infrastructure. It also helped us to secure our future. And the way Mackenzie Scott positions it is that this is an invitation to the community to continue to help our agency, because there are 50,000 children locally who would benefit from what we do. We serve children in single parent households, living in low income housing scenarios, incarcerated parent, living in poverty, dealing with a lot of trauma. So these are children that need a little bit of additional support, and that support can come through it.
That is so incredible. So how do you encourage people? Is Big Brothers, Big Sisters nationwide? Tell us where people can get connected. I already know the answers, but
yes. So I heard there are people from all over. So just Google Big Brothers, Big Sisters of your location. So you can just do Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Central Carolinas, and we pop up. So it makes it easier that way. But we definitely are hoping that each community will support the organization, because the reality is that every child is born with potential. They can be born in the same hospital, but they don't go home to the same circumstances. And that's what impacts who they become. So I try to encourage people when they think about, where do I want to give philanthropically? So it may come across a little bit harsh, but it's either you invest in our children who are struggling today, because we're a preventative agency. Once a child enters the juvenile justice system, that becomes a different support. We try to prevent that from happening. We try to enable them to graduate from college, high school, with a focus on either college or career. So invest today, or you're going to invest tomorrow, whether it's through social services, because people are, or it's going to be imprisonment. And that's the reality. I mean, I don't know how or why they came up with this ability, but by kindergarten, they can determine what prisons they need to plan based on how that child acts in kindergarten.
Oh, that is very disturbing.
Very disturbing, and you're predetermining a destiny that, with proper support and intervention, that does not have to be the outcome. So, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you said so. Go ahead. Say what you
I just get so passionate about it. I'm sorry.
I do too. Hearing what you're saying, it makes anybody passionate.
And I think the reality for people who either were raised with all that they needed and all the support they need, it's hard for them to understand when there are no resources in that family. So, I'll give you a simple example. I took my son to see his first play when he was 3, just to start that cultural exposure, whether it's 3 or 5. Most of our children between 8 to 11 are experiencing their first play, and it's through what we offer them, or any other cultural experience, or any other adventure, like even going to camp is a privilege. So just all those things that help develop confidence and a sense of belonging. We try to bring that to the young people we serve.
Wow. So I can hear the passion in your voice, Donna, and that's not something you can recreate or fake. It's a part of who you are. And I hear you say that it came kind of from your childhood years. Talk to us about more of where that passion developed in your life.
And that's why I appreciate some of what was being said previously about unwrap your gift, be your authentic self, pre-plan. You know, I was every message, and the inflammation definitely resonates with me. I have arthritis, so it was just every message resonated with me. So you know, my parents were first generation college educated, and they had their vision of what I was supposed to do.
Right.
So I was supposed to climb the corporate ladder, and I did that with Xerox Corporation the majority of my career, and then later Microsoft. And I just did not feel a sense of purpose or passion. I was on different boards, but I was not fulfilled. And then I hate for anyone to have the tipping point that I had to say, do something about your life. But you know, I was on a plane on 9/11, one of the ones that might have been shot down out of LaGuardia, heading toward Chicago. And so I definitely decided you need to do something different. So even though I wasn't married at the time, I became a foster parent shortly after that happened, and later adopted my son, and then put together a plan. That plan, because financially it's hard to run a nonprofit, so put together that plan to find an opportunity to get a C-level experience. And when this came up, it was the right experience. I always wanted more children. But my son liked being the only child. So I now have 1,000 children and it's my job. So he can't say anything about it.
Right. He's like, you're going to share mom one way or the other.
Yes, he has to do that. So it just was always a burning desire to give back and to help women and to help young people. And I'm doing both when I'm helping the children of these moms that come to us, because we focus on that single parent environment.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And now when you think about the success stories that come out of the big brothers, big sisters, and this is just an organic conversation that we're having, everyone. I don't have any scripted questions, but what is something that just really resonates with you, whether it's one story or 2 or 20, just share something that really was like, this confirms that I'm doing the right thing.
I'll give 2 if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
So 85% of our children are Black and brown, but 60% of our bigs are white. And there's nothing wrong with that, because I find that they've learned so much culturally, cross-culturally, but definitely want more people of color to mentor our children, because a lot of times that's what the mom is seeking, especially for her little boy. But one of the stories, and it happened to be a white IBM executive who was a big brother to a young Black male who's living low-income housing with 2 brothers and a single mom. And he had that relationship with this man since he was 10, and he was now a teenager. And because a lot of our relationships last 4+ years, the commitment's only a year, but the last 4+ years a lot of times. But he went to his big brother and he said, "I'm thinking about selling drugs to make money to support my family." I'm happy he was able to have that conversation, because we try to train our volunteers, do not judge, be that voice and support in the corner that helps a child get through things. And so the big brother said, "You can do that, and you're more than likely end up in prison, either short term or for the rest of your life.
Right.
Or you can invest in you and be able to have the resources you need financially, not only to serve your family, but to serve your community." And this young man's name is Elliot, and he graduated 2 years ago from law school. And just yeah, he's amazing. He's an amazing young man. But you know, there's so many success stories. A young woman who was adopted into a very large family. Her mom put her in our program, and she didn't even know what college was. And so she is now going to her alma mater that her big sister, Winston-Salem State. And one of our board members saw her speak at her high school graduation from our program, and he gave her an internship and is now offering her a full-time job at Bank of America. So I mean, so we're trying to open these doors and helping children realize you can have hopes and dreams, and we can help you find that path, because they only know the world they live in. That parent or guardian at home may not be able to be that life navigator to break that cycle of generational poverty. And that's our focus. in our community, and I'm sure in other communities that are listening in, there are those who are just trapped in generational poverty and don't see a way out. And our intent is to help our young people have hopes and dreams and to give them the tools and resources to find that path out of poverty.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Let me just make sure that we reiterate again that you all have a need in the Charlotte and surrounding areas too for a certain amount of mentors that you're looking for now. So if people are in the Charlotte and surrounding areas, how many volunteers are you looking for currently?
We would love to have 50 volunteers to support children that are currently on the wait list. And again, you can just Google Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central Carolinas, and you can go in and volunteer and start the application process. It only requires 1-year commitment, and you're only asked to connect with that child 2 times a month, 2 to 4 hours each time. So it's not a major commitment. I think I watch more bad TV in a given month than 4 hours. So
Yes.
it's not a lot of time. It's just that consistency, and then that help focus on that development plan. We have what we call caseworkers that help guide you, the child, the parent, to make sure it's a healthy, productive relationship. And if things don't work, we step in and help readjust. So we hope people will step forward. Think about all the mentors in your life. You may have been fortunate enough that was your parent or teacher. We're working with children who have an overwhelmed school system and children who have overwhelmed parents just trying to put food on the table that need that extra support.
Wow, this has been just a very robust Freestyle Friday episode. And I think, God does everything the way that he does it for it to work out the way it's supposed to work out. So where you may be thinking, oh my gosh, I did this or I did that, it worked out perfectly. So I am again going to pop up this event so you all will know. Celebrating 50 years, Saturday, September 24th. Make sure you screenshot it. They're going to have a wonderful black tie affair put together for you in honor of Big Brothers, Big Sisters in the Central Carolinas area. So do not miss this opportunity. And thank you, Donna Dunlap, for contributing to this Freestyle Friday episode.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Does anybody on the panel have a question for Donna before we go to our last comments from our virtual studio audience?
I just say that your heart just shows, Donna, and that's why it will go way beyond what you're doing here. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your grace and story.
Thank you.
All right. And then I do want to pop it one more time because I had a slight glitch. So I want to share this one more time. On Saturday, September 24th, Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Central Carolinas is cordially inviting you to their celebration of 50 years. Do you know how long 50 years is? This is a commitment of a lifetime, and they're going to have a black tie affair for you to remember. So make sure that you go and visit. Where do they visit to get their tickets?
It's right there on the link where you can go and get your tickets.
Okay.
So if you can take a screenshot of that, you can just go right there and access how to get your tickets. And
so if you're in Charlotte,
it's here in Charlotte. It's not a stuffy fundraiser. It's an experience.
It's a great experience.
People are going to really enjoy. No rubber chicken. Or fish and beef tips. It's going to be really special.
So you don't want to miss that event if you're in the Charlotte and surrounding areas. Let's see. So let me also just say, I do have to take a second to go to our virtual studio audience. And I want to also say one more time too, that we have our Gabe's Heart Foundation 5K walk. All of the proceeds, what we'll do is be doing a full week of random acts of kindness called Doing It Gabe's Way. And it's in honor of my 12-year-old son that passed away 7 years ago. And every year we do this 5K walk. You can go to gabesheartfoundation.org to learn more. All right, let's see. A lot of comments came in. I'm going to take like maybe just 2 to 3 minutes, and then we're going to all disconnect. And I will see what comments came in right quick. And guys in the studio audience, don't be upset with me that I didn't spend as much time as I normally do. I was trying to manage the panel, the backstage, everything today. But this has been an awesome episode. Congratulations, Donna Dunlap, is what Athena said, on upcoming 50 years event and generous gift towards the organization. Yes, wonderful. And I see your phone number. I put that in there too, Dr. Jody Bear, 1-800-820-0854. So you all make sure you stay connected with Dr. Jody. My mom is on I know you'd have been so upset if I forgot to mention you. Good morning, ladies. This is an awesome show with so much super great information. I love this show and the useful information, and I love all of you. All right. See all of your comments. Let me make sure. And whoever did this for me, and I don't see your name, but thank you so much for typing the 6 steps to pre-planning, what to do, how to budget, what is the outcome you're looking for, how to obtain resources to help, show up with confidence, and prepare for contingencies. Pamela plans amazing. Yes. All right. All right. And then I see people were typing to all of the things that Dr. Jody was sharing, eating yogurt, get Berber plant, vitamin C, all of these things. You guys have just been a very active virtual studio audience today. So I do want to thank you all. And let's see any other comments. It's been so many comments. I'm not catching them all. Super awesome. Congratulations. Someone said, Anita Walker. Hey, Anita said, super awesome. Congratulations. All right. So glad to see you today, Anita. I love you. Let's see. Other comments. Oh, this is awesome. Somebody said that was awesome. Glenda said, glad to see you, Glenda. Okay. There's no way I'm going to get through all of these. Okay. Somebody, Rosemarie said, I believe physical exercise and mindset are key, probably to what you were talking about, reset, coach. Somebody did answer the question, what's clogging you? So let's see what his answer was. Ronnie James, he says, honestly, ladies, low frequency energy vampire people and places and things get me clogged. Any comment to that, Tracy, right quick?
It's time for a reset.
Okay, removing chemicals from your home, Rosemary said. I might add, that goes to something y'all were saying. Yes. All right. Hailing you from Jamaica. Somebody said, Thelma said, hey, Les Brown. Hey, Lady Kim, hailing you from Jamaica. Blessings to you, Thelma. And Anita said, just did a talk on detoxing. I totally agree with the young lady about detoxing. All right, y'all. I see you and I love all of you. I'm going to have to get ready to disconnect. But this has been a wonderful episode. Unmute yourself and say one closing comment, each of you. And Donna, so I'm not making you last. Say your closing comment. Oh, and hey, Camille's back. Hey, Camille, go ahead. Donna, say a closing comment.
Sure. I want everyone to dig deep and focus on your passion and purpose. And hopefully you find space in your heart to give back to the young people of whatever community you live in to help support their success.
Excellent. Athena, say a closing comment, please.
Yeah, unwrap your gift and share it. You won't regret it. Happy Friday.
I love it. Tracy, share one.
Yes, I would say think about what's clogging you up so that you can release that, so you can live that healthy life with vitality and be the person that you are supposed to be, to be able to exercise your gifts and your passion and purpose.
Excellent. Okay, Pamela, give us a closing comment.
So now that you know that every life and every event has a story, why not leave a legacy?
Oh, you're going to say that? Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay, come on, Dr. Jody Bear.
Just remember the 7, and so you won't have issues with your tissues come this fall. You will have it all. And see you on Clubhouse.
Okay, y'all are funny. Okay, Camille Richardson, our vision expert, say something.
You were born to do this, you get to do this, and you were gifted to do this. So be the best you that you know how to be.
Yeah. All right, everyone. And on that note, thank you so much for tuning in to this episode of the Kim Jacobs Show, and have a fantastic day. Donna, I will talk to you, if you will, backstage for 1 minute. Everyone else, if you can stay, great. If not, have a beautiful rest of your day. I love each and every one of you. And thank you in the studio audience for tuning in. Have a great one. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times, as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show. Hello. What if I could save or get you back at least $3,000 on your very next federal tax return? And not only that, what if you use the same training that I'm going to teach you and you can get back $3,000 at least every year for the rest of your life? Would that be of value to you? I think you're probably saying, yeah, I could use some of that. But just think about how much money you're losing right now, that you're literally pouring down the drain because you don't know the knowledge that I have shared with hundreds of my clients to do this all the time, every year. I'm Dr. Liddy. I'm the good lawyer and the good business coach, and I want to personally invite you to the special private training that I'm going to be doing in 2 weeks because I care about your business. I know what it's like to be broke or going broke slowly because no one shows up to help you in your business. No one mentors you, no one coaches you, so you're really able to be successful. My dad was rich. He was a business lawyer in New York City. My mom was beautiful. She was brilliant. She was also broke. And when my dad disappeared one day, my mom and I wound up living in shelters in New York City from the time I was 9 until I was 16. Then the wealthy families at the university that I went to, Columbia University, took pity on me. And they taught me, they mentored me, they coached me, they trained me to learn how to make money and how to save money. And this is why I continue to do this for small businesses worldwide all the time, as often that I can. And this is why you should listen to me. I have shared this knowledge, been asked to share this knowledge by organizations, individuals all over the world that want to use wealthy tax strategies to become wealthy themselves. And I'll be sharing the secret wealth tax strategies of the rich in a series of special private trainings that I'm going to be doing. And here's the thing, the next one is coming up really, really soon. So I want to invite you to enroll in the first free class. I know, the first class is totally free. Yes, I'm doing it. And it's a 6 weeks course, but the first class is free to you. And I'm calling this powerful knowledge, cracking the tax code for small businesses in 2022. And I should really add beyond because you can continue to use this for a lifetime. So here are some features and benefits that you'll be getting when you attend the special private training. And remember, that's a free first class training that you're going to receive. So we're going to be talking about during that first class how to use the professional training that you've been getting all year or all of last year and how to deduct that. We're going to talk about retirement planning deductions. Yes, you can build towards your retirement as part of your business. We're going to talk about HSA, the health savings accounts that you can use right through your business in order to be able to deduct the health care that you're paying for right now. We're going to talk about Section 179 exemptions. And if you don't know what that is, don't worry, I'm going to train you on how to do that. We're going to talk about carry forwards. Yeah, there's something called carry forwards that are powerful that business owners need to know and be doing. We're going to talk about charitable contributions, how to really maximize those, especially the fact that you should have a nonprofit as well.
because that's a huge tax deduction while doing well for others. And there's about 15 more deductions and exemptions that I could share with you. So I want you to join the course for free. Be my special guest at the first class training. And here are some organizations that have invited me to speak at their companies and their organizations, and to teach their staff and professionals about the very knowledge that I am going to be sharing with you in the special private training. And remember, the first class is on me because I care and I want to be the good lawyer and the good business coach that shows up for you. So I'll see you on the training really soon.
Monetize your business assets with Dr. Liddy. Dr. Liddy is a renowned world-class attorney. She has been featured in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, USA Today, and the New York Law Journal for her work to protect small businesses and small investors. She presented a TEDx talk in London on what the original purpose of corporations was to do public good and what went wrong. Dr. Liddy has a BA from Columbia University, MBA from New York University, JD from Fordham University, and a PhD from University of Barcelona. Corporate executives hire Dr. Liddy to train employees to be more legally mindful in their employment transactions. The United Nations hired Dr. Liddy to instruct small to medium-sized enterprises across the globe on the laws that impact their businesses. Dr. Liddy has spoken at business, law, and tax conferences, from Amsterdam to Bogota, to Cape Town to Los Angeles to Paris to New York, to Barcelona to Miami to Warsaw to Costa Rica to Germany. Dr. Liddy designs legal structures and financial systems for entrepreneurs who are frustrated and disappointed that their business has not been as profitable and successful as they expected. By teaching entrepreneurs how to use the leverage of law, taxes, insurance, and estate planning, entrepreneurs can be 10 times more profitable and successful so that they can build wealth and create a legacy to pass on to their families. So come join her, monetizing you and your business at a full. Connect with Dr. Liddy today by visiting drliddy.com and at Linktree/Dr. Liddy.
Hello and welcome to Book Talks with Sandy. I am so delighted to have you all with me here on Saturday afternoon. We are back. I seem like it is really, really great whenever I get to come on Saturday afternoons live, so I can connect with you all. Book Talks with Sandy. So listen, this is what I need you all to do. Go ahead and share it, get it out. I tell you, you are leaders of leaders, tribe leaders, you're coaches of coaches, and we are just wanting you to definitely take part or be able to just see what's happening and the authors that we are going to be having on today. Listen, I am so excited. Coffee Conversation is also our parent line. So we are on Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends on Facebook, but we're so excited. We're also now our YouTube channel. So anytime we'd like for you to hop on over there, do go ahead and subscribe so that whenever we do go live, you will be able to get the notification. And so either you can watch us live in on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, as well as our Facebook, on our Facebook page, which is Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. Well, I am very, very excited about my today's guest. My today's guest is not a stranger to Book Talks with Sandy, and it is such an honor
I feel like that we've gone through a time, for lack of a better word, I can't even find a word, but just time. We've gone through some things together. But you all have seen the post, and without further ado, I am going to bring our today's guest on, and we will just go from there. All right. And we are talking about the Renaissance lady herself. Yes, indeed. Yes. We're talking about my friend. Yeah, Dawn Leak. How you doing, lady? You mute.
Hey, Sandy. Yes, it's one of my things. You know, you think I've
Listen,
done
y'all,
this
she's
a
all
thousand
tan.
times.
Look
I
at her.
can
She
remember
looks
that.
gorgeous.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to go ahead and bring on the other contributing authors. How about that? Yeah, let's go ahead and bring on these phenomenal people. Y'all see them. Yes, indeed. We're talking about Coach Ann Singletary. Yes, and Mr. Eric. And we're talking about Miss Ida Crawford and Minister Kimberly Woolcock, and all the way from New York City. Yes, Reverend Dr. Renee Mentor. Listen, this is the Finally Free family. We're talking about, yes, Finally Free 2. Listen, get it out. Go ahead. We're going to take a moment while we chat just a little bit before we really get into it. I want you all to go ahead, you all that are watching us now, go ahead, share it out. Let them know that Dawn and Sandy and the contributing authors, listen, they're live. Okay? All right. Well, Book Talks with Sandy, it is a platform for authors. And when we say it's for authors, it is for visionary authors. It is for authors that are doing their solo projects. But mostly all, I say that it is for you. Why do I say that? Because you just might be looking for a good book to read. Today's guest that we have on with us, Dawn, I tell you, I'm just like speechless when I think about leading up to this. I really did truly have like, God, look how far we've come. Come on, tell me what's on your heart.
Oh my gosh, this book is so amazing. The first book was absolutely, beyond anything that I could have imagined that it would be. It's like it just blossomed into so many different things for so many people. And it's just been amazing to watch that for this past year and a half. And it just came to me that and I've had a few people ask. I was like, the second edition has to come. I have to have some of this amazing family of authors back to let people know that have read the first edition where they're at now, how they got there, what kind of went on, what's transpired, and since they became finally free. Because a lot of them at the beginning of the first edition were bound by chains of all sorts. So now it's kind of like the chains are gone, life's changed, the business has changed, everything's changed, mindsets changed. So that's it. And so I'm so excited. I cannot wait. I have personally not read through the chapters yet. They're in the editing process now, and I haven't read them. I'm waiting to be surprised.
Well, you all, it's not my first, but I feel differently about this interview. I am a 6-time best-selling author. And to now interview these authors, I can say I'm interviewing my co-authors because I am one of the authors in this amazing book. I'm so thankful to Dawn for the opportunity to allow me to share in this book. And so it was definitely life-changing for me. I want to show our audience, you all, this is book number 1. Okay, y'all probably like, what was she about to show? This is the first edition. So leading up to this conversation, Mr. Eric, this was my first time, my opportunity to meet you for the very first time. I remember interviewing you, y'all. Here are all of the authors from the back. But the reason why I wanted to pull it out is because this was 21 people who rendered powerless, changed the trajectory of their life. They were tenacious, they were fearless, bold, and triumph. triumphant. And those words really stuck out with me. And we talked about that in 2 interviews. And here we sit. And as you began to share with us, is that you knew that there had to be something else. You wanted to do something else. And why not do a Finally Free too? I want to share with our audience who you are. Dawn Leak is an international speaker. She is a best-selling author. You all, I have to tack on the number there. You all, she is 24 now, okay? And I was teasing one of the other ones, but she is 24 time. Yes, indeed. But just so that you know, Dawn is, she's a world-class business professional with a remarkable expertise in the areas of wellness and dimensional coaching. She, as I said, she's an inspirational speaker. She has been speaking on global stages. That was my first connection with her, by seeing just a photo. And it was such power in just her photo alone. As I mentioned, that she's a best-selling author. She's the CEO of both Finally Free LLC and Dawn Leak Enterprise. And we'll share more about her. But her motto, her mantra is simple: do it scared. And Dawn, if you will, come on and share with us a little bit more about the book. And we're going to go on and we're going to meet Coach Ange Singletary just a second. And we're going to start with Ange and Eric, and we'll let them introduce themselves. But come on, how this book was birthed out.
You know, probably at the beginning of my coaching career, I coached primarily on fear. And so how to walk through fear, how to get to the other side of fear, because it keeps us stuck in so many different areas. So I decided I wanted to do a book. I had no idea what I was doing, but I just knew from some other experiences that I had, I knew what I didn't want to do. So I just did the opposite of that. And I got these amazing authors that were just almost, I just want to say, gifted to me. They came and they were transparent, and they wrote their chapters about what had been holding them back, what had kept them stuck. And for some of them, it was the first time actually talking about it. It was their first time actually saying it out loud. And here they were writing it, and for the whole world to read. And so that in itself was so freeing to them. And they didn't realize it as they were writing, nor did I realize that this was going to be such a healing process for so many people, the authors as well as readers. And so, you know, with that being said, I have watched these authors for the last almost year and a half. And they are just blossoming and blooming and just killing it in so many areas, because now that the elephant is out of the room, now that the weight is off their shoulders, they're finally free to do what they really want to do, because they're not holding that fear. They're not holding what was keeping them stuck anymore. They released that along with that chapter. And so I have some of those same authors coming back, writing about where they're at now and what they're doing now and how they've worked through becoming finally free. And I have some brand new authors that are getting ready to go through that same process and release whatever is got them stuck. And fear usually is the primary thing that, you know, all different types of fear. Sometimes people have fear of not wanting to tell anybody about what's keeping them stuck, because they fear they'll be judged by it. But when you just put all cares to the wind and you're able to write about whatever it is, it's a release, it's a healing process. So, you know, the first book, I did not write anything in. I did not write one single word, because it was kind of brought to me that this is what you're supposed to do. And you're simply a vessel for these authors. And so I did not write in the book. It was made very clear to me that this book was not for me. It was not about me. It was for the authors. And so in this book, I'm being called to write a little bit. So I'm going to share, because my life has totally changed as well since Finally Free, the first part. So that's what it's all about, Miss Sandy. And we are so blessed and thrilled to have you because you were such an integral part of the launch of Finally Free One. You know, we were on a show. I mean, we were all hot shots. We had never been on shows before, and this was it. You couldn't tell us nothing, everything on the show.
Listen, you all listen. We were going through it together. I was the kid on the block learning how to do what God had called me to do.
Absolutely.
Do in the space of interviewing authors and having a space, because I didn't know what to do when I became an author, Dr. Mentor. I didn't. And Book Talks with Sandy. And from there, here we sit 2 years later. And listen, I went back and I look at the graphics and I look at the interview, a space where I used to sit, and I did that very first interview. And so here we are. Angie, I think this was my first time meeting, because this was back in 2020, you all. So, and you have come a long way. Listen, you were definitely, as they say, we come a long way, baby. So come on, introduce yourself to us. Yes, you are. You're a returning author. I had to double check. I had to make sure because I've interviewed you several times. But come on, introduce yourself to our audience today.
So I am Coach Ange. I am a transformational coach for women ages 35 to 55. I help women make themselves a priority again and get unstuck. I also have a Little Perspective, which is a publishing company, multi-platform, with the podcast, the audio, the video, public speaking, and then of course the books. The book, the original Finally Free, being the reason why I decided to become a visionary, because I saw how empowering it was for people, and what an amazing experience it was for all of us as a Finally Free family. And like Dawn said, like to still to this day have the same brother sister feeling. It's cool, and it's something that you really can't understand until you experience it. So excited to be a part of Finally Free 2. Didn't realize how much this chapter kind of picked up from the last one until after I had written it and turned it in. And then I went back and read the first one, and I was like, oh, wow, okay. So it always works out, right? And it's fun to see the progress in all of us and in our relationships with one another. So love you, Sandy. You're muted.
I was saying something like, yes. Come on, Mr. Eric, if you will. Say hello to us. Tell us a little bit about who you are. And then we'll go on over to Miss Ashley, if you'll get ready. Okay. And then Miss Ida. Go ahead.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am Eric Willoughby. I am a master facilitator for a Fortune 500 company. I am currently a 2-time best-selling author, and I am also the CEO of A Man's Perspective, LLC. That was a direct result from the first Finally Free that I was in. Opened up so many doors for me when it came to sharing my story on different digital platforms, such as this show here. I know I've done a couple of different things with Coach Ange. Also had the opportunity to do some live speaking, and that's where I really had to do it scared. If anyone knows me, like this family knows me, I have a original sense of humor, and my first in-person speaking engagement was me sitting at the table with the organizers, and they're like, oh man, somebody canceled, what are we gonna do? I'm like, put me in, coach, I can do it. And they were like, okay, you get 15 minutes. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna need 20 because I'm gonna need 5 to get ready. And then I immediately ran outside and couldn't breathe. But I did it. I did it scared. I was up on that stage sharing my story from Finally Free. So then when I had the opportunity to come back, of course I was going to say yes. And I can't be happier to make this decision. And, you know, I'm writing this next chapter about all of the different things that happened because I am now finally free.
Yes, you are indeed. I love it when he talked about that was my first time meeting him as well on the Finally Free One project, and sharing your story. Your story was amazing, and you actually became the voice of many, many men. I think you have made more of an impact that you may not be aware of, because you were my first male interview person that I had the opportunity and the privilege to and what you did, you set the bar. You really did. But that's another conversation. We'll come on back. Okay, come on, Ashley. Come on, Miss Lady. Because I'll get all deep and serious, you all. You're listening to the amazing conversation. And these are author tours. This is an author tour of the upcoming, soon to be released, Finally Free 2, with the phenomenal, yes, we call her the Renaissance lady, the lady that will tell you do it scared. We're talking about Dawn Leak and the contributing authors of the upcoming book, Finally Free 2. You've just been hearing two of the returning authors from the previous edition of Finally Free, which is Finally Free 1. Now we're going to continue on down the road, and we have Miss Ashley. Ashley, what is your new name? And I will go ahead and let you share and bring it all out, okay?
It's Ashley Prima as of yesterday.
Yes.
There because that's what, you know, my brand was. But yeah, we got married yesterday and I'm excited. Actually am very excited about this book because I've gone through a lot of changes since Finally Free 1, a lot of changes. But God is good and I'm just grateful. I'm an international bestselling author 6 times, and I'm visionary author to a book as well. And I am a public speaker. I've just really enjoyed my time since I started in Finally Free. That was the beginning of my writing career. I became a published author. Dawn was my inspiration to become a visionary author. I know my phone's all sideways. Hold on. I'm just excited. I'm excited that God has led me to this second edition. And I'm so thankful that she asked me to be a part of it.
We are glad that you are a part of this book project as well. And again, congratulations to you. And just keep doing what you're doing. We're excited. We'll be talking a little bit more with you. Now we're going, and so yes, if you just got married yesterday, thank you for the sacrifice. Thank you for showing up. I think that speaks volumes right there. So thank you. Thank you for showing up on today. And yes, we have the amazing Ida Crawford. I believe I've had the privilege of interviewing you in the past, but come on and say hello to our audience. And we've got some people that are on, just so that you know, we've got Yinka in the room. Yes, indeed. As she said earlier, do it scared. But yes, all the way from the UK. So come on, Ida, and say hello to us.
Hello. I am so honored to be a part of this. I wasn't in the first book, but I was able to interview all of these ladies on my platform. And I'm here to tell you, it was an amazing journey with these ladies. I mean, they brought it in terms of my platform, just minding my business. It went off the chart. I mean, people, hundreds of viewers, hundreds of listeners. The statistics were like amazing with these ladies. And I just want to thank you all for really bringing my platform in the spotlight, because your stories and the power of the book itself was amazing. And I'm just honored that Dawn allowed me to be a part of this book, because it did so much for me, business wise and spiritually wise, because hearing the stories of other people and somebody else's story is your story in some way or fashion, you know. And I'm just honored to be here and looking forward to having all of you ladies on my platform, the second book as well. And thank you so much, Dawn, for your inspiration for what you do.
Yes, indeed. Well, thank you, Ms. Ida, for being there. And again, a fellow podcaster and social media influencer. It's so good to have you on the show. I believe I've had the privilege of interviewing you in the past. Yes, indeed. And it's amazing, this journey, as you said. It is because of Dawn coming on our show that makes us who we are. Listen, we couldn't do it without people like her. Okay. All right. And so we're going to now bring on Kimberly. We'll come on, Kimberly, and say hello to us.
Kim, you're muted, honey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. I'm just happy to be here, and everybody here on this panel. The first time when Finally Free 1 was released, I came to support my niece, and everybody here inspired me to write. Everybody on this panel. So everyone here is just absolutely amazing. Just the power of their statements and beliefs and reading the stories. Just phenomenal, just phenomenal. And I am a Christian counselor, and I also am the state delegate for World Senior Miss this year. And I'm honored to be here. And I also have Rise and Rejoice, which is a sublimation company. And I just want to say thank you to Dawn for allowing me this opportunity to be among you and such phenomenal, amazing authors. I'm truly honored and humbled to be here.
Indeed, I'm super excited to also be to have you here and to be in the book with you as well. Looking forward to what all you're going to be sharing with us on today. Dr. Mentor, come on and say hello to us with you. Okay.
Well, hi there. Can you hear me? Okay. Hi. Well, hello from New York, and I am just so honored to be here. I want to say that every single person on this platform, I've been involved in an anthology even before Finally Free. So, when we think of family, we think of our relatives, and our relatives are our blood relations, and we can't choose them, but we can choose who our family is. And I am just so proud to be a member of this family. So when Dawn did, or first announced, and I did not know Dawn, but she was involved in a project, I guess the sequel to a project that I had been involved with Ida. I believe I was the first one to say yes. And I keep saying yes. And the integrity of what it is that this lady does makes me continue to come to the table. And as far as Sandy's concerned, I come to your table all the time. So I am just so grateful that, my Mississippi family, plus Ida, my Mississippi family, plus Ida, has never let me down. So I am just rejoicing that this little girl from New York is still counted as a member of this family. So yeah, I'm just thrilled to tell this story.
And I want to park right there. I want you to stay right there because you're going to be next on. If you don't, because that's how we met Dr. Mentor. And we met her from her coming on the show, bringing the authors, and that's how I met her. Allow Dr. Mentor to share. You went through a medical issue leading up to that, and that right there. Can we go in that vein? Can we go in that direction?
Well, of course, because what I have to say is, first of all, when we did Finally Free One, which I call the prequel, and I refer to it as that. It's the prequel, and my title was "Butterflies Are Beautiful and Free," and it was really about the miraculous life that I've had. God has. I am the receiver of miracles. And we talked about that and how, like a butterfly, the struggle that I had to go through to become free, just on that level, to be able to tell that story. So every time I'm involved in anything, somebody put something on the screen, go away. But every time I'm involved in one of these stories, it's more and more of me taking away the layers and becoming more transparent. And with that, like the butterfly, I believe that my spirit soars. So in this, and I don't want to give away too much, I'll give you the title, but the title is The Rise, the Fall, the Lesson. And in that lesson, the blessing. So every one of my stories talks about some type of, and for me, it's usually a physical thing. So we're going to talk about how we're not the sculptor. I take the position of the clay, and how I allow God to use me to to speak to the masses. So this is an incredible opportunity to talk about the rise, the fall, and then the lesson in that blessing. So I'm excited about this one. Yeah.
That was perfect. That was exactly because you began to talk about the butterfly. Dawn, come on. What made how God how you brought it all together, the butterfly, the symbol of the butterfly. Then as we go around, we talk this particular book, as we talked about, one is about being tenacious, fearless, bold, and triumphant. And in this journey, healing, again, despite the world pandemic, facing our fears, coming out triumphantly, success in the art of learning to pivot. What is going to make this book a little bit different?
Oh, are you asking me?
No, Dawn. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you led us right into that question. And as I was saying, what is the expectation? What is going to make this one different, or as the follow-up from one?
This one's going to be a little bit different because it's going to be a mix. So by having, so many of the first edition authors returning, they are going to tell the story. So now the reader, if they have read the first one, they got the initial story, and now they're getting the return on what's going on. So a lot of times we read things and someone kind of tells us, okay, my life was here and now it's here. And then we're stuck like wondering, well, what happened in the middle and how did they get there? Because I need to get there. So I need to figure out how they got from point A to point C. Someone fill me in on point B, because that's what I don't have. Yeah. And so in their writings, a lot of them gave those things, but the reader's looking at it going, I wonder what they're doing now. I wonder what's going on now that they're finally free. So they've made this statement at the end of their chapter that they're finally free. Mm-hmm. But what's happened now? And so we have those authors, the original family, telling the readers what's happening now, a year and a half later. Yeah. And then we have new authors that are just stepping into it. So, someone's reading Finally Free for the first time. they can also get takeaways from the brand new authors that are working through becoming finally free. So it's kind of an all-in-one.
That is amazing. That's good, because whenever you can, just when someone says finally free, then it puts at least finally free what? Where? So yes, for sure. So what I want Ange to do is to come on and begin to share about some of the things that you were set free from, and what can we expect from you.
Yes. So for me, for the second part of Finally Free, the first part I wrote about going through some self-healing and kind of giving myself permission to move through the processes. And then this time it's actually digging a little bit deeper even and finding closure on my own. Because I think often we want, a certain apology or admittance or guilt or what have you, and that keeps us from moving on when we really have it within our own power to just give that to ourselves. We don't need somebody else's permission or apology or what have you to be able to move forward. And so I wanted to write about that to kind of empower people to see that they have so much in them. And again, it absolutely goes back to the experience in each of the books I've been in. I've been in Dawn's books because if she's rocking, I'm rolling. But then I have my own too, and then the one that we're doing right now. But it's all about like getting together. I'm an introvert, but when you're able to really connect with people that like are on your level and then your family, right? Chosen family, as Eric says, who all's over there, it makes all the difference. So I'm thrilled. I'm excited. I'm honored.
Well, that is wonderful. I had to come off because I'm doing some stuff on the background. But yes, thank you so much. Eric, come on and share with us, if you will, some what can we expect from you in the number 2?
So in the first book, I wrote about life with a special needs child from a man's perspective. It was informational about my child with the special needs, but it was more so about how I dealt with it as the father of the child. So I wanted to give an update of where I was when I was dealing with my mental health, from being the stressed cornerstone that society wanted me to be, and being able to speak about it and tell my story. So in this chapter here, I bring a man's perspective back and give an update on where we are today with the family and all of the different things that I was able to accomplish or do that I wouldn't have been able to do if I wasn't finally free.
And so things that so you look back a couple of years when the book came out, as I mentioned, is that I really believe that you set a bar for many men to share their stories. And of course, there's authors, the author world is like huge. But even in this percentage or this in our world, you really did. You became a face for many men that wanted to share their story. How does that feel?
Unreal.
Okay.
When I was writing that first chapter, I didn't think anything of it, of who it would affect or what results would be from it. I was just trying to heal and like things were said, just get it out there for the first time.
Okay.
Finally Free was the first book that I was a part of. And just I had a great experience and had great healing from it. And then once I started having different speaking engagements or different shows, it really hit me that it was not just me that it was affecting,
Yeah.
and the big effect that it did have on men talking about their mental health just in different situations, and not necessarily with dealing with a child with special needs, but just being able to express what they were going through to help and really put it out there, and
Yeah.
to do it scared.
Yeah. And you did it successfully because again, people saw your story, and you were just authentic with it. And that's the thing. So we applaud you. Thank you for sharing again. Thank you for sharing. And I know that we're going to walk away. And with number 2, we're going to walk away and we'll find out what you would like for us to walk away with in a little bit. Okay. Give us one of those tips. Ashley, come on, if you will. Share with us what's been going on since we last talked about Finally Free, and now we're at Finally Free 2. Yeah, well, we already know one is that you got married, but yes, Finally Free. You really were another individual that was very when I say loud, meaning bright and exuberant about talking about being finally free, dealing with a mental health. You're an advocate of mental health. So what's different about going into this particular project? What's a little bit different?
Well, what's a little bit different this time around is I've gotten a lot stronger in my own mental health journey. I actually, I had a little setback. I went through some things, but it just talks about bouncing back up again, no matter what life throws at you. And it gives all glory to God. I have scripture all over, all through it. And it just basically shows you can definitely tell the difference from Finally Free to Finally Free 2, my mental strength and how much I've gone through, and then even just the writing style of what I've accomplished, and just, that's basically what it's about. It's about going from being scared and feeling like I was unworthy to be loved and dealing with it in my first chapter in Finally Free, to now, after being on stages, being able to speak about mental health, just because of Finally Free giving me that opportunity, it just goes more in depth about what I've done to stay strong. And even if you have a setback, what to do to come back stronger from that and to continue to finally be free.
Yeah. And that's real important. What you just mentioned is how to stay strong, or even whenever you do have that moment where you're not strong. Your arms, as I say, my arms are down, my head is down, my spirit is down. But having a circle of friends, how important was it for you in your bounce back to have people who supported you, who had individuals to encourage you? How important is that, if you would talk to our audience?
It is very important to have people that love you, that want to be there for you. And coming into the author world just brought a whole bunch of people into my life that reach out to me. I mean, it's like a whole new world whenever you become an author and in these anthologies, or you become a visionary author and you have authors that you're responsible for. And it's just, it's a whole new world. It's a whole new experience, but we have each other's back. And that's what matters the most. No matter what I was going through between Finally Free and Finally Free 2, I had so many authors and, co-authors and friends and talk show hosts and just anybody just there for me. And especially realizing, that I was a mental health advocate and sometimes struggled with my mental health, but it's very important to have those people and have that circle. And once you find your tribe and you find your circle, it just makes it so much easier to go about life.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a faith group of people. Yes, we are believers, and I believe that was your faith had a lot to play played a big part, a big role in, and we'll say all of it. Yeah, your faith in God, that you never wavered, you still believed in God, regardless, and you didn't give up on that. Yeah,
Yes.
awesome.
Definitely kept the faith, and I definitely endured, and I overcame those trials and those tribulations, and I'm here today, and I'm able to say I'm still able to be finally free, and I'm so grateful that I was able to share that in this book, and it's such an honor. You know, when Dawn and I were talking about it, I was so shocked, and I was like, yes, I'll definitely do it, and just made my heart so happy. It came at the perfect time too.
Awesome. Well, glad we'll probably have something else. Want to hear more from you in just a little bit. Those of you that are tuning in, yes, thank you all. Those that are seeing the blast and the shares. Listen, we are with the phenomenal Dawn Leak, who is the visionary author of the Finally Free 2 project. Yes, Finally Free 1, and they're still walking in their freedom. But Dawn, here was something I thought is that, are we free completely, or is this our journey of walking in our freedom? I want you to think about that. But these are the authors of Finally Free 2. I have with me Coach Ann Singletary. Yes, Mr. Eric. Eric, pronounce your last name for me. Willoughby? Did I say it right? Willoughby. Okay. Yes, Mrs. Ashley Prima. Yes, Ida Crawford, and the phenomenal Kimberly Woolcock, and Reverend Dr. Renee Mentor. Ida, if you will, come on and share with us. Again, we're talking about what it means to be walking in our freedom, free from chains that bound you. Would you like to expound on just that part of what this journey of Finally Free 2?
Wow, freedom for me has meant a lot, because I'm a very busy person.
Okay.
It's not about managing time, it's more about managing me to keep up with everything that I have to do. And one of the things that I noticed is I was kind of just running through my house. I was, doing all these different things and running through and not really sitting still to really look at the people, my family. I mean, I thought I was a good wife, being a good wife and a good mother. But what I learned was, especially when we had the lockdown, is there was so much that I was missing because I was on this rat race of, working and doing this and doing that. And being able to sit still was a real freedom thing for me. And it gave me an opportunity to really look at what's going on in my life, how well I was managing it or not managing it. And it was really a freedom type experience. Although I'm still doing the same things, but now I'm doing it a whole lot differently. So that's what freedom for me was all about. Because sometimes, we all business women on here, we know we just run and we do and we go and we do. And sometimes we miss things that are very important. So being able to really regain that balance and being able to really put in perspective what matters: God, family, work.
Say that again, would you?
God, family, and work.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Dawn, if you don't mind, I'm going to say hello to a couple of people that are out in our audience and Facebook. Thank you all for joining us. YouTube channel, thank you all for joining us. Latoya Griggs, she says, Ruby Brown. Okay, so she's tagging somebody. Ruby, come on in here. And she says, yes, walk in your freedom. Megan Willoughby, she has joined us. She's got 3 hearts going on there. And as Latoya also mentioned, she says that be set free. She also said, my life changed forever being a part of this. And I'm thinking being a part of this project. She's one of your contributing authors. Come on and talk about that. Dawn.
Yes, Miss Latoya Griggs is one of the authors from part one, and it was her very first project, and she was so nervous and so upset throughout the entire thing, thinking that she couldn't write, thinking that she wasn't doing right, that she, didn't know what to say. We worked together, but it was a sense of unworthiness that she felt she could not accomplish this. And she worked her way through that, and I'm sure that she will be on the show within the next few days. She is a featured author in the second book here, simply because she was the prime example. I mean, like the exact example of becoming finally free. I'm talking about she went from 0 to 60 in 2.3 seconds after the book came out. She has done her own book as a visionary. She has started numerous different businesses. She has sold the most copies, hundreds. I'm talking hundreds of copies of Finally Free One. And has just took it and ran with it. Once that weight was lifted from her throughout the process, it was a total healing process for her, and she will talk more about it. But she is the epitome of finally free, right?
Wow.
And so she'll be coming on the show, but and telling her story. But I mean, for me, watching her was just like the most amazing thing. It was cross between her and Angela, Coach Ange. I'm just like, oh my goodness. Well, I can't even say that. Because I got Dr. Mentor there too. I'm like, what? A TV show? You know what I'm saying? I mean, all of them. Eric,
all of them.
I mean, it's just been amazing. I can't even, yes.
Right, exactly. Kimberly, come on and say hello to us. Share us a little bit about how this book, what it has meant to you, and being an author and being on this journey. You are new to the Finally Free family, and so how is it feeling? I'm right along there with you, so yeah, we're both new. But tell me, how is it feeling for you?
It is wonderful. I have released a 22-year-old story. It's about the birth of my son and all the adversity that we went through. He's my only child, and I wasn't able to really bond with him in the beginning, but I have released the fact that I did the best I could at that time, and I was meant to go through those things to be able to understand and to learn at the same time. But I've never really talked about it, and I never really had the courage to step out and just have the faith to do that. But that's what the power of the first Finally Free and the panel of, like I said, the authors here, they have inspired me. I mean, they are true butterflies. They have blossomed just tremendously. And, your circle is a major influence, and they have been and have had a major influence on me. And so I feel completely free. I feel like I've went through a third birth. So yes. I just, I'm humbled by it, and I'm honored, and to have the opportunity to be able to not only become free, because in writing and transparency, which is very hard to begin with, there's also not just healing taking place, but there's collaboration and communication and family bonds. And like Dawn and everyone else has said here, we're a family. You can't go through the things that you go through and peel the layers off of the onion and not really just, bond and connect. And that's a lasting bond.
Yeah.
So I
love
think
that
we're all
analogy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But I love the analogy you just talked about, peeling of the onion. And so yeah, that was good. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
But go ahead.
Yes, I think we're all intentionally purposed by Heavenly Father, and just everyone here You know, it's just been such a pillar and mountain of strength for me. Community, family, and every way that counts. Um, and I'm going to even say DNA literally and figuratively. And I may have not said that right. I'm just excited, so excited to be here. You know, but yes, it has definitely been a transformational time for me.
Yeah, you thank you so much for sharing. And yes, I apologize for interrupting, but when you said it, I was like, whoa, because you're talking about peeling an onion, and so we're going to use that as an analogy. The peeling, you're peeling back fear, you're peeling back uncertainty, you're peeling back the courage that has been holding you back, and your courage to move forward with your business. And so that right there, that was just, I could just see it. I could just see it. Thank you so much. Dr. Mentor, all the way from New York City, come on, say hello to us if you.
Well, I'm saying hello again. And I just want to tap into just something from a clinical perspective of what Kimberly just said. As a clinician, we talk to our patients about the peeling back of the onion and, of course, the transparency and the layers that are actually, that are shedding and going away. But it's a painful process. It is a painful process, and we cry. So if we think of it in a literal sense, and you're peeling that onion, you're crying because the vapors are coming up at you. But by the time, if you can get all the way through and you've gotten through all those layers, by the end, the center is sweet. And that's the indication that you have made it. So Kimberly, it was right on point when she said that. So yes, we're peeling back the layers, but the core is where we are, and that part is sweet. So yes, that's like the butterfly. It's freedom. It's freedom. So what I wrote about, and you mentioned it earlier, that is freedom. In the beginning of my chapter, I said, is freedom a one and done? So we did finally free. We announce now that we are free. So does that mean that we sit in that space of freedom, or is freedom like that butterfly that keeps soaring? Is it like a verb that keeps moving? Is it an action word? And I chose that yes. How dare I sit in that position and say, okay, I'm free, and not allow myself to grow and to gain more freedom. So, and I think that was really, really powerful, because you can't just sit somewhere and expect that you're going to grow. You can't expect that you're going to move. You've got to have experiences, and freedom. I want to, again, say that it is an action word, and that we have to keep growing in it. But what I wanted to say also is that my story might not be exactly what people think that it's going to be. Anyone can Google, and that's why I'm not really talking a lot about some of the things that have happened unless you really want me to, but anybody can Google, who I am and what has happened, but it's not about that. It's about the glory of God, and it is also about the story behind the story. So what happened to this little girl from New York once she wrote Finally Free? There are a lot of things that happen. And what happens when you don't get your miracle the way you want to call it? What happens then? What happens when you find yourself in a situation similar to Paul, where you've got that thorn in your side? And it's a constant reminder that, okay, God, your grace is going to have to pull me through this. So my story is the story behind the story, and how grace led me through it.
My goodness. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Dr. Mentor. And she says freedom is an action word. It is an action word, and the story behind the story. Those of you that are tuning in, we are speaking with the visionary author, of Finally Free 2. She is also obviously the Finally Free one. This is the sequel to it. Dawn Leak, Dawn Leak, who is an international speaker, global speaker, visionary author herself, has several books under her belt. We're talking 24. As a visionary, I had the privilege of interviewing her. One of the books that I say was the book of 2021 is Boss Your Lane. Okay, I have to go there because to me, I felt like that was the book. I have selected 3 books, but that book is always the top of my list. Dawn, if you will, let us know what's about to happen on the 28th. Come on and talk with our audience. And then you all, I got some couple of events and some sponsorship information that we're going to tell you about. Okay. But if you will, come on and let us know what's about to happen.
Well, on the 28th, you are going to be able to get your hands on the digital copy of Finally Free 2. So we are excited about the launch. And I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what Dr. Renee said about, sitting in one spot. Once you say, okay, now I'm finally free, voila, I'm healed. It's all good. It is a growing process. And we've shown the book cover. And so with this book cover, it starts out with the little butterfly and it goes to a medium-sized butterfly and it goes to the big butterfly, right? It's like, the morph into, the blossoming of the butterfly. If you look behind Miss Ida's head and you have the new cover, it has the 3-sized butterflies, but it has one of the butterflies flying separately. And that is for the reason of the movement, because it is not a one, it's not a one and done. It is a movement. So the covers are they're meaning something. They're not just pretty blue butterflies. They're meaning something. The second cover coming up, the butterfly has pearls and jewels on it, and it is in a moving process. And so yes, we are constantly growing. We are constantly there's a process in becoming finally free, and there is also an extended process on staying kind of finally free, because we can become stuck, we can become rechained in a heartbeat. It happens. It's just a different situation, but the enemy steps in, fear steps in, and boom, we're chained up again. Okay, so it's a growth process, and we have to continue to work on that. But on July 22nd, or 28th, I'm sorry, July 28th, we are going to have this book. Look at that there. See the difference in the butterflies? One's kind of hanging on the other one's wing, and the next one's kind of on the other one's wing, but they're solo. They're not combined as one, because we have to continue growing. And that's what it's all about. But get ready, everyone, to get your copy. And very soon thereafter, you will be able to purchase the paperback from one of these fabulous authors, whichever one you should so choose to purchase from. But on the 28th of July, we will have our Kindle copies up and ready. So we are hoping for the help to take us to the bestseller status. I have no doubt in my mind with these, superstars, there's no way around it. No way around it.
Exactly. No way around it. We're super excited. You all, I want to thank you, Dawn, for allowing me to participate in the opportunity to be an author in this book. You all, some may know a portion of my story, and some may not. A portion of my story is that Karen says we got about 40 of them in us, but we're talking about Karen Crocker Cherry, the butts in the seat queen. Yeah, she was my contributing. She was my visionary author in the first book, and I think Dawn, that's how we met.
Yes,
because you were in. Yes, Dawn was my first. Listen, Dawn, I interviewed her for the first time, and we were co-authors in the book, Trailblazers Who Lead. But my mother did not find me. I was raised by my father's sister. and I am 60, will be 61 in 2 weeks. And I did not truly set eyes on my birth mother, the woman who brought me into the world, who pushed me out, until I was 36 years old. So for years, I walked around and was told, is she alive? Is she not alive? Is she, she's dead, and all of this. And so you're going to be like your mom. You look like your mother. But my point is that I no longer, after 36 years, and today I can say that I was not a motherless child, because I got my answers. I got my answers. Seen her for the first time at the age of 36. So again, that's just a portion of my chapter. And I am so thankful to you, Dawn, because writing my chapter allowed me to be free. That little girl, the little girl in me. Because when I saw her at 36, all of the little girl emotions came out. The 36-year-old. But I felt like I was 2. I felt like I was 6. All of those years where you make those milestones in your life. And so she is no longer with us here on earth, but I had 2 years with her. And so anyway, so thank you for, that's just a portion of the chapter. So that's when I say I'm finally free. Yeah. That little girl is free now.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
See, that's what this book is all about. That's what this whole finally free is all about. I mean, I've known you for years now. I don't know any part of that story. I am like on my edge of my seat right now. I cannot wait. And like I said, normally I go through all of the chapters prior to them going into the book. I'm not reading any of the chapters. I have not even read Eric's chapter. And so, because I find that I'm like the mama control freak. I'm like, well, maybe it should be no, I'm not. This is, it's, who am I to like stunt somebody from being finally free? So I'm entrusting my editor to go through the chapters. And so, I'll look at all of that and read them after it's all said and done. So I am like on the edge of my seat for all of these chapters. It has taken every fiber of my being not to read every single one. And I have just moved along. I have not touched any of them. So I'm just as excited as everyone else.
Well, we are so excited for you. Your featured author is your forwarder. I believe it's your forward author is Ketra Keys. You have an amazing relationship with this amazing woman. You've got some phenomenal people in this book. And so you want to, as she said, on the edge of your seat, you all know, like I tell you, put it on your post-it, put it on a post-it note, put the post-it note up on your head. Okay. Then get it on your phone, put it on your Google. We use all of this technology because on the 28th, you want to, be like everyone else. We're going to want you to be with us on our journey as we soar, as Dr. Mentor has given us a word, as a butterfly, that we can continue to go higher and we soar. And yes, we will reach that #1 bestseller, as well as international. At this time, I do want to let you all know we are sponsored by Swag Her Magazine. Swag Her Magazine is an online publication. As well, it is also a publication that is print as well. So we want to make sure that we shed light on who they are. And if you all would just bear with me 1 second, we want to hear from the chief and editor herself, Miss Fancy, from Swag Her Magazine. And so 1 moment here. Y'all having a great time today. Truly, we are having an amazing day today. There we go.
Greetings all, it's Fancy, and I'm the award-winning publisher and editor-in-chief of Swagger Magazine, which is an empowerment and lifestyle publication for the Black community. But did you guys know that we also double as a PR boutique and we strategically execute brand campaigns for Black women-led businesses, coaches, authors, and girl bosses so that they can receive more visibility and establish themselves as an authority. We do so through a mix of PR, marketing, and branding. If you would like to learn more about our services, schedule a consult with us at swagger.net.
Thank you so much. And you all know we've got the tour coming back tomorrow. We have some authors that are coming on tomorrow, which is going to be at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. And we want to just show, let's see, these ladies will be back on with us. Yinka, all the way from the UK, will be with us on tomorrow as well. We have Miss Flossie Stark that will be with us on tomorrow. And let's see, who else do we have? Oh, yeah, we have Christina Hilliard. Yeah, so let me show you guys. Let me bring up my screen here. And we've got the other contributing authors that will be on with us on tomorrow. And these are the ladies here. We have Christina Hilliard, Flossie Stark, Elena Leon, Yinka Kalani, and Chantel Butler. These are, again, some of the contributing authors for the Finally Free Author Tour. And they will be on tomorrow afternoon with me at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And so, yes, I'm super, super excited for you all to be back with me on tomorrow. Now, as we begin to wrap this up, I'd like for each of the authors to, if they will, starting with you, Ange, if you will, just share with us, and each of you, the question is, what would you like for a reader to walk away with? What would be one of the tips in your journey of being finally free and the season in your life? What would be the one thing that you would like for me as a reader to walk away with?
I would love for readers to walk away realizing that there's something within them that is strong enough to empower them to make whatever change it is that they're looking for. You don't have to wait for the right situation, everything to line up. You don't have to wait for the right person to come along. That you, as whoever you are, has something in you that can empower you enough to just do it scared, as my boo says, and then just move forward and just feel empowered.
With you, yes. And she says to feel the power. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, if you will, Lady Kimberly, come on and share with us.
Well, as I talked about earlier, I just want everyone to realize the sweet spot is there. You just have to peel the layers and do the work, and then set your wings free and fly.
That is so, so good. Mr. Eric, what would you like for an individual to walk away with?
Don't worry about society. You do you. You worry about you and your family. Know that your family supports you, and talk about it.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's good. I'm just so I'm sitting in that. Okay, that is real good. Dr. Mentor, come on and share with us. What would you like for us to walk away with?
I would like for people to know that, we say that freedom is actually an action word, but it is also a mindset. So in spite of whatever your situation is, think like Nelson Mandela. He was in a prison, but he was free. So in spite of what looks like something that is encapsulating you, think like that butterfly. I'm going to be free. Maintain a mindset, a growth mindset of freedom.
Awesome, 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 awesome. Yes, and Ms. Ida, what would you like for someone to walk away with after reading your chapter?
After reading my chapter, I would like people to always go back and do a soul search on a regular basis, because like Don said earlier, it is so easy to go to the left. You know, we're moving, we're doing things, but you always have to check in and keep your priorities in order.
Yeah.
And it's God, family, and then work.
God, family, and work. Absolutely. Ms. Ashley, what would you like for us to walk away with?
What I want for my readers to walk away with is that you overcome any kind of judgment, overcome any kind of labels and stigma, and you can still be successful, and to know how important it is to shift your mind, to take care of your mental health, and to just keep going and to never give up.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, Miss Dawn, we've had an amazing time. I am so happy. Listen, we will be right back here on tomorrow. As you've seen, we've had some amazing authors that will be joining us. The Finally Free Project 2, where we will be looking at and hearing from other authors, but we're looking for you to mark your calendar. Make sure you do that. Mark your calendar for July the 28th. Yes, starting whatever time, and you all just mark it. Say book time, okay? Yes, indeed. It is always my custom to yield back and allow the visionary author to share their heart with us. And today is no different. I just want to remind you all that we will have a pretty packed day on tomorrow. After I will be interviewing these amazing authors on tomorrow, the Living Your Faith Out Loud tour is taking place, and they are stopping by on tomorrow. We are talking about Ms. Dorothy Wilson. Yes, indeed. We are so excited that they will be joining us on tomorrow afternoon at 5:00 p.m. And these that will be joining will be the one and only Dr. Kathy Amos. And yes, Liz Hooper, dear friend Liz, Jean Turner, Megan Fairley, yes, Mr. Brian Lavender, Dr. Yvonne Smith, yes, Terry Brinston, and Dr. Sonja Stinson, excuse me. And you all know this man, I'm excited to have the privilege of interviewing, yes, Pastor Jesse Bradley. That is, I'm telling you all, she's bringing it. And if you definitely want to register for the conference, it is a 3-day virtual conference that will be taking place on August the 5th through the 7th. It's all online. And so you want to definitely get those tools. She's adding workshops. There's opportunities for you to get some principles of how to live your faith out loud in your business, in your family, and along with God, taking your faith to another level. And so we're super excited to be one of the hosts of their speaker tour. So tomorrow's going to be a pretty packed day on tomorrow, but listen, that's what we do. So we're super excited to be a part of their journey as well. So listen, we're going to hear from the visionary author herself, our visionary author, I can say that, our visionary author, Dawn Leake. Yes, the visionary author of Finally Free 1 and 2. Okay. All right. Come on, if you will.
Well, I just really want to say thank you to all of the authors and yourself and, everyone that has promoted Finally Free 1 and now this second one. But as we know, a book is not a book without an author, right? And so in the first one, I didn't write anything. These authors, some of these authors that you're seeing today are the ones that took that book to where it's at. And, something that I really want people to take away, because like I said, it's a constant thing that has to continue on. It doesn't stop. Being finally free is not, it is not a destination. It is a journey. And so, I liken it to, like the Good Witch when she's talking to Dorothy and she says, well, Dorothy, you've had the power all along. And I think that's within us, that power is within us all along. We're born with it, but sometimes we just lose it. We can't find it. It's lost. And so once you find that, it's something that it's just like your car keys. You can lose them a million times. So when you lose that power, you just have to look for it and get it back and continue moving to maintain your status of finally free. It's not a given that you're going to keep it forever. And I can be the first one to attest to that. There are things that will just chain you up tight and stop you in your tracks, but you have to just continue to pull from that power you've had and that you hold all along.
Yes, indeed. I love it that you've had the power all along. Listen, this has been an amazing interview, book tour of the authors of Finally Free 2. Do tune in with me on tomorrow. We'll be right back here for part 2 of the Finally Free authors. Another group of authors will be coming on to share their stories, their journeys of their journey through healing, their journey through, despite the world pandemic, they were able to accomplish major things to make an impact in the earth, as well as changing people's lives. And so tune in tomorrow. We'll be very happy to have you here. Share, spread it out, get the word out, and let them know that we'll be right back here, Lord willing, on tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock p.m. right here on Book Talks with Sandy. Again, it has been a pleasure. Thank you all for tuning in. You all know that I love you. Listen, as always, I say thank you and I love you. And we will see you all on the other side, as they say. Yes, indeed. All right. Y'all take care. Next on the Tina Ramley Show and podcast, we have our special featured guest, Robin Clark. She is the CEO of Why Not Believe. She is bringing about change and making a difference within our community. Robin provides leadership, direction, and vision to organizations. Make sure to tune in this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST. It's time to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, a show to motivate you and introduce you to celebrities, authors, singers, coaches, and standout entrepreneurs that are making a positive impact in the world. Men and women coming together to share knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We connect you with some amazing people and opportunities. It's your time to shine, and we help you do that. We love sharing your stories of success and spotlighting you, the entrepreneur. We love to laugh. We love to smile. We love to celebrate you, and we love having fun. So go grab a seat, get a snack, and don't forget your beverage. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. Yes, it's time for the Tina Ramsey Show. Let's get started with your host, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. I know we kind of throwing you off because it's a Tuesday, not a Thursday. So you know when we come in on a day, an exclusive day like Tuesday, we have someone special, someone epic in the studio that you need to know. Who is that? That is the amazing Robin Clark. As mentioned before, she is the CEO of Why Not Believe. She is in the community doing some amazing things right here in South Carolina. Robin provides leadership, direction, visions to organizations, and she is dedicated to helping to build a strong community through her knowledge from being in diverse situations and bringing a lot of love. I met her in person and have experienced being at one of her amazing functions, and she leave a lasting impression not only on what she do for the community, but also what she does to your heart after you meet her. So without further ado, let's bring on the amazing, the phenomenal woman, yes, Robin Clark. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here.
Oh, child, I'm just so happy to see everything and how much growth since the first time that I met you many years ago.
Yes.
And seeing that you're still going, you and I both, and just watching you still continuously making a positive impact in the world. So it's really my honor to have you here to showcase an amazing woman such as yourself. So let's talk about Why Not Believe. Why did you decide to not only start this movement, but it's very specific. You use the letter Y instead of WHY. Why did you decide to do that?
Well, I decided to use the Y versus the, YHY is because of the fact that I felt that it would be more captivating, that it will really get your attention and ask yourself why. Like you're asking why. So why use why? Why? So that you will know that it is not just what do you say? I would say so it will really get your attention and make you want to ask the question. And so that's why I use why.
Well, I tell you what, that's exactly what it made me do. And when I first met you, actually, my husband introduced me to you at an event. I was actually speaking at an event on stage, and some kind of way, because he worked the room just like me. I'm on the stage, he working the room. He's like, you need to meet this woman. And there was a lot of people around me, and you was like,
yes, it was a conference. Yeah.
Yes. And I was like, I see why you want me to meet her. Like, she's amazing. And so you definitely hit it on target because it makes you ask why. And it also make you I just love where you say, why not believe? Because many of us have problems with just the simple thing of believing in ourselves. We lose that. So I love what you do. So with Why Not Believe, what do you provide or what will people gain from coming to your events? Because I was speaking at an event on stage and met you, but then I also experienced going to your event myself. I know what they get, but what would they be actually able to gain from being at your events?
Well, you would get a variety of different people throughout the community and surrounding areas that are knowledgeable, that have tried and proven professionals who have really navigated the waters of their professions and the insight of their field of expertise. And not only that, you would get the camaraderie of meeting new people, creating new relationships. You would get entertainment. You would get good food, and you would get wonderful vendors, as you were one at one particular time. And I mean, it's just a wide variety of things that you would get. It's almost like a day away from home, gaining knowledge, gaining new friends, eating good food. So it's like a social event, but yet it's an educational event as well. And these are things that you can take back home to your family, to your church, to your community, back on your jobs. You know, wherever you go, I always try to make sure that it leaves a lasting impression on you to share with others.
I agree with you 100% because when I went, it was unlike any event that I have ever experienced. I mean, when I walked in your event that particular year, I mean, I was semi dressed up, but I was like, man, this is like a wedding reception. I mean, you pull all the stops. I mean, the decoration, the ambiance, the speakers, the caliber of speakers, the ones in the community. And what I really like in particular is that you are a South Carolinian, and this is happening in South Carolina, in Columbia. And many people sometimes be up under the impression that we don't be doing nothing. No. We have some amazing people doing some amazing things. And what made you, because when I think about it, this is your ninth, not first, second, or third, your ninth annual Why Not Believe event. What keeps you continuously bringing this event back every single year? Because I know it's not always easy. So what is your drive to keep bringing this back to us every single year?
Honestly, I can say that prayer, and I seek God and ask Him, what do the people need in this season? In this season, and like this current event that's coming up, you know, with the theme "It's time to get your house in order." I see a need, and where there's a need, I try to meet that need. And I try to gather those people who are experts in their fields to bring forth the knowledge so that people won't have to perish anymore for the lack of knowledge. And not only that, like during this past couple of years during the pandemic, you know, I've listened to people talk about how the hardships of losing a loved one, how unfortunately in some situations they didn't have home insurance, health insurance. They didn't have life insurance. They didn't do wills. They didn't know about probate and all the things that probate does. And so it was just a gamut of different things that I was just listening to other people, and I just really saw the need. So I said, what can I do to make this happen so that people won't have to continue to go through this? And then that's when it's time to get your house in order. And so all these people, all these speakers, all these wonderful people like Judge McCullen, you know, the probate judge, you know, with what's the name? Kendra Dove, who is the tax assessors, deputy tax assessors. And I mean, she doesn't just speak on taxes. She has a wealth of information, that tells you about the different taxes and how it affects you and your home and your family and even your community even. I mean, I was just amazed hearing her previously. And then you're talking about Sheriff Lott, who, you know, he's not only just talking about, you know, being a law enforcer, but also telling you how to secure your home, help secure your communities, all these things that help you get your house in order. And then you have people who deal with life insurance. I mean, a lot of people think like, well, I can't afford this. Well, they'll show you all the different ways that you can. I mean, although everybody wants that abundant life and live life to its fullness, and we all do want that, but unfortunately, you know, there comes a time where death is the inevitable. And so we want to make sure that you have options. And so therefore we have Mr. Brian Myers, who's coming forth to let you know that you can do pre-arrangements. You know, you don't have to wait till that day comes, you know, you can do preparatory. I call it preparatory. So this event is basically preparatory. It is preparing you for the here and the hereafter.
I absolutely love it because many times as people in general don't want to think about it, but all too often what the last couple years have taught us is that we have to address this. And the earlier that we address this, the better it leaves our family in a better situation. And just having, like you said, without the proper knowledge, people can perish. I mean, so having this correct knowledge, putting all these thought leaders, putting all these individuals in the same building at the same time, sharing all this knowledge, it's like little beacons of light that once the individuals come, they can take this knowledge out in the community, and it changed the generational curses that usually happen from a lack of knowledge. So I love what you're doing. What we're going to do right now, we're going to take a commercial break, but we're going to come right back with Robin Clark, the CEO of Why Not Believe, and let you know how you can get your own tickets, when the day is, and where can you go to see all of this, because you definitely need to get your house in order. We'll be right back with Robin Clark after this commercial. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms, and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today. And just like that, we are back. And I come along with a friend. Who is that, you might ask? The amazing Robert Clark from Why Not Believe. All right, before the commercial break, we were speaking about those little beacons of light. And basically, it's in reference to the knowledge. And you saw that there was a need. Every year you sit back and you pray and say, okay, God, what do you want me to do now? I mean, this is the 9th year. Do you want me to stop? Do you want me to go? And he let you go, one more year, we got to keep on going. And so you saw it, and then you make action. And I love the thing, get your house in order, because Lord knows we need to do that. Yeah. So with everything that you do, because you're such an amazing person, a philanthropist, a community leader. But I want to know something. We're gonna change just a little bit. Like, what are some of the most important lessons that you learned in your life? Because I know with all your wealth of who you meet, what have you learned?
Honestly, I can say what I've learned through just as many years of living is to don't give up. It is easy to want to throw in the towel. And I also have learned not to listen to naysayers, negativity, to block it, to shut it down, again, why not believe that you can achieve any goals that you set your mind to, and that sometimes you will have to go it alone. Sometimes you may not have those people who will partner with you to go on that journey of life with you. But if God put it in you, he'll see you through it. And so with that being said, those are the lessons that I've learned, is just to pray, seek God, not give up, trust in the abilities, because God has given each and every one of us a gift and a talent. It just needs to be cultivated, but we have to continue to press forward. And sometimes that's not easy. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's been easy, because I've had my challenges and I have wanted to throw in the towel quite a few times, but you know, I keep pressing forward. And the rewarding part of it is the fact that to learn where people have taken so much education and knowledge away. And when I see them, they can tell me, oh, I went to your event and I learned this, that, and the other, or I met such and such, you know. So to me, that makes it that much rewarding, you know. It's just about people gaining friends, gaining knowledge, and just being a more thriving community, learning who labors among them, because a lot of people don't know who their leaders in the community, and they don't know, like you said earlier, about people such as yourself. And like you say, there are good things that comes out of South Carolina. It's not all negative. It's good things and good people, and you know, and creating that web of of networking, of people, and sharing knowledge.
I totally agree with you. There are some good things that come out of South Carolina other than grades, tea, and food.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
get it straight now. When you go to Robin's event, she has the buffet spread. I mean, you are simply treated like royalty. I have never and I have spoken on over 100 plus stages, international and within the United States. And let me tell you, I have yet to be to any event that in South Carolina that pretty much roll out the red carpet. It's an experience just going in the room. Like when you walk in, the whole atmosphere just shift to positivity. If you was feeling way down, you having a bad day, all of a sudden that frown turned into a smile because you see all these smiling faces. And then you see what I love was that you bring in different leaders like the police, and you get to meet them and speak with them.
Right.
And be like, okay, these are my concerns. How can you help us with this? And then they're ready to listen. Normally, it's a separation. And so I love how you bring all these leaders, all these experts together in one spot. But I want to make sure I let everybody know in the room, thanks to Facebook, you can now support CTR Media Network podcasters by buying or purchasing some stars. If you are absolutely loving this broadcast, and not only the Tina Ramsey Show, but other 30 plus podcasters, just simply click the link on this video and select the amount of stars you would like to purchase to support our positive, impactful media and broadcasting. So thank you, Facebook, for allowing us to do that. All right, so let's get back to Robin. Robin, when you think about your life, because you have done so many things, in my opinion, in a short period of time, and you have helped so many people, you have made such a positive impact, but I know how I know you and how you changed my life from that moment that I first met you. But how would you like people to remember you?
Well, honestly, just to know that I made a positive impact on your life, that you left with feeling good about yourself, feeling good about what you do, and knowing that you are a phenomenal woman or just an awesome gentleman or just a person, just to know that you are valued. And I definitely, everyone that walks in the door of my event, I want them to know that they're valued. I appreciate them. You didn't just to come to another conference, but to come to an experience, you know. And so I want everyone, when I'm gone, to just remember that Robin really tried to make a positive impact and to leave a legacy of people just uniting to make a better community, which that spreads to a better world.
That is true. I mean, you never need to underestimate the power of one, meaning you can help that one person, and that one person can trickle into 100. That 100 can trickle into 1,000. That 1,000 can become a million. And then you're looking at a mighty nation after that. So, I mean, you made a lasting impression on me all those years ago. And so it was just an honor when I saw, like, oh my goodness, I get to finally showcase some South Carolinians that's really doing it, keeping it going, and showing that it's more to South Carolina than our Southern hospitality. We also provide knowledge, community, resources to make your life easier. And we always talking about legacy. This is actually giving you those foundational pieces so that your family, whether you're here or not, will continue to thrive and not just survive.
Yes.
So, Rob, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying that, you know, people such as yourself also help make this possible for people as myself. You know, had you not started the podcast and you started doing the things that you do, this would not be possible for me to share not just my events, but just to share it, to let people know that you have people out there really trying to do great things in their community, you know, and I could go on and on about that, but the time will not permit. And so, but yes, I mean, because there's some people like right now that I do feeding the homeless on Tuesdays, every Tuesday, and I look forward to that. But the people who work that I work with, does great work in the community. I mean, great work. Every day, this man does great community outreach work. And so that's what this is all about. Why Not Believe is truly a community outreach event, trying to bring people together to truly thrive, not just for themselves, but for the betterment of their families, their communities, their churches, their jobs, etc., etc.
So all of you who trying to figure out, you're like, okay, we've been talking about this. Now I want to know how I can get tickets, okay? Because they still have some tickets available. So if you are in South Carolina or any surrounding areas, and you don't even have to be in surrounding areas, you like to drive, then drive on down to South Carolina, because I want you to be able to participate. It is an experience that you will never, ever forget. This is the 9th annual. This is the 9th annual Why Not Believe. And we want you to start to believe in yourself, to know that you can do whatever you put your mind to. You can find this on Eventbrite. So when you go to Eventbrite, you will see it's happening this month, October the 22nd at 2 p.m. All of those twos. I love twos. October the 22nd, 2022 at 2 p.m. at Spring Valley Country Club, 300 Spring Valley Road in Columbia, South Carolina. That is 29223. That is 29223, because Columbia is a very extensive place. So you need to make sure you have your right zip code. And that is October the 22nd at 2 p.m. So make sure to go get your tickets today, because every ticket that you purchase from Why Not Believe, it actually pours back into our community. And not just here, but anything that Why Not Believe actually stands behind and do. It actually helps facilitate more of these type of community outreach and programs for not only you, but other families to enjoy and look forward to every year. All right. So Robin, tell me, like, I remember the event that I went to. It opened my eyes when I went to your Why Not Believe event a couple of years ago, and it was talking about domestic violence. That was the theme of it. And it was showing overcomers, and not just that, but it was one particular guy that came on and told his story, and it shook me. Because many times when we think about domestic violence, we think about women, we think about girls, we don't think about boys or men. And he spoke about his story. That actually opened up other situations and other connections from meeting him, going to another event, and it just did a polarized positivity effect. So that's why I'm telling people, you never know who you're going to meet. You never know whose story going to help change your life and have a different perspective. And you never know what's going to come about from that event. So many great relationships and things was formed from me coming to your amazing event. And I was able to share about female wellness and mental health. So thank you so much for just allowing me to participate that particular year. But I know you have like 8 previous events. So was there any other touching moments? That was my touching moment from one of your events. Were there any touching moments from your previous events that was lasting, that stayed into your mind?
Yes. Matter of fact, my very first event, it was a young lady that was prior service. And she came to my event. Matter of fact, she called me prior to the event, and she told me that she was coming and she was going to bring other people with her. And I thought that was great. You know, the more the merrier. But when she ended up being like a speaker, and she started sharing her story, she started sharing her journey. And in her journey, she was sharing how she, from being in the military to getting out of the military to going to college, to become a dentist, and then becoming a dentist. Now she's a phenomenal dentist, her own practice. Now she's an entrepreneur as well as she's a philanthropist. She has all these different business, and I mean, she has just bloomed. But what really sticks out in my mind is she told me that what helped her to make it through when she was still in the military and through college and becoming a dentist was the fact that I would always encourage her and tell her how much she can do this, and that I prayed with her, et cetera, et cetera. And she said, even when I was in the military, even when I was in school, even when I became a dentist, you were there. And I said all that to say this is that you never know how positive words, positive action, a hug, a prayer, just a smile, anything can be an encouragement and an everlasting impact on someone's life. And that's why Not Believe was born, because the Word of God says to be ye encouragers of one another right now where you are. And so you don't have to wait till tomorrow. You don't have to think about yesterday. But right now, the person that you are, Tina Ramsey, has such positivity in her, and she has encouraged so many and helped so many people to believe in themselves and thrive. And so again, you also a part of Why Not Believe. And so that was an everlasting impact on me, just to hear those things that I did that I didn't think anything about. I just cared about the person, but you just don't know how that makes an everlasting impact. So whatever you do, you can have an everlasting impact on someone's life. And that's whether you do the Tina Ramsey show, you do Why Not Believe events, whatever it is that you do, you have a gift and you have to be a blessing to someone in this life each day.
Listen, don't make me cry. No, you can do that. Don't make me cry. I don't cry cute.
She did. I mean, when this young lady spoke, she had some people tearing up, some people crying, even myself, because I didn't even know. I didn't even know that, that's what I did for her. And even with doing these events, and I just really encourage people to come out to this 9th annual, not for my sake, but for the sake of yourself, your family, and your community, really. And the people are there, they're giving up their Saturdays to bless you with all this knowledge. And like I say, to learn and meet new people, and also the vendors that you would have there, great vendors, and great food and music, soft music. So you have a variety of things that's happening, and it's all for you.
You guys, I give it my 5-star approval recommendation. If you want to be inspired, you want to learn, you want to be in a positive environment, you want to be a part of the community and be in a place where people want you to win, then the Why Not Believe, anything that they're doing with the Why Not Believe banner around it is definitely a place for you. If you're not in South Carolina, it doesn't matter. If you have a car, you can put some gas in and drive on down. I promise you, this is something that you will not forget. It will stay in your mind for the rest of your life, because it will change you for the rest of your life. I mean, going to that event really helped open my eyes to different perspectives and different things that was going on in the community that I wasn't even aware of. I didn't even realize how much of a voice I had within my own community until I went to the event and was listening. I'm like, I really can, I have a say. Mm-hmm. And so go to the event. And even if you just don't know, go scared. I guarantee somebody or something is going to happen that it was for you. The event, again, is the 9th Annual Empowerment of People. It's time for you to get your house in order. It's taking place October the 22nd at 2 p.m. at Spring Valley Country Club. And that address is 300 Spring Valley Road in Columbia, South Carolina, 29223. You can purchase your tickets on Eventbrite, but you can also contact Lisa Carter at 1-703-822-3177. Again, that number is 1-703-822-3177. And that is Lisa Carter. Make sure to get in contact with it. Someone said, "Where is the event?" I see. I already answered for you. So,
And
make
also,
Go ahead.
Also, for the first 10 people, because I believe in this so passionate and I want people to gain this knowledge. For the first 10 people, the tickets are $65, but for the first 10 people who either go on to contact Lisa Carter, you will get your tickets for $59.
Oh wow, you guys! So go ahead and hurry on over. Either call Lisa Carter, or you can go to Eventbrite. But call her, get the tickets. I mean, literally, it changed my life in a positive way. And like Robin said, positive words, positive affirmations. I'm a scripture girl, so scriptures, all of that. You just never know what you say can help change the trajectory of somebody's mindset, which also, in essence, change their life. Because remember, we get knowledge in our head, but then once it trickles down to our heart is the seed of motivation. And once we get it there, it can move us to action. So it can take one person to believe in you. And it changed your whole life. Like that girl that Robin said those words to. And she took that with her all over her life and just blossomed in so many different ways.
Yes,
so the next time when you talk to somebody, think about that. Your words can either help heal or hurt.
Yes.
Remember that. So Robin, she said, are you accepting any sponsors?
Yes. We encourage all sponsors. And you can contact the same person, Miss Lisa Carter, at the number that was given. And she will give you all the information you need. And yes, we love sponsors. It helps us to do what we do. Because I'm pretty sure you know, in this climate, inflation. So yes, thank you. We definitely encourage and love to have sponsors.
All right, you guys. You want to donate, you want to become a sponsor, you want to get tickets, call Lisa Carter at 1-703-822-3177. Again, for the people on the radio, that is 1-703-822-3177. Why Not Believe is accepting donations, sponsorships, and you can currently purchase some tickets for this event while tickets and supplies last. So make sure to help and support, because this is how they do what they do. This is in celebration to you. I want to just celebrate you right now, Robin, because the 9th annual is a great accomplishment. And I want you to sit still and I want you to take it in, because people who are being impactful, that's doing this whole lot of things in the community, you go from one year to the next doing, but you don't take it in. Take it in, because you're indeed, my dear, making a positive impact in the world. And we appreciate you. We love you. And thank you for taking time out of your busy life to pour it back into us in the community, because you're a mom too. So thank you for what you do. And thank you to your family for letting you do. You know, they actually support you doing what you do.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. And I do appreciate it. And, you know, for those who have other engagements, and I understand that, donate a ticket to someone else that you think will really benefit from it, you know? We appreciate that too.
That is a wonderful, great idea. And that's something that you can definitely do. Share the gift of knowledge. That'll take you longer than any Louis Vuitton bag. Share the gift of knowledge.
Yes, absolutely. So we appreciate it. We want, you know, come one, come all. Trust me, the Spring Valley Country Club can hold you all.
Yes, and it's very accommodating and very beautiful. The ambiance is amazing. I'm telling you, it's an experience. That's a good place to go for a date. I'm trying to tell you. That's a great place.
Yes.
So, Robin, thank you so much for
having me.
Yeah, Multi-Fair Studios said, yep, they was in the building too. That's a great place. All right, you guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Robin, if you have anything else you would like to say, like anything else that you're doing in the community that you want to drive them to, just let them know. But I want to personally thank you for taking some time to be a featured guest on our show. And again, thank you for being the bright spot of South Carolina. Okay.
Thank you so very much. And like I said, if there's anything that I can do for anyone, you can reach me through the number that was given, or, she'll give you my email, the young lady, because of the fact that really we're about helping our community. This is why I do what I do. It's not just doing events, it's however I can help to better enrich our community. And that's why I like doing the Feeding the Homeless on Tuesdays. But other things, if you have events that I can be of service to, let me know, because I'm here to be a servant. I'm not here to just be here and fill a space, but to serve while I can. Let the life I live speak for me. And I would like a life of helping and encouraging people along this journey of life.
And she is a woman of her word. What she say, that's what she mean. And I mean, and it's continuous, it's consistent, just like the water in the river. It's consistent. You know it's going to happen.
Yes.
So for those of you who would like to be a featured guest, just like Robin here, and to share whatever it is that you're doing in the community, just go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click on the logo that have my face, the Tina Ramsey Show. And we can get you on here because we love to share positivity and impactful messages and people so that you can know and have hope again. Okay. So many people lost their hope, and we want you to regain your hope, to know that it's still good people in the world. It's still good things happening, and you can be a part of it. So Robin, thank you so much for being here on today.
Thank you. And you all have a wonderful, blessed, and good night.
All right. So bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hi everyone, it's Marlene of Marlene Motivates. Today I'm coming to you with a story time. And today's story time is Caught Singing Grown Up Music. So this story takes place when I was, I would say, about 9 years old. I'm in my bedroom, and for those of you who don't know, I have older siblings. So my sister had a cassette tape, and back then, cassettes, you put the cassette in the thing, and I didn't know what it was. So I just put it in and I played it. And I had never heard the song. And the song is Let's Get It On. And of course, a grown up song, music that I should not have been listening to at 9 years old. But anyways, when you're 9, you don't know what is good and what's not. So I closed the cassette and I pressed play and I'm listening to it. And then next thing I know, I grab a hairbrush. I'm caught up in the song, I was really feeling it. And next thing I had the hairbrush up and I'm singing and I'm like, let's get it on. And maybe 3 or 4 words later, I look up and there is my mother. Now, for those of you who don't know about a Caribbean mother, a Caribbean Black mother, just mothers in general who don't play that, because back in the day, they used to say when you were trying to do stuff that you were fast, right? So I'm there. I still got the brush up. My mom is standing right in front of me, and she's like, "Listen, little girl, stop trying to be fast. The only thing that you are going to be getting it on is go in there and wash those dishes, and then come back in here, clean up this room, and get that going, and then get your homework going. That's the only things you're going to be getting it on." But the point of it all, guys, is I have no idea what the song was about. I just thought he was talking about get something going, get something started. Maybe it was a dance song. I had no idea. I was completely clueless. You know, when you're a child back in the day, they didn't explain anything to you, teach you anything about anything, right? How many of us know what I'm talking about? So I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything from anything. So I didn't understand why my mom was all upset because I was singing about let's get it on. Like I knew anything about what the song actually meant. It wasn't until I got older I was like, oh, get that on. Oh, okay. So I guess I was being fast, as they would say. So that's what happens. I was caught singing "Let's Get It On." I believe isn't that song by it's either Teddy Pendergrass or who is it? I can't think of the name, but I'll put it in the comment section below. Those of you who know, tell me. But it's not Teddy Pen. I know it's not Teddy Pendergrass. It's somebody else, and I can't think of it right now. But yeah, that's a song that I was singing. I thought I was grown. And you know, back in the day, one thing that you could not do, especially as a girl, is be fast and try to grow up before your time. So my mom put me in my place right in the middle, right in the middle of having the hairbrush up in the air. And I'm just looking up at her like, what? What did I do? You know, I never used to think I did anything anyways, even though I usually was doing something. How many of y'all were like that? So that has been my story time, guys. Nice, short, and sweet for you guys. And you are always welcome to check out my story time playlist. I have done other story times. And if you're new to the channel, I would love if you would subscribe. You could join my channel membership. And there's other ways that you can support the channel by hitting the super thanks, hitting the super chat in my live streams. Also, I have Cash App and PayPal. So I thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys on the next video. And like I always say, just know it, just breathe it, and be it, and live your best life. Bye, guys.
Be encouraged, be inspired, be yourself, you will survive. Just know it, just breathe it, and be it, and live your best life.
Hello and welcome to Bull Talks with Sandy. Yeah, y'all, I'm here on a Sunday afternoon. I am so excited to be with you. Thank you for tuning in to Book Talks with Sandy. It is a platform that is for authors, visionary authors, and most of all, I say that it is for you. Why do I say that? Why? Because you just might be looking for a good book to read. I am Sandy Sanders, your host and producer of Book Talks with Sandy, and we are brought to you by Coffee Conversation with Sandy and Friends. Listen, guys, I am elated. I'm excited. We were just here yesterday. This is our author tour weekend. We're ending the month with a couple of author tours, and I've had some phenomenal visionary authors that have joined the tour. So yesterday you had the privilege of hearing about some phenomenal women, Pastor Geneva, the Ashley, and the women that are in the book Shattered to Shine, book on domestic violence. And so again, if you all are looking to be a part of an anthology book project, go back and look at the replay, but it's Geneva D. Ashley. You can find her anywhere on Facebook. And and so if you're looking to be a part of that book project. Well, today is today too, and this is our Sunday afternoon. I hope you guys got your coffee and everything. So this afternoon, I am delighted to have this great woman of God with me on this afternoon. I feel like that it is it's like a circle. We've come back around. She is amazing, phenomenal. You all saw the flyer, and you may have seen her and know a lot about her because she's big on doing these teaching moments. And we're talking about, yes, I'm calling her doctor in advance, but she is, yes, Crystal Cunningham out of Atlanta. And she is the CEO of Crystal Clear Communications and Consulting. I'm going to now bring her on, and her new book, well, this is not the new one, this one is before, but it is No More Residue. And she's brought along some of the contributing authors with her on this afternoon. So listen, y'all, come on, let's welcome her to the table. We're talking about, there she is, yes indeed, and we're gonna bring the other authors on. Hi, Crystal. Hello. I know. I am so honored to have you here. Girl, Elizabeth, I'm telling you, I'm excited. How are you doing?
I am doing great. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
I am doing great. Thank you so much. I'm super excited. Let me just say that, all right? I really am. I'm super excited. So listen, y'all, you just got to get with it.
Yeah, well, we're super excited to have you at the table. I honor you. You all, Crystal Cunningham, I know her in the kingdom of God as being a prophetess. She is lettered and licensed, but I know her from Midnight Ministry. Those of you that may not or may remember way before the pandemic, this woman of God would get on faithfully at midnight in social media, Facebook, and I mean, she would preach, pray, prophesy, you name it. And the prophetic came through mightily. Many women, as well as myself, we've watched you, we've honored you, and wow. Is all we can say. And you had a event that was called something about stilettos. Come on, help me with that one.
Hat heels and lipstick. Yes, hat heels and lipstick.
Yes, indeed. I'm a stiletto girl. I'm your cute older lady in the 60s with the stilettos.
Yes.
Well, come on, talk to us. You've been in the game for a long time.
Yes, I have. And that was an event I did back in 2016. 2015. I actually had some major celebrities and players that was a part of it. Darren Henson from Stomp the Yard and Soul Food. Dr. Cheryl Woods was actually one of my keynote speakers, and Bashan Shore, actually from the Real Housewives of New York, actually was on with me too. So I've been in this space for quite some time. I've been in this space for a little while. I moved into the online space, I want to say like around 2014, 2013.
Yes. And so here we find you in the literary world, and you are known. You all, I want to share her bio. It is phenomenal. Crystal Cunningham, who is she? She is the CEO of Crystal Clear Communications and Consultant. the executive female Christian coaches for coaches and coach to help teach other coaches how to grow and build their brands and businesses by leveraging anthologies into their business models. So all of that being said, you're known as the six-figure anthology strategist. And so kind of break that down for our audience. What is that? What does that look like? Help us with that.
Well, when I got the assignment, to be honest with you, I thought I was just going to do one anthology, my own anthology. I had already been in like 2 anthologies.
Right.
How I got into it was my experience. Like I always say, it's never against, I don't speak against the author, the visionary author, anything, but sometimes processes are not always favorable to certain people. And for me, I didn't think that it was very favorable to be the co-author at the time. So when God gave me the assignment, because it was literally given to me, it was because of my experience of not having that marketing. So when I talk about six-figure anthology strategists, it's really, I'm big on helping with the marketing piece, because you have to strategize that. And one of the things I teach is, even before you write any word, before you put anything on paper, the first thing you should be doing is strategizing your marketing. People don't realize that marketing is the thing that you have to do first, because it's the end result that you're looking for. So you want to really kind of hit that firsthand, really get into your marketing. So when I got it, like I said, I got it because there was a problem. It was like, a hole in the process. And for me, I just didn't have the greatest experience with making my investment back, just to be honest with you. And I know it was good. It's a great thing as far as anthologies, don't get me wrong. They are phenomenal. But it was that component. And then when I started really kind of talking to other women that, authors have written their books and also been a part of anthologies, that was the feedback that I was getting, is that, I don't want to do anyone.
I totally agree with you. Yes. And so being myself, I'm a 6-time best-selling author, but in that, we can say 6-time, but not every experience has been a great experience. But one thing I can say is you're absolutely correct. And that author world, literary world is really big, and it's getting larger. We're finding it, especially in the Christian, in the Christian based anthologies. You've got anthologies that are say they're non-Christian, but because this is our area, this is the area that we are in, we operate in Christian platform and Christian books, inspirational books, things to that nature, is that we don't look at the size of what do I do when I get my book. And it is continuing. And so I believe that the pie is big enough for all of us. And so for you those, and I know you're probably like me, is that those that are assigned to us, we will know those that are assigned to us. And where I'm going with this is that to help bring them to that level, as you're saying, to market how, not just to have the book and it sit in a box and then you don't know. COVID hit. There were very few places where you could be a vendor and take your books. And so what you have gifted and the ability to do is help other authors that are coming, have been able to be coached by you and are part of your project, that yes, they're seeing the results. And that's what it's all about. It's not to, and I believe that that's what you're saying as well. You want to make sure that you have a result, an end result.
Yes, definitely. You want them you want to have an end result, and you want it to be favorable for both parties, the visionary author as well as the co-authors. And that's what my goal is to always work for, because I feel like I have the best of both worlds. I'm the visionary author, plus I have the co-authors. And to be able to be in both of those worlds and be able to help myself and other visionary authors, plus the co-authors, it's really like a blessing
Yeah.
to help them really learn how to market the book and take it further, like you said, because what I noticed was once the book is published, once you have this book launch, you have the book signing, then
Right.
what? It's like you don't know what else to do with it. And
Yeah.
I'm like, no, that's where you really have to start working and pushing the book like we're doing right now. Here it
Yeah.
is. We wrote this book in 2020 and we're still coming on. And this is what I'm
Wow.
showing even the authors that work with me. This is what you have to continue to do, is put the book in front of people's face and let people know not just the book, your message within the book. What is your brand? What is your message? What was your story? What is your experience? How you can help solve other people's problems.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, I'm loving it. Well, today, you all, we have Crystal has brought along the some of the contributing authors with her on this journey and this conversation at the table today. So listen, I need you to get the word out. As I tell you all, you are leaders of leaders, coaches of coaches. You have those tribes. So go ahead while we've just had this dialogue. The ladies are going to introduce themselves. I'm going to go ahead and start with the phenomenal Monique Outerbridge. If you will, come on, Monique, and tell us hello.
Hello, everyone. My name is Monique Outerbridge. I am co-author of the anthology No More Residue, and I am creative owner of Velvet Cake Spike Wind. So happy to be here.
So happy to have you. Yes, indeed. And now, Benita Williams Smith. Come on, Benita, and say hi to us.
Hello, my name is Benita Williams. I'm another co-author of the No More Residue anthology, and I'm currently aspiring to complete a life insurance specialist
Okay.
for myself. Thank you.
You are so welcome. You're very welcome. And we have Dr. April J. Libson. April, if you will.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am Dr. April J. Lisbon, also known as the Content Creation Connector. I am the founder of Run Your Race Enterprises, as well as the TV host of Own Your Ish with Doc April.
Oh my goodness. Yes, you got to talk more about that. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we have with us the phenomenal, yes, Lady Charmaine Castillo. Yes, come on and say hi to us, if you will.
Hi, everyone. My name is Charmaine Roots Castillo. I am a wife, a mother, a freelance editor, and a model. And I am also one of the co-authors with No More Residue.
Absolutely. Well, we are super, super excited to have you all ladies here at the table. Well, listen, let's chat about this book. This book, No More Residue. Crystal, wow, this surprised me. I didn't realize that this book was out in 2020, but here we are 2 years later, and we're still talking about it. I definitely do believe that it's a God move, you all, because listen, there are stories in this book. I like what Monique has, you all. I just want to share something because I do a little bit of searching and get prepared whenever our guests come to Book Talks with Sandy. Monique, I love what you're saying. Moving past the pain and healing is always a journey. She writes, the courage to tell you your story is the testimony God gives us. So I want to go to Crystal, but then Monique, I want you to be our first author to come on in and share. Tell us about No More Residue, Crystal. What's the conception of this? How did this come about?
Well, this book actually came about when I wound up relocating to North Carolina from New York.
Okay.
And on my journey of sobriety, and once I relocated to this new environment, it was like, okay, nobody knows my past. Nobody knows my story. However, every time I was moving up the corporate ladder or getting ready to make some significant move in my life, I noticed that there would be, I would be self-sabotaging myself. I would always still hear that, pretty much the shame of my life kept appearing. And I would just sabotage a lot of opportunities and not really understanding it until God told me, he kind of showed it to me that I had this little bit of residue left of my past that was haunting me. And I couldn't believe that really was happening. But when I stopped and I took a look at my life and what was going on in my career, especially because I believe that, when we're elevating and we're growing, that's when we start to discover those limited beliefs. We start discovering really what's the mindset that we have. And I didn't realize that my mindset was still like stuck in my past a little bit. It was still that little residue, that little bit of residue. It wasn't a lot, but it was just enough to hold me back. It was enough to keep me where my identity was still in my past instead of my future and my present moment. And I started to notice that once I started to be in leadership in corporate and talking to different women in that city where I was relocated to, noticed that we were all kind of struggling with that same thing. Once I did the research, it was like, wow, it's our identity, but it's for something from our past that we have not let go. We have not really confronted and dealt with. So the book actually, just to be honest with you, look, can I just be transparent here?
Yes,
well,
go ahead.
I was at an event, I was at a conference, and somebody asked me to be in their anthology. And I just went ahead and did it. I didn't pray about it. I didn't ask God. I just said, oh, this is free. They want me in their book. It was the first time. I was like, yes, I'm going to do it. I'm going to jump in.
Do it. Yeah.
I'm going to do it. Go ahead and do it, right? So, and she really loved my story because they heard my testimony. So she was like, I really want you in my book. And I was like, okay, great. So I wrote it. And my chapter was called No More Residue. Well, let me just help some of you out here in this audience today. When you are out of alignment, you will be the Jonah in somebody else's boat. You will be the Jonah, and I was the Jonah in her project. She could not get the project off the ground whatsoever. She wound up having to give me the anthology to run the anthology. And then that's when I heard this chapter is not even supposed to be in here. This is supposed to be your book and your anthology. And I had all of these beautiful ladies that had been in like either one of my group coaching programs called Crystallize Your Vision or The Shift. And God told me, he said, I want you to take them into the marketplace. And I was like Joshua, like, how am I taking them into the marketplace? Like, what does this mean? Like, we're not going to go and get no land or anything like that. Well, it clearly gave me the vehicle was supposed to be the anthology and to call it No More Residue, because there was that residue. And when I put it out there, here you have it. These beautiful ladies are here with me today and many more. So that's how we birthed No More Residue.
Well, see, okay, so I'm going to help you all. She's been writing for a minute. And the reason why I came off the camera, because there is another book and I cannot think of it. Let me tell you all, I was flying back. I hated I did. I was new in this you all Facebook timing and all of that and doing my coffee conversations. And I took Crystal's book with me on my trip. So I'm sitting at the airport in Houston and I said, oh, I gotta go live. Y'all, this is me. I gotta go live. And because her book was so juicy. And you all authors, just kind of hold tight because I've been really, I'm telling y'all, this is a circle. So I tried and she was like, oh, you want me to go live now? Oh, listen. Oh, no, listen, y'all. I was catching her off spot. She had no clue, no idea, but it was some stuff in the book. Where I'm going with this is her transparency. Listen, you get it straight, as they say. Listen, we are women of God and we're believers, but we're overcomers. It's like you get it straight, no chaser. And in her book, what's the name of the book? Because right now I can't.
Rise Up in Hope. Rise Up in Hope.
Y'all, Lord have mercy. That's another book. Y'all need to get that one, because then you will understand why the No More Residue. So all I'm going to say is we're going to put that in the chat. You need to buy that one because you need to understand her story. So transparent. God did a mighty, mighty work with you. And I want you to just tell one thing. You don't have to tell everything, but whatever you want to share, tell that one thing, and then we're going to go ahead and get into No More Residue because it's so profound. You leading because you've been there.
Far as telling one thing about
anything that was in that book. Okay, so you all, let me tell you, it was about her new house. It was her house, how she moved. She went for her corporate job. It was just phenomenal things. God did some major, major things. So right now the house is coming to play.
Well, what Sandy's actually referencing is my transition out of corporate when God said it was time to go. It was time to go. He said it's time to leave. Yeah. And that was really, really, really challenging because I had been with them for 20 years. So one of the things that I built my identity off of that. I didn't realize that I was doing that. You know, my identity was wrapped around that because I will give you this. My story stems from drug addiction, teen mom, teen pregnancy, a young wife. It stems from that, but take it back a little further. You know, some of our households that we grew up in was very dysfunctional. Mine was one of them. So this is where No More Residue. This is how me and the ladies are able to connect, and I connect with so many people because I do keep, I want to just say it like this. I keep it real with people. I'm very transparent. And I notice that that is something that holds people back from really being free. And one of the things for me, I wanted to be free. And that's what God was saying. He was like, get rid of that residue. It's time to let it go. And I was so afraid of more of the people that I work with because I was in leadership. I didn't want my team. I didn't want the staff. I didn't want anyone in that new city to know that I had a life that was filled with, you know, that type of activity. I wanted to be like, hey, I'm here in this new city. Yeah. And that's it. And that's, you know, once I really owned it, then now here we are right now. And I own it and I teach other women how to, you know, be bold about it, be confident about it, unapologetic, because it's not your identity at all. It has nothing to do with who you are.
I love it. I love it. Now we're going to thank you so much. And listen, we're going to talk even more. Our audience is out there. You guys, thank you for hanging out with us all the way from the United Kingdom. My dear friend, yes, Yinka Kalani is watching us all the way from the UK. I think it's about 9 o'clock at night there. But thank you, Yinka, for tuning in. One of our Facebook users, she's saying the discussion is good, the awesome platform. And she said, come on, Houston. I think, hey, Rochelle, how are you? Yes, indeed. And I'm hearing Story Whisperer. Yes, Rochelle, thank you so much for joining. And then we have our phenomenal, I call her my ambassador, Brenda. Thank you always for tuning in. Good afternoon to you as well. Now we're going to hear from one of the contributing authors, Monique, because I came across as I was looking and something that was so profound in what she was sharing in just about being a part of this book project. Go ahead, Monique, and share with us. Each of the ladies, you all, after Monique, we're going to share an announcement, and then we will come on with Charmaine will be next. But talk to us about what it means in moving past the pain, and healing is always a journey.
Hello, everyone. I'm Monique. Wow. You know, 4 years ago, Crystal. Interestingly enough, sometimes you don't know that a person has a purpose in a season in your life. And Crystal was that for me. She helped me move past a place where I was just truly stuck, owning a lot of things that I did not need to own as a woman, as a business owner, as a career IT professional. You know, she helped me work through that pain and being stuck in a unhealthy relationship. my journey to get to be a co-author in this book was very unique for me in that I hired Crystal to be my life coach. And we talked about some visions we saw for me. And when we talked about a book, I never thought about an anthology. And when I chose the story Stuck in the Bottle, I really chose it and I wrote it for me, to really tell my story and the pain that I went through and how I saw myself as this person always wanting to do the right thing for other people and not doing the right thing for Monique. And talking about the journey of kind of losing or getting off the beaten path with my journey with God. And through this process, it really helped me to get focused and hone in on myself and really pursue my passion, which is now my purpose, which is Velvet Cakes by Gwen. Without telling this story, I don't think I would be where I am today in my business. So healing is from the inside out. And I encourage everyone that's listening, if you're dealing with something, work through it, heal from it, because you have a testimony.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So you connected with Crystal, became one of her clients. She's coached you, and now you talk about being stuck in the bottle. So when we come back around, the question will be, what would you like for your author, what the readers to take away from your story? We're going to talk with Charmaine next, but before we do that, you all, I want to share one of our announcements, one of our sponsors. And so if you will, just kind of sit back and we will hear from one of our sponsors here.
Do you have computer problems? Does your PC have a virus or malware? Or does it need to be upgraded and optimized for better performance? Call Affordable Computer Repair. We will check your system and get it running like new. Are you ready to cut the cord and start streaming, but are not sure which streaming device to choose or service to select? Our streaming device setup service will assist you with choosing the best device and the service that works the best for you. Are you in need of a website for your new or existing business? Call us today to get started. We offer a complete website design service to include logo design, business email setup, and SEO services. To learn more about our services, please go to our website.
Thank you. And that is Affordable Computer Repair. And of course, you can find their information on Facebook, Affordable Computer Repair on Facebook page. Now, if you will, come on, Charmaine, and just share with us a little bit about your participation in this and how you connected with Lady Crystal.
Well, I tell you, I'm so blessed to have connected with Crystal, because Crystal, I've been with her for about maybe 3 or 4 years now. But I initially connected with her in Dallas. We were co-authors on another anthology. And there was just something about her when I saw her that just reeked of confidence. And I was one with low self-esteem, no self-esteem, and I saw it radiating from her. And I knew I was supposed to be connected because I really, really wanted what she had. And that's what's the season I was really praying and asking God about divine connections, because I was trying to find where I was supposed to go. And it was a struggle for me because of what was on the inside of me. So I first began her group coaching, Crystallize Your Vision. And I started to get vision for my life. I was lost. I was trying to find my way. I had lost my son a year ago, and before I met her, and that was the catalyst to make me want to just get my life together and live my life to the fullest. But I didn't know what my fullest life looked like. I didn't know my life was so full of purpose. So when I connected with Crystal through Crystallize Your Vision, things began to get clearer to me. But I knew there was more, and I knew I was supposed to be connected to her because of her honesty. And she had It is what it is. She's going to say what she means and means what she says, but she says it in love, and she's always led by the Holy Spirit. And for me, that was key. So I connected with her because God sent her to me, really. That's another story. But there was more that I wanted. So then she offered the mentoring program, The Shift. And so there was still something missing in my life. I still hadn't found my purpose, but I could see it now. I just didn't know how to get there. So when she talked about the shift, yeah, I wanted to be a part of that shift because I needed a shift. So after I came out of the shift, that's when she started talking about No More Residue, an anthology. And I'm like, I already been in 2 anthologies, and I don't think I need to be with another one. But then she started talking about everything that she was offering as she did her anthology. And I was like, well, maybe one more time, because something deep on the inside of me knew that was going to be it. I thought it was going to be just the book and my story, but I really found purpose as I went through the process of doing this anthology. So it was more than just the book for me. Everything that's come out of it, is just an added bonus. But being divinely connected where you're supposed to be connected was key in my life, and I'm just so thankful that I connected.
Off of mute. Let me take myself off of mute. That is phenomenal. As I was sharing with the ladies, I love it how you made it real clear that, and we know this about Crystal, is that she is led by the Holy Spirit when she operates at that level in her faith. And yes, when the Lord speaks, she is obedient to that. And we've watched her over the years, as I was sharing in the green room, you all that are tuning in with us, Facebook, and you all, we are now streaming live also on YouTube. I have to remember that. Yes, we are on YouTube, and we want to thank our YouTube family for supporting. And those of you that, if you will, go to Coffee Conversations with Sandy and subscribe, and you also can find this interview as well. But one of the amazing things is that we've watched Crystal just, God just do some miraculous things. And really, he connected me with her from seeing her and knowing of her and just watching her grow. And when she would grow, I shared it, and I'm very transparent as well. When she would grow, I would grow. And I would be on those evening meeting calls, and there was some evenings I could not make it, but she was so consistent, very consistent. And so that's one of the things that I love about this woman, is that she's very consistent. And the consistency is because her desire is that we win. That's one of the things, right, Benita? She wants us to win.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
She wants you to win. She wants me to win. She wants all of us to win. And one of the things I love about the fact is that with this book, not that there's no more residue. I think it's clear that all of us, even including myself, I had to overcome alcoholism. That was with me. That was mine. Drugs was it back in the 80s. And I don't know if Crystal ever noticed, back in 83, there it was 83, 84. I was moved to New Jersey. I was living with my aunt and uncle. And back then, in between 84 and 85, there were women in New York that were getting murdered. They were murdered. There was a serial killer. Y'all, I was high as a kite. I used to work on Wall Street in the E.F. Hutton building in Battery Park. And I met a guy. And back then there was not any crack. It was just cocaine. Now it could have been, but I wasn't. It was just straight cocaine. You sniff it and you move on. And I got hooked up with this guy working in Battery Park building. And listen, had I not met my children's father and gotten married, Lord knows, I really say it's because he saved my life. But you all, I was high as a kite on 34th Street in a hotel. And I remember seeing a hand, and I've become transparent now that I'm able to share it. But I'm like you, Crystal, there was years that I didn't want people to know that I was a drunk driver coming from happy hours. leaving my corporate job, drunk as they say, coup de brown. But there was one time that I did, and I don't know how I got home. So I went from one story to another, you all. Yeah, I was high on 34th Street. Nobody knew where I was at. That's when I lived in New Jersey. Then years later, I moved, and I still got over the the drugs of the cocaine, but I had stopped drinking. I had not stopped drinking until one day in a party and in a club, happy hour. Don't know how I got home. I said, whoa. And I prayed. I said, God, take the taste of liquor out of my mouth. And he did just that. But years later, I was standing up, and I'd been now in ministry probably at that time now about 10 years. And the Lord called me into jail and prison ministry for 8 years. And I found myself standing up at the jail teaching. And I could hear God talking in my ear. And I could hear while I was talking. And he said, this is why you didn't die. This is why you didn't kill nobody. He said, so that you could come to Gulfport, Mississippi and tell your story. So with all of that, you all, I know what it means. Yes, not to no longer walk as Crystal was sharing, to walk in our freedom. So, Benita, yes, we know what it's like. Come on and talk to us. How you doing?
All is well, thank you. Yes, definitely. When you,
yes, indeed.
I could identify with you when you spoke about Crystal from the late night ministry. Even though we go a little bit further because we're from the same hometown, we went to the same high school, but it was the late night ministries that caused me to peek in and peek out. I was playing peekaboo back then, but it wasn't until I finally got the courage to myself to say, you know what, I want more than just peekaboo, and I started with the shift program on how to be an entrepreneur. And it's then where I met the other co-authors, and I heard that we began to collaborate about the different things we were going through. And then, it's then where we was able to we started talking about a story, like sharing our stories. And it was then when I realized, well, what is my story? Like, because I didn't know still then that I had a story.
Mm-hmm.
But listening to my other co-authors, I used the tools that Crystal gave of self-reflecting. And then that's when I was able to identify, oh, yeah, I do too got a story. But mine is totally different, because I wasn't dealing with an addiction that I could see. This was something that I did not see or did not know I was dealing with. It wasn't until I found out, until I started elaborating, identifying the story with what I was dealing with, to realize that, yeah, I'm dealing with an addiction myself, And so this is why I'm so grateful for Crystal and the No More Residue and my co-authors. Because again, if it wasn't for them being transparent and bold and sharing their stories, it wouldn't have gave me the confidence to think about mine, to think about, the things that I was going through in life, that it was almost similar, but not quite similar, because mine stemmed from way, way back. But this is how I got to the point where I'm at right now, able to use a voice, where I'm not only able to use my voice, and I'm also I'm desperately want to save souls, trying to still save people. And this is why I have transparent into still wanting to share my story, and and whatever else I can do as far as helping someone. But this is how I came about with me.
Wow, that is amazing. The courage. You all, I'm ready to throw my stiletto. If y'all know what, like, you better go ahead. Yes, indeed. You just heard from a phenomenal woman. You all are guests, those of you that are listening to our podcast here on Spotify, that yes, you just heard this woman who says that the visionary author caused her to find her voice. Crystal, what does that feel like when you hear women talk about the impact that you're making in their life? How does that feel?
To be honest, it's humbling. I honestly never thought that I would be used in this manner. I'm a one of 4 children, so I'm the middle child. I really thought, my sister or someone else would be, playing these kind of positions and being in these roles as the authority. I just didn't think that that would be for me. So it's very humbling. It really is. And this is, it's humbling and it's inspiring, because I want to show other women that, what, all of the things that you think you need, you don't need. God can use you. I really overlooked myself a lot of time, for a long period in my life. And that's what God has waken up inside of me, to wake up in other people and to wake up as their voice, that your voice matters. So it's very humbling and very inspiring at the same time. We can't hear you, Sandy. You're on mute.
Thank you. You are a coach, and you coach other coaches. One of the things that I believe it was Lady Bonita who said is that you provide the tools, and I believe Charmaine said the same thing. Help us, help our audience, and I think everyone had an opportunity to share about before I begin a Q&A. Has Dr. April, have you shared? Okay, Dr. April. So we're going to go ahead and allow Dr. April is going to come on and share about her chapter and her connecting with Crystal, and then we'll get into some Q&A. Okay, because there are some tools that you gave these ladies some tools, and I'm excited. I want to talk about that, self-reflecting. Come on, if you will, Dr. April. How are you?
I'm wonderful in yourself. So my story is a little bit different from everyone else, because Crystal and I were actually in a group together called the Tribe Effect. And so she was actually my partner. We had one other person who fell by the wayside, amen. But it was necessary because that person was not ready for all that is the Crystal J. Cunningham, okay? So it is through that process that Crystal and I, we really connected, because we were truly business besties in this group. Out of that process, I got to see who Crystal really was. Crystal is really my iron that sharpens iron. And so Crystal will call me out on my BS because she knows that I'm gifted in that arena. And it's because of that that I then invested in her Shift program, which was the catalyst for me to realize that there was more to my purpose, more to my life than just being a career professional. And through that process, we then did Crystallize Your Vision, which once again really helped me to get clear of the clutter as far as my mindset and how I view life and my story. And so when Crystal was talking about the idea of creating an anthology, I told God, I said, I'm not writing one more book because I already have books out there, both my own as well as other anthologies. And I said, I have time for this foolishness. And so God basically told me, he said, to sow the seed. If you sow the seed, I will bless you. And so that's what I did. But my intention was not to be in the anthology. My intention was to sow the seed to show her that the book was necessary. And then I was going to go stage left. And God was like, because you've sown, now you have to produce. I said, see, I felt a little bit hoodwinked and bamboozled, but that's okay though. And so I'm thankful for that process, because had it not happened, my story would not have been written. I still would have been still in hiding. And because of it, now I am able to share myself authentically with people without the shame. And that's something that Crystal taught us throughout the book process, is that God would not bring shame to our name. And so when I think about my story and where we are right now with the Roe versus Wade, as I told Crystal, I said, you see, 2 years ago, it was necessary for this book to come out, because 2 years later, God knew that there was going to be a major shift in our country. So from that vantage point, I'm so thankful for her foresight, but more importantly, her obedience to hearing the voice of God, as she says, the whisper of God, and for her taking action. So that's how I got involved with No More Residue.
I love it. That is amazing. And so she said something about hood. That's all I can remember. Y'all listen. Those that are tuning in, listen. These are we're just some girls just loving on the Lord and excited about our walk and the fact that there is no more residue. This amazing book, the visionary author of this book is, yes, the phenomenal. We know her as Crystal Communications, but yes, Crystal. We know her as a Midnight Minister. We know her as Prophetess, but she is a six-figure anthology strategist, and we are delighted to have her with us on this afternoon, and she's brought along some of the contributing authors of the book that is called No More Residue. These are stories of women that have been able to conquer some of the challenges and things from their past that have been holding them back. And just as the book says, that there is no more residue. There's no more residue of your past or your past mistakes, and they're walking in their freedom. We're hearing from the amazing Benita this afternoon, who shared about finding her voice, the courage to do that, and the fact that her desire is to see souls saved. I love it. I love it. This, I believe, Crystal, I was coming back with a question of some of the tools as a coach and one to guide in the anthology, or just, they've talked about your shift project. And I heard two words, one word, and I heard it twice, that it's a catalyst. And so let's talk about this. You've set the pathway. It's kind of like you've cleared the forest and you've made a path that women can take this road, take this path to their life of freedom. Come on, share your heart with me. Get your mute. Hold on. Get your mute. Let me unmute you. There you go. Okay. Now.
Okay, now. Right? See? When it's so good like that, the enemy be trying y'all, but we got to keep pressing. Just keep pressing, okay? Keep pressing mute. I mean, unmute yourself. That's what you got to do.
Exactly.
But it's funny that you said clearing the pathway, because just recently I found me a walking trail in the new place where I live in in Georgia, right? And the analogy that the Lord had gave me was exactly that. Like it's a walking trail, and the pathway with all of the trees, it's a lot of clutter. And he's like, no, I want you to get on this clear path. And how do you do that? You do that by being authentic and being honest. Okay. That was one of the things that I think that I can pride myself on, is helping women really get clear. And that's why it's No More Residue. We help other women get clear of the clutter, whatever the clutter may be, because I like that Dr. April, her story is a little different than Miss Bonita, and Monique's story is a little bit different than Charmaine. However, we all can identify with having that little piece of that residue. Yeah. So one of the things I do, and I'll give you these 5 tips, lady, right here. It's called the CLEAR method. The first thing you must do is get really clear about the challenges that you have had. What were those challenges and those obstacles that you faced? Tell your reader, talk to your reader about the, specific time when God disrupted your life in that pathway. You understand what I'm saying? And reposition you. Then it's your hero's journey, right? And then talk about the lessons that you learned. What were the top, I say 5 lessons that you learned from that experience? You can always pull out 3 to 5 lessons in that moment, right? And then experience, how can you help your reader, equip them, empower them? How can you do that for them and learn from your unique? Because one thing I know is, like I said, we all have unique experiences here. And then, what action did you take? What were the first things that you did? You got to be able to talk about that. Think about it. What was the first things that you did? So a lot of people kind of overlook that the first thing you got to do is make a decision, right? Make the decision in your mind first, and then you put the action by whatever it is that you need to do in the physical. Then what are the results? What are the results? Let's talk about at least three three results that you've gotten from doing that, from challenging yourself, and that experience. So when it comes to this book, No More Residue, it's really personal. And it's funny because I don't have a story in here. And let me just say this to you right now. I am so big on what I do, especially when it comes to the anthologies, of really helping the authors. I am big on helping the co-authors. I feel as a leader, one of my things is, if you know who you are, you know what you're doing, you can lay back and you position your authors to come out and for them to win. And that is what I saw here with these women. I want them to win. And they can tell you, I will do whatever I possibly can to help them succeed. Their stories, they not only got stories here, y'all, they got courses as well. When God gives you something, he makes sure you are fully equipped, okay? He makes sure you are fully equipped. They got courses to go along with their chapters, so they can continue on the journey of impacting lives and also making income. Because let's not get anything twisted here, okay? And I said, don't get nothing twisted, is you can't really make an impact without making the income. Come on, somebody. I'm going to pass the plate for myself right there, because you cannot. We need the money to make more of a dent in here. So this book is, when I tell you, I am so blessed beyond what I can even see at times, just to know that I have this opportunity to work with these amazing women. And I know you don't see them all, because some of them are on vacation, unfortunately they have other lives and different things going on. And we'll all be getting together throughout the rest of the year. And I just want you to know that there's more stories. This is just a few of them tonight. But I am so inspired. I am so inspired by Dr. April, when she was like, Crystal, I'm going to trust you here. Charmaine said, Crystal, I'm going to trust you to share my story. Monique said, Crystal, I'm going to trust you. Bonita said, I'm going to trust you. And I said, don't trust me, trust God.
That's
Don't
right.
trust me, trust God. Trust the God in me, because I want to give some other women some things that I didn't get. And let me tell you what I call it: the gas. I want to give you the fuel that you need, the guidance, the accountability, a safe space, and the support. So I call it the gas. I want to give you that. And that is what I do. I aim for, because I know when you have a safe space, I know that then you will let your guards down. God will be able to start the healing. God will be able to start the delivering that you need on this journey first. When it comes to anthology, or you writing your book, let me just tell you right now, you writing the book, it's for you at first, but then it becomes for the reader. Then it comes for the reader. But God wants to give you something through you writing. He wants to give you what you need first. So I hope and pray that you will have an opportunity like some of these women. There will be a volume 2 that's coming out. We're probably going to get into that in a minute, but don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But this book is very special to me. These women are very special to me. I know we talked, Sandy, before, and it could have been just me and you, but I am the type of visionary that I am about helping my authors, helping another sister rise up, helping someone else get to the next level, helping. That's what this is all about. Empowering, equipping.
Absolutely. I'm loving it. We all glued. You have no idea. When she speaks, you want to grab your pen. When you want to grab your paper. All of that, everyone is talking about safe space, support. We're hearing accountability. We're hearing guidance. We're hearing, yes, impact to income. And even a hashtag. Y'all better go ahead. Thank you, Rochelle. Rochelle said hashtag impact income. Oh my goodness. Listen, you all, we are in an amazing conversation. You just heard it from the phenomenal, yes, Crystal Cunningham, the six-figure anthology strategist. And as she says, that it is all about you, the author. It is about your position and yes, making the income, but it's about the impact and what you're going to do and make the change in the lives of others, and not just put out a book and it not bring in the positive results. That's what and it's about a business, but it's also her obedience to God. So it would be safe to say that these women find this a safe space. They find Crystal to be someone that, yes, is credible, that's a woman of integrity, and want to see you win. Want to see you win. I love it. I love it. You all, we are here right here this afternoon having a great, amazing conversation. I am just loving this with the authors of No More Residue. And yeah, she kind of let it out that we can be expecting book number 2, but how fitting. Here we are 2 years later. And it's nothing new in the literary world that they will do re-releases. I'm learning this in the literary world, is that books can be written 2 or 3 years and they'll just decide, it's got a fresh feel. It's kind of like the word of God. You all know when you get a revelation, you read something and you've been reading it all your life, but all of a sudden you can look at it and you get a new revelation. And so it's evergreen. The book is evergreen. We will learn, new readers, people will find your tools, your 5 tips. And we want you to go over those 5 tips one more time before we end our broadcast. Well, you all, I got a couple of things I want to share with our audience, if you all allow me to. And we are going to let you know there's a couple of, I've partnered with some upcoming events. And one of the events is with the Faith Out Loud, and upcoming event that is going to be in August the 5th through the 7th. It is the whole entire 3 days will be virtual, starting on Friday evening all the way through. So I would love for you to hear from, these are the speakers that will be taking place. As you can see, 39 days, 15 hours, 2 minutes and 4 seconds. It is absolutely free. All you need to do is go to faithconference.info. Oh, I got that backwards. faithconference.info, and I'll be putting it in the stream. But we have partnered and with the phenomenal, yes, Miss Dorothy P. Wilson, and these are a couple of the speakers. These are the keynotes that will be speaking, and the theme this year is on purpose, finding purpose after adversity and loss, walking in purpose in ministry, embracing purpose in business, having faith to birth your purpose, cultivating purpose in relationship. And so if you are looking for also an opportunity, there is the register for free, but there also is an opportunity for you to be a speaker or sponsor. So there's different levels, if you will. I'm going to be putting this information in the chat and in the stream. Go ahead and reach over to those ladies in that team, Miss Dorothy, and so that you can, register. And if you're looking to expand your speaking opportunity, it's a virtual event, but it also opens up some visibility for you as well. If you would like more information, just reach out to me. You can DM me. Y'all know how to reach me over on, Facebook, messaging, Sandy Sanders, and I will be glad to get back to you about the speaking opportunities. Okay. And then, yes, and we're going to come back in Crystal. Let's talk about how individuals can get the book. How can individuals get the book No More Residue? And I'm pretty sure from each of them, do we want to do that, or do you have it on Amazon?
I am so big on pushing them. Okay. I want them. I would like everybody, like how
okay, good
links for everyone in here of where they can purchase your book, because it's a group thing. So
It
put y'all
is.
links
Okay.
in the chats, ladies,
All
and
right.
let people know how they can purchase the book. They can go on Amazon, but I personally would like it if you could purchase it from one of the co-authors that's here online. I do have some of my authors that was in the project as well that's here. That's also in the chat. They just wasn't able to make it on because some of them are traveling. They going on vacation. They went away and all the rest of that good stuff. So,
Yes,
yeah.
indeed. Yes, indeed. So, and I'm going to put it back up, Monique. And so what I'll do, we'll give them an opportunity. So here is where we are on the takeaways. You all, what would you like for, and we do yield back at the, we're almost at the end of our broadcast, but what we'll do is ask each of the authors to share, what would you like for us as a reader to walk away? What would be a tip? What would be one of the tips that you would like for us to walk away? And I'm going to start with Benita. If you will, Lady Benita, what would be one thing that you would like for me to walk away with after I read your chapter?
I would like for you to just understand that addiction comes in many formats. That unless you pick up the tools to try to identify, you won't know. And just because you can't, just because you don't see that you know what you're dealing with, it don't mean that that you're not dealing with something. So yeah, I just want I want the readers to know that addiction comes in so many devices.
I love it. And it's kind of like when you said pick up the tools. So if I got a toolbox and you've got the hammer, you've got screws, you've got all of that. So you got a toolbox. What I'm hearing you, and we mentioned it earlier, Crystal has provided all of the authors with tools that has now brought you into a place that you're bestsellers. And so that is what you're saying, is that your chapter is going to leave one of those tools to help them, and is to know that addiction comes in different forms. That is especially for someone that I love what you're saying, and here's where I'm going with this. I believe that individuals that are not dealing with addiction themselves, but maybe a family member, and we walk in denial and they're not knowing what signs to look for. That was perfect, what you just said. That was very profound of what you just shared with us, because as you said, addiction comes in different forms.
Yes.
That was good. That was good. Charmaine, come on and talk to us. You have my sympathy. You lost your son and you connected with Crystal. What would you want us to walk away with after we read your chapter?
I want you to know, everybody, that there's a purpose for your life. And as long as you have breath, it's never too late to step into that purpose. I was 61 years old when my son died, and I realized, what am I going to do with the rest of my life to make a difference? And so I felt like my story and all of my life's experiences, I can help somebody to avoid certain pitfalls. One of the pitfalls that I stepped in was being a people pleaser, because I cared more about how they felt than I did about my inner peace. But I wanted to be accepted. And when I realized who I was and how strong I was, and that God had a gifting and a purpose for my life, things changed for me. But I didn't step into that real change until I connected with Crystal to help me get on track. So I thank her for helping me to get on track. But my message for all the people are, find out what pleases you, because if you please other people before you will miss that inner peace. You will miss your purpose. You will be sad because you're not being who you were created to be. And so now that I've found that place, I have the courage to speak about it. Before, I had no courage because somebody might not like what I said, but now it doesn't matter. I'm on point now, and I'm going to talk about it.
I love it. Purpose for your life. Overcoming. Yeah, people, that's a whole conversation right there. Being a people pleaser. And it's good to know that we find out that we're not all by ourselves. When we find out, you deal with that too, girl? Yeah. Come on, we no more. Yes, indeed. Monique, if you will, come on. What would you like for us to walk away with after we read your chapter?
I would like readers to walk away with a heart of forgiveness for yourself. Know that it's never too late to start over. Give yourself the opportunity to grow and really be the authentic you, show up as you. This telling my story really helped me to open up and blossom and really pursue the one thing that had been on my heart, which was Velvet Cakes by Gwen. I have a slogan that I always keep in my head that helps me stay focused, and I'm going to share it in hopes that it helps someone else. Always keep seeking new opportunities. Keep believing and keep elevating to achieve your purpose in life, because we all have a purpose.
Yeah.
And getting unstuck helped me really with my purpose, and that is my testimony.
I love it. Oh my goodness. I'm just steady writing. Heart of forgiveness. Never too late to start over. Be authentic and always seeking. And I stopped because I just wanted to hear everything what you had to say. So I'm going to go back and look at the replay because I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to miss this. But
yeah.
And not being stuck. I like that part right there. Thank you so much. Dr. April, come on. What would you like for us to walk away with?
Yes, ma'am. So my takeaway for the readers or just for the listeners right now is that you have to realize and understand that your story does not end with you being on the table. Your story can be transformed and changed when you choose to forgive yourself for decisions that you've made. You have the ability to create a new narrative for yourself, not based on who you were, but who you will be and who you are at this moment in time. So understand that even the decisions that you have made may not have been the best in that moment, but it was the best that you had. So forgive yourself, trust yourself, believe in yourself, love in yourself, and more importantly, forgive yourself, because the reality is we all have an opportunity to get back up if we choose to not allow our past to dictate our present and determine our future.
I'm loving it. Yes, she says, yes, April, today I decide. I'm loving it. It is always important, Lady Crystal, is that whenever we have this opportunity, this is our platform, this is our first fruit to the Lord, because when I became an author, I didn't know how to get my book out. I didn't know what to do. I didn't. And I was already doing coffee conversations with Sandy. And it was like, okay, Lord, he said, well, you're already talking to people. You're already doing it. So why not? And Karen Crockett Cherry saw me, and I was in the second anthology, and she said, you have a show, Sandy? And I was like, I do. Yeah. Like, I didn't know I had a show. She said, yeah, you do. And it was my first fruit to the Lord. And from there, God has breathed on it. And for that, we are humbled. And I just love it how God just shows up every time. And it's that our authors that come on, you're making an impact in the earth. And not only are you making an impact, but you leave a footprint. And what do I mean by that? Is that you leave a footprint knowing that you're placed in the earth, you're making an impact, you're changing lives, you're changing the mindset of people. When they leave our audience, they leave our table, our virtual table, they leave changed. And that is so just a humbling experience whenever we get the reports. And so we're thankful for that. You all, we are listening to, we've had a discussion, or our laughter, our cries. We've had the ugly cry behind the scene. Y'all just didn't see me, but I was just Yes. But anyway, with the phenomenal, yes, Crystal Cunningham, the visionary author of this amazing book that is called No More Residue. You certainly want to reach out to these amazing, amazing authors and the visionary author as well. To get this book in your hand and allow it to change your life, allow it to pick up one of those tools out of the toolbox that each of these ladies and the others will be sharing in this, I believe, a book for such a time as right now. And the scripture says, for such a time as this, and it's a much needed book. And yes, so what we're going to do is yield back, as we always do, to allow the visionary author to have the last words. I do want to share one more thing with you all, but it will be after Crystal comes and just shares her heart with us, and if you will. And then we will do one more announcement, and then we will be ending our broadcast. So if you will, my lady.
Okay. So what I'm hearing to share with you is what I love about anthologies, and I didn't see it until I started working in the project, was our stories are so significant. Excuse me, but our stories are so significant. They're like the Bible. And that's what the Lord told me, was that our stories are extensions of the Bible. Because sometimes when people are reading the Bible, they don't think that those stories or those moments apply to today. So our stories are extensions of the Bible. And to be chosen to have an extension and to make that impact in the world, even after we leave, I am even more humbled today. And one of the things I teach I teach authors, the authors that work with me, is to create their signature stories. Our stories are just like how we hear about the woman with the issue of blood. We can always, like some of us that really read our word and in our word, we might not remember all the names, but that story you remember, because it's something about that story that you can see yourself in. So when our stories in this book, and I want you to grab a copy, No More Residue. These stories from all of these authors in here, I'm pretty sure you can find yourself in their stories. You can find yourself in that moment. You can identify with the emotions. If nothing else, I tell people this, is you might not have done the same thing, but you know how it feels to be rejected, abandoned, shameful, guilt, jealousy, envy. You know those feelings, okay? So our stories are meant to leave a mark on this earth. So I want to encourage you today, and I hope through all of what you have heard from some of the authors that are on with me today, they have been brave, they are bold, they are fearless. And I am so humbled to even be a visionary author and be in their space and to help them share those signature stories and get those stories out. And God wants your story out of you. And I'm going to leave you with this, because this is something that he showed me. Your story can work for you or it can work against you. Let me tell you how it can work against you is when you hold it. When you hold it on the inside, it will start eating away at you. When your story is to be a blessing for you and for others, and when you release it, do you know at that moment, you have just now put your foot on the enemy's head? You get to stand tall and tell it with your head held high. I tell people all the time, yeah, I was the one that did the drugs. It was me. Oh no, it wasn't that person next door. It was Crystal that did it. Why? Because I want you to see that there is no more residue, that God has made me over. I am crystal clear. I'm free from all of that. And this is the more that he promised me. And he got a promise for you too. When he said that there is more to your life, take him up on it. Your story matters. And don't let nobody tell you anything different.
Your story matters. Come on, y'all, give it up, give it up. Yes, indeed. We have just heard from the visionary author herself, Crystal Cunningham. If you would like to reach out to her, visit her website, which is crystalcunningham.com. You can also find Crystal on Facebook as well as Instagram, but you're more on Facebook. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. More on Facebook. You can find her and also instant message her if you would like to have Crystal to guide you, and you've got the tools and you just don't know what to do with them. They're all over the place, but we need to bring them all into one box. Then, hey, this lady will definitely help and guide you in that way. Well, we are on the journey. We're on the road of almost ending. We have one more interview, and this interview, listen, you all need to mark your calendar. You've marked your calendar. You set the time clock for this one, and I promise you, what is going to happen on Tuesday night is even the more it gets better. Okay, it gets even better. So on Tuesday, we will be with Dr. Monique Flemings. They just hit the #1 bestseller, visionary author for the book that is called Brilliant Minds of Black Men. This book has the forwarding. The forwarding author is Dr. Matthew Stevenson III. I want to say he's the third, the second. And so these men that you will see graced here will be at our table, at our round table of discussion. Yes, we're giving it up. The men are going to bring it on in. You have the phenomenal, yes, Mr. Andre Folks. Yes, Coach Evan S. Brown, Pastor Marvin W. Kirkwood, Robert Marshall Jr., Patrick Tyler, Gerald Pace, and Mr. Walter B. Williams. And just to give you all a glimpse, if you'll go on and find Dr. Monique Fleming, she's had individual interviews with these amazing men of God. And so we honor her. And I'm so glad that she will be back with us again with this anthology. And I also will have a guest male co-host with me on that evening. So surprise, and we'll let you know who that might be. But listen, it has been an amazing Sunday afternoon. These ladies on the East Coast and some on the West Coast, on the Central time zone with me here as well. I'm so delighted that they are with me on today. And listen, let's not forget our sponsor, which is Swag Her Magazine, a media and media news company for Black empowerment and culture lifestyle publication. They embrace life together, inspiring and uplifting each other as a whole. So do go to Swag Her Magazine, and you can find them on Facebook, Instagram as well. They are our sponsors. Well, this is Sandy Sanders. As always, it is a delight. I'm so thankful to the phenomenal Crystal Cunningham, visionary author of No More Residue, Dr. April, yes, Lady Benita, yes, the phenomenal Charmaine, and Miss Monique. And I'm telling you all, give it up. These ladies have been phenomenal. And yes, indeed, indeed, indeed. And it has always, and you guys know, listen, if you're listening to the replay, and I want you all to really share this out. Share this out. If you know someone that's been saying, I got a story, I just don't know what to do, reach out to this amazing woman of God. And I promise you, you will not regret it. I am Sandy Sanders. And as always, you guys know that I love you. You all have a blessed evening. Hang out with me, ladies, if you will, just for a second. And we're going to say good afternoon and enjoy the rest of your Sunday afternoon. If you
hello everyone, and welcome to this Boss Up interview. Today we have Rod of Points Blank Travel. Rod will help us, you and me, learn how to travel domestic and international for free by maximizing your travel rewards and miles from various credit cards. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the ride of your life. Here is Rod of Points Blank Travel. Take it away, Rod.
Hey, first and foremost, Jill, I want to thank you for having me on your show, your channel. It is an honor. It's a blessing to be here. I know when you reached out to me, I didn't even hesitate. I was like, yeah, let's do it. When are we doing it? So I want to thank you, and I want to take the time to thank you, all your subscribers, your viewers, for even allowing me the opportunity to be here. And I am Rod from Points Blank Travel, which is my flagship channel. It was the first YouTube channel that I started back in 2019. And one of the reasons I started this channel, and notice I said flagship channel, and I'm going to elaborate on that a little later. I started that because in the industry I work in, which is the automotive industry, I don't sell anymore. I'm more behind the scenes, more business development. But I saw a lot of people that were naive and uneducated when it came to credit. And I was like, man, I really want to help people with their credit. But more importantly, I served in the Navy for 20 years and 26 days. And I'm like, I've seen the world. I've been to Fiji. I've been to Hong Kong. I've been to Dubai. I've been to Sydney, Australia, Tokyo, Japan. I've been all over the world. And I'm not going to say it was free. It was. I worked for it. I had to work being in the United States Navy. But I'm like, when I retire, how am I going to be able to continue to do this? So I retired in 2009. And I'm like, I want to continue to be able to travel. How am I going to pay for it? And then I started watching points and miles content creators where you could use your credit cards to earn points, where you can transfer them to different hotels or airlines. And I learned about miles where you can transfer to airlines. And I'm like, okay, that sounds good, but I have one problem. When I refer to myself, I will say bad credit. When I'm on my channel talking to other people, I will say challenge credit. I had bad credit. I started out as a 547 credit score. So when I talk to people, I was like, don't look at me as if I fell out the sky with a 795 or 800 credit score. I'm like the average person out there. And I always refer, when I'm on my channel on Points Blank Travel, I'll say we is me, because I know what the struggle is like. I know what it's like to have a challenge credit and being told no over and over and over and over. And one of the things I found myself doing, and I want to let everybody know on this channel, please don't give up. You may read an article, you may watch a video, and we is me, we all will say, I can't accomplish that. I can't do that, because you feel like it's not for you, because your credit score may be 547, it may be 555, it may be 603, and you may think, or it seems as if the 700 is beyond your reach or too far out on the horizon, but that's not the case. So one of the things I like to tell people is credit is a marathon. It is not a sprint. It's not going to happen overnight. You're going to have to be patient. Now, I will tell you this, you can mess your credit up. Messing your credit up is a sprint, but getting it straight is a marathon. And when you go out and you can get anything that you want that's within your financial budget, it's a great feeling. Now, you can't overextend or overspend. You want to make sure whatever you're getting, and it's going to affect your credit, you got to be able to afford it. So I watched all these content creators, and I had no idea of being a YouTuber, no plans whatsoever. But I was watching people, and one thing I noticed, and I'm just going to be real with y'all, there were not a lot of African Americans in the credit niche or in the credit spectrum. And I was like, okay. So I was watching people from all types of races, Caucasians, Asians, a few African Americans, Hispanics. I was watching all these different content creators, and I was like, you know what? Once I became a master of my craft, meaning once I understood the credit and the credit card and the travel rewards, the points and miles game, I'm like, I can do that. And it sounded good at the moment, but when I turned my phone on, because I didn't have a camera, I didn't have all the lights this around, I didn't have no globes and planes. All I had was a phone. I got stage fright. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. And I started my life as an introvert, some type of way. I graduated to an extrovert. I don't know if that's a graduation or not, but that's what happened. And my first video on Points Blank Travel was about 13, 14 minutes of absolutely nothing. It was ad-libbing. I was all over the place. And one of the mistakes, I was trying to be like everybody else. And I was like, no, man, you have to be yourself, right? You have to be you. And I have a motto with, I have several slogans with Points Blank Travel, but I have a motto with Points Blank Travel is I want to educate, motivate, and elevate. I want to educate people to learn about credit, because if you're like me, you're afraid to face reality. You're afraid to face what's going on. You know, oh, I have a 547 credit score, which was myself. Oh man, okay. And after that, you're done. You got to the gym, but you didn't even get on the treadmill because you figured you wasn't going to lose anyway. And I'm using an analogy here. And then I said, okay, if I can educate people to let them know that there is a rainbow at the end of the tunnel, then I want to motivate them. Once I educate, I want to motivate them to actually take action. We can sit up and read all day. We can look at our credit report in the morning, the afternoon, the evening, before we go to bed. After we pray, we can look at our credit report all day. But if we don't take action, it's not going to matter. So I said, okay, I'm going to educate people. Then I have to motivate them to want to do something. Then once they're motivated, I want to elevate them to the next level. The same way that my research and my study, I've read thousands of articles. I watched thousands of videos. I'm not saying you have to do that. I became intrigued, and then it turned into fascination. And once I did it, once I elevated myself, I said, okay, I want to elevate others. My last, man, I'm going to start with my last trip. I just recently came back from New York. And I want to tell you the beauty of points and miles. And that's what I try to teach people about points and miles. Now, you can't get a points and miles credit card unless your credit's straight. You can get some, but you can't maximize your opportunities. I went to New York. And to give y'all an example, I decided on a Sunday to fly out on a Monday. And if you use cash, if you try to book a flight one day in advance, you're looking at an astronomical amount of dollars that's going to come out of your checking, savings, investment, whatever account you have. So I was like, but with points and miles, I didn't have to worry about that. So I booked a flight to New York, first class. Points and miles allowed me to fly first class. I used to walk by, as we all do when we get on the plane. If you're like Rod, you fly economy, but you walk by the people in first class to get to your economy seat in somewhere in the front, the middle, or the back of the plane, and you're like, I wonder what it's like to sit up there. That used to be my thought. I wonder what it's like to sit up there. So I flew to New York first class round trip. I didn't even have a hotel booked. I landed at LaGuardia. I called an Uber to a hotel I was familiar with. I got there. I went and sat at the bar, chilled out, relaxed. I pulled out my laptop, made sure they had availability, and I booked the room. That was a $406 per night room. Excuse me. With points, it didn't cost me anything. So my initial plan was to stay there Monday through Wednesday. Now, going back to the flight, I flew first class. That was a $1,400 flight. Cost me absolutely nothing because I used points and miles. And another thing I said on my videos, I'm going to teach you how to travel around the world or around the country for little or no money out of your pocket. Okay, Wednesday come along, and I'm like, I'm not ready to leave. I extended my stay. I went to the front desk. They remembered me from the guy that happened to be there this day. He wasn't there the first day I got there. He remembered me. And because of these credit cards, I have elite status. He was offering to upgrade my room, which I turned down. He gave me access to the hotel lounge, which I wouldn't have normally gotten. It was amazing. But I've gone back, I went to San Diego, Miami, San Francisco, New York, Arkansas, and back to New York. 6 trips, and I haven't paid any money out of pocket. Now, for food and any excursions or leisure that I want to do, yes, I will have to pay out of pocket, but the actual flight there and lodging is free. And I wanted to teach people how to be able to do this. And more importantly, get people over that perception that it can't happen to you. I wake up every day and I look in the mirror and I say, I can. Whatever I'm setting out to do today, I can. Now, I'm going to elaborate a little bit. After Points Blank Travel, I decided to create another channel, which is Points Blank Finance. I actually just finished recording a video for that I'm going to be dropping sometime today. And on that channel, I teach people how to invest on a budget, because there's a perception that you need hundreds, thousands of dollars to invest. And that's not the case. I started out with $25, $50 per month. Now, today, the video I did today, I invested $50. I purchased some Google stock. I talk about crypto. I talk about exchange traded funds. I don't want to get too deep into that, but I want people to know if the hardest part, let's think of, I always refer to the gym. Once you get to the gym and get on the treadmill, the elliptical, the Stairmaster, or whatever, it's easy. You finish, you feel good, but the hardest part is getting up off your couch, out of your lazy boy, out of your bed, and getting dressed and driving to the gym. That's the hardest part. Starting is the hardest part. Once you get there, you're already there. You go in there, you might do 6 minutes. You might not even do a 30-minute workout. 6 minutes, you're like, wow, I feel good. You go home, you call your homeboy, you call your girlfriend, you call whoever, like, yo, I just came back from the gym and I feel great. Same thing with investing. The hardest part is starting, but there are so many perceptions and people are so naive and uneducated about it that they never take that step to get started. So, okay, I got Points Blank Travel, I have Points Blank Finance, and I'm like, okay, man, I talk about credit here, I talk about investing here. I want a channel where I can just talk about whatever I want to talk about that has nothing to do with those. So I created a third channel, The Points Blank Experience, which I'm putting a lot of effort into that right now. Actually, I'm doing an interview on this Friday. It's kind of like what we're going through now. I do interviews on that. It's just really topics that I want to talk about that has nothing to do with investing, traveling, credit, or credit cards. And then I started a fourth channel, Points Blank Clips, where I'm taking these long 2-3 hour live streams that I may have and chopping those down and doing a 2 to 5 minute clip of what I think may be important, something that may be able to motivate a person, something that may be able to change a person's attitude if they're having a bad day. I've been through it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't look at me. I'm wearing a shirt and a tie right now. Don't look at me as a silver spoon individual. That's not the case. I've faced adversity. I've had trials and tribulations. I've had my ups and downs. I say a lot. I've never been to Mount Everest. I've never been to the Grand Canyon. Yet I've been in the Grand Canyon and I've been on Mount Everest, meaning I know what it's like to be broke. I know what it's like to not have any money or wondering how you're going to pay your bills. And I've also had more money than I can imagine. And I could tell you, I don't really care about Mount Everest. I really don't want to be in the Grand Canyon. As long as I'm on the surface earth and living and healthy and can talk and I'm breathing, I'm happy. And with all these, you've heard 4 channels, I recently created a LLC and turned it into a business, which is the Points Blank Network. And before I say anything else, people always say, Rod, how did you come up with Points Blank Travel or the Points Blank Network? And everything is Points Blank. Well, I'm that individual. I'm going to give you point blank information. I'm not going to sugarcoat nothing. If you're talking about credit and you got a 500 credit score and you ask me, Rod, do you think I can get an American Express Platinum? I'm going to tell you, no, probably not. But I'm not going to hurt your feelings in the process. Instead of saying, no, you cannot, and that be the end of the sentence, period, I'm going to say, no, you cannot, period. However, comma, if you do this, and this, then that is possible. Because I was that individual. I had a Capital One Platinum, and I did a video or a live stream on it. I went from A Platinum, which is the Capital One Platinum, to the American Express Platinum, which is the Platinum. I went from A Platinum to the Platinum. That's the top platinum credit card you can have out there. So with all that being said, I wanted to give point blank information, but I'm like, man, I'm going to say points blank because I'm talking about points and miles. I'm going to put a spin on words. I'm going to put an S at the end of point, call it Points Blank Travel, because I want to let people know we're talking about traveling for free. And then it became Points Blank Finance, which has nothing to do with points and miles. The Points Blank Experience, which people don't even really call me Rod. It's hey PBT, which is Points Blank Travel. Hey PB, Points Blank. Hey Points. You know, it's weird because I'm used to people all my life calling me Rod, but I just want people to know, please don't give up on your dreams. Don't give up on your hopes. I can tell you right now, if you believe, you can achieve. I never look at the glass as being half empty. I always look at it as being half full. And that's kind of what I just want to relate to everybody. I don't know how long I've been talking for quite a while, so I'm going to get quiet here. I can talk. Come to my channel, you'll see. I will talk, but I don't like to just talk to be talking. I like to relay a message. And I want to thank Gio again for having me here. It is a pleasure and a blessing to even be invited to anyone else's channel. Check out my channel, all of them: Points Blank Travel, Points Blank Finance, The Points Blank Experience, Points Blank Clips. And man, let's just remember, every day is a great day as long as you're walking on the face of this earth and you're breathing. And you may be facing an issue or a situation, but my mother told me when I was a young man, actually a little boy, you're going to have obstacles that are going to be in front of you. You have a couple different choices, son. You can look at that obstacle, you can stand still and not know what to do. You can turn around and run. You can walk around it, or you can jump over it. I highly recommend you learn how to walk around them and jump over it. That's just a little note from ROD, from the Points Blank Network. And again, man, I hope to see y'all on the channel.
Well, thank you so much, Rod, for all of that great information. And I just want to say I met Rod on he was doing an interview with one of my friends, Marlene, and he was giving out some great credit information. And I used to be in the 500s too, Rod, until I decided something has to be done about this. I need to have some credit, and some good credit. So after I had listened to Rod talk about credit scores and what to do and everything like that, I knew I was on the right track. I just kept it up and I never gave up, and now I'm good. Okay? But it took, like he said, it took time to get my credit to where I wanted it to be. So I'm with him. Don't give up, because I did it, and so did Rod. So Rod it has told you guys that he has 3 YouTube channels that you can get help from. Okay. I believe he has 4, right, Rod?
Right.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is have his information down below this video, so you guys can go there, click on those links, and go straight to his YouTube channels. Rod, is there anything else that you would like to say before we close?
No, again, I just want to thank you for having me here. And I want to let everybody know, please, again, man, you just heard Gio say, don't give up. Don't give up on your dreams. You even heard Gio say she was in the 500s. You're looking at Rod that said he was in the 500s. This is 2 testimonials of 2 different individuals that had a 500 credit score, but we didn't give up. We didn't stop. Life is all, I'm a firm believer, life is all about climbing that mountain. Some people make it to the top. Some people make it to the middle. But more often than not, people are afraid to take that first step to even think about climbing up the mountain. And all I can say, if you take that first step, once you even sense a little bit of a sense of accomplishment, of personal accomplishment, or family accomplishment, or couple accomplishment, you're going to want to keep grinding and keep driving. The only thing I can say, man, is believe in yourself. No one else is going to believe in you until you start believing in yourself. And a lot of people say, well, Rod, man, you're this, you're that, you're this. Believe it or not, I'm just a regular dude out here trying to make it like everybody else. And it's my viewers, my subscribers, the comments I get, the emails, the text messages. That's what fuel my energy. And hopefully I'll see some of you guys on the Points Blank Network channels, Points Blank Travel, Points Blank Finance, Points Blank Experience, Points Blank Clips. And I just, again, I want to thank Gio for having me, man. Every time I get invited somewhere, it's a blessing, man. I always think, little old bitty me, here I am. So thank you.
Yes, that is exactly how I feel too, Rod. It is a blessing to share your story, where you were and where you are today. So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been another great Boss Up interview with Points Blank Travel. With that said, everybody, we're going to say bye-bye, everybody.
Hi, guys. It's Marlene of Marlene Motivates, and welcome to your dose of positivity. Today, we're going to talk about the topic of you're almost there. So many times in life, we give up right before our miracle, right before our blessing, right before something big is going to happen in our life. Isn't it true? We're humans. We get discouraged. We feel let down. So many things. People hurt our feelings, and or we doubt, or we're giving into fear. So many things can cause us to feel down in our lives. But don't let fear or doubt or lack of support from other people stop you from being who you need to be. See, that right there, it shows if you are thinking about something, go after what you want. If it's in your brain, write it down. Go after it, put it into the actions. See, a lot of times we just have thoughts, but we never follow through. But it's all about the follow through. If you would only put it into the action, we have to remember you're almost there. Your season is right upon you, but it's about what are you going to do with what you have? What are you going to do with the talents that you possess? Are you going to overcome fear of maybe something, maybe small, and you could have a major boom about to happen if you could only get through this small hurdle. See, don't let that fear or obstacle, or maybe even in your own mind, you may doubt your abilities, you may doubt your gifts. Maybe nobody is doing what you're about to do. Don't let that stop you. Don't let anyone or anything, even if it's you, even if you are doubting yourself, even if you are doubting your ability, get up, put all your might, put all your strength out there and do it. See, once you finally achieve what you want to achieve, wow, what a manifestation. Think about the people that you're going to reach. Think about the people that you're going to bring through on your journey, the people who you're going to encourage, the people who you will inspire. Let that be a boost to elevate you and elevate your mind. Never, ever give up. Never doubt and never fear, because you are somebody. I am Marlene, and I am the content creator for Marlene Motivates. And on this channel, I talk about positive, motivating, and encouraging videos. And on Sundays and Thursdays, I go live. Sundays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and on Thursdays at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I welcome you to come to those live streams and participate. I thank you so much for being here. And as I say, every single video or story time, just know it. Just breathe it and be it and live your best life.
Be encouraged, be inspired, be yourself, you will survive. Just know it, just breathe it and be it, and live your best life.
Hello.
The Vera Talent Show. The Vera Talent Show. The Vera Talent Show. The Vera Talent Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the bill.
I was born by the river in a little tent, and oh, just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been long, a long time coming, but I know a change gon' come. Oh, yes it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm not afraid to die, 'cause I know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. See, I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me, oh Jonathan, don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Oh, then I go to my brother and I say, brother, 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 help me. But then he winds up knocking me back down on my knee. Oh, there's been times that I thought I could last long, but now I know I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will.
Yes, a change is going to come. Hello, Dr. Jonathan Haynes. I am so happy to have you here with me today. And we've had some technical difficulties. I want everyone to know that I don't know what's going on with Facebook, but the show is not airing there. This is the second week that has happened at the last minute. And so we're on YouTube, and I understand I'm having a problem with LinkedIn right now as well. But the devil is a liar. You've got a message to give and to share. We want to encourage, inspire, motivate, and uplift anyone that comes on and hears it now or later, because it is a podcast and it will be on other platforms as well. In the meantime, let me share a little bit about Dr. Jonathan Haynes. He is an award-winning recording artist from Gulfport, Mississippi, who has a passion to drive music as far as his mission reaches. He has shared the stage with some of the biggest names in the gospel industry. He is a two-time international best-selling author, talk show host, serial entrepreneur, and motivational speaker who exudes his anointing through his sound and passion to sing with a deep revelation of how God has been his source. Amen, 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 amen. Well, Dr. Haynes, I am just elated to have you here with me. And I know in the promo, we talked about some of the challenges that you faced in your life. And we want to talk about that if you don't mind, because what you have to say may very well touch a life and help someone else understand that with all that we may go through, that as long as you trust God and know, and I'm telling you, with the amount of times that you actually attempted, God had a bigger plan for you.
Yes.
God had a special plan for you, and he would not let you go. He would not let you go. And I thank God that he didn't. Thank God. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to give you the floor and give you an opportunity to just kind of share your journey, share your story. And then we're going to also talk about some of the amazing things that you're also doing. So you have the floor now.
Amazing. Hello, everyone that's watching and is going to watch the replay. My name is Dr. Jonathan Haynes. I'm 26 years old from Gulfport, Mississippi, who loves God and is doing what God has called me to do. It hasn't always been easy, but I always want to let people know you may think that the odds are against you, but with God's grace and mercy, you can come back on top. And I'm a living witness of what God can do, and he can flip the script in my life, and I know he can flip the script in your life as well. So a little bit about me. I've been in church all my life, grew up in the church. I was baptized at 6 years old. And you're wondering, how can someone who's been in the church all their life try to commit suicide 3 times? But I'm going to let you know why. I lost my father at 11 years old. And it was around Christmas time. And I can remember getting a phone call, and my daddy was calling me around Christmas. And he was like, "Hello, son, what did you get?" And as a young child, I was so into the toys and I was so into the gifts that I brushed him off and said, "Okay, Dad, bye." And I didn't know that would be the last time that I talked to my father. And so as you can imagine, the next time you see your father is in an ICU bed. They cut all his hair. He had long hair. They cut his hair off. He was on oxygen and on tubes. And every time they would try to say my name, he would try to wake up, but he did not make it. And so at that point, I was like, why did I not try to speak to my father? And so it's very important now, and we know to know this right now, that love on everyone. Love while you can, because time is so short. So love and appreciate the people that you have around you. And so at 11 years old, I went down a downward slope. I started hanging out with gangs. I started stealing. I started failing school. I was a straight A student. I started getting write-ups. And so I started misbehaving in school, and it was like something is going on with him. He wasn't like this before. And so my first attempt was at age 14. And I can remember having a bottle of pills in my hand. I crushed the pills up, and I said, "God, if you want me to stay here on earth, show me a sign." And I remember a cross that was on my wall fell off the wall, and I knew that that was a sign from God. Fast forward, I began to pray and believe God for change. And then 18 years old, I started hanging around the same people that was in the gang that lived down the street from me. You know, sometimes you have to detach yourself from people. And so I started hanging around the same people, and that put me back in a vulnerable spot that the enemy came in, and I just couldn't handle it. So I tried to again, but God stepped in and saved my life. And I should have known then what God was trying to do. If he saved me the first time, if he saved me the second time, but when you're in that state, you just believe that you're not wanted. And so I'm 26 years old now. So my last attempt was the most powerful one that I believe. I was 20 years old, so that was just 6 years ago. And I can remember sitting in the car, and I had a gun to my head. I put the bullet in it. I pulled the trigger. and the bullet didn't come out. And so as you can imagine, at that point, I was like, thank you, Jesus. And I remember starting to cry and beginning to give God the best praise of my life, and remember giving my life back to God. Because if you do something like that, so traumatic, and the bullet didn't come out, you knew there was a reason. So the third time, I knew there was a reason why I'm still here. And I remember him saying, in 5 years, I'm going to blow your mind. Last year was the 5th year, and God has truly blown my mind. As you can see now, we're going to talk later. I received an honorary doctorate this year of April. I'm going to receive the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award from the President of the United States of America, and all the other things that God has done. So I'm just telling people to look at what God can do. If he can do it for me, he can sure enough do it for you.
Let me unmute myself. Congratulations. That is so wonderful. So awesome. So awesome. And tell us about your honorary doctorate. Tell me how that came about.
Yes, I received an honorary doctorate through my gift of singing. If anybody know Dr. Nicole Peters, she's the Believe in Your Dream queen. She has a television company on Roku, Google, everywhere. Thousands of people have their own television show by this mogul. And little old me, we was in a book collaboration, and she still thought of me. And she came to me and said, I want you to sing in my event. You've been doing powerful things in the community. And she said, how about I give you an honorary doctorate to go with that for Christian leadership? And as you can imagine, I'm like, what? I remember crying and saying, thank you, God. Thank you, God, for what you're doing in my life. And she is the same one who thought of me to honor me with the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award that comes from President Joe Biden and the Vice President Kamala Harris. So God has a way of looking out for you. That's why I say treat everybody right, because you don't know who God is going to bless you through.
Amen. Amen. There were a couple of things that you said during your testimony. One, life is short. Yes. And my condolences on the loss of your father. I want to just let people know life is too short. It is too short. So love on your family, love on your friends, love on strangers, because at this point in time in our lives, we need to show love, be love, give love, because life is short and all this negative stuff. Love is the key. Love is the answer. And so I appreciate you recognizing and understanding how important it is to give flowers while people are living, give praise while you see them every day. And I just want to, again, commend you. Now, I also know that you are a serial entrepreneur. So tell us a little bit about your businesses and what it is that you're doing.
Yes, God is so amazing. I started 3 businesses during the pandemic. And as you can imagine, that is stepping out on faith. And as you know, I am a gospel recording artist, so I've traveled around the world singing. And so when the pandemic hit, everything shut down. And so I was like, how am I going to make steady income and live the life that I was during the pandemic? And God said, I already birthed visions and dreams into you. Let's put it to fruition. And it came all through as well. Having the businesses was Jonathan Haynes Ministries, LLC. It comes with my ministry. I have Songbird Productions, which is a recording company. We have visuals, we do videos, voice lessons. I am a business strategist, lifestyle coach. And then I have the Standing in the Gap movement. So everything is followed under my LLC, Jonathan Haynes Ministries. And so also the Standing in the Gap movement is where I give to the homeless, people in need. I have partners who, whatever somebody needs, rent, gas, whatever, we are fortunate enough to bless those type of people. And so during the pandemic, starting all these businesses, being an artist, being an author, doing all these businesses, a lifestyle coach, business strategist, the list goes on, podcaster, doing all that, you have to have faith. And it was because of the Button Seat Queen, Karen Cherry, when I did a book with her, it opened up so many gates of networking to now my businesses were so successful that I couldn't even imagine. And so that's why I always say connect with people. So when I started those businesses, I was afraid, but when God connects you to the right people and you're humble and you stay in place, He opened up so many doors.
Amen. Amen. Well, I am so, and you're 26 years
Yes.
old.
Yes.
So your whole life is ahead of you, and God is just doing a miraculous work in your life. Now, one of the things that you had mentioned that was in the promo was growing up and some of the negative things that you heard as a child. You want to tell us a little bit about that? And were those contributing factors to you not wanting to live?
Yes, as you can imagine, I was always having those types of feelings. But when you go through those things, those other emotions comes as well. Like, why would I try to tell someone if my own family thinks that I'm always lying, or I'm always trying to get attention, or always trying to be in the in crowd and just try to be the it person in the family or whatever. And so that did trigger this as well. But my family issues was I had people in my family that just did not want to see me win. Every time I did something good, I can remember I had some amazing events coming up, and they would email my mother, text my mother, and just say, I looked this up and I don't see the event on the website. I don't see this location. There's other dates available, or other dates are saying that they have this building. So just trying to scope everything out that I'm saying to say it's not true. And so, as you can imagine, you think your family will support you. And sometimes families are the main ones that's backstabbing you in your back. They don't want to see you further than them. They don't want to see you win. They don't want to see you elevate. They want to see you in the same places they are below them. But when you start to elevate, you will see sometimes the same ones that's always in your back saying, I love you. I love you. I love you. I support you. The ones that still stabbing you in the back. And so that did trigger it. But look at what God can do. And so all I do now, I don't talk about it. I let God show how He can work miracles on my behalf.
Amen. And He always does, because He says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. And if we stand on His word, then we know no matter how people may treat us, no matter what people may say, you know that God has your back, your front, your sides, and He's all around you as well as inside of you. And so knowing that and understanding, you know, a lot of times people may not want to see you move forward. One, because they're not doing anything themselves. Two, they're jealous, you know, and so jealousy is such a debilitating characteristic. And those of you or people, anybody out there that may have that jealous spirit, pray and ask God to remove it, because mainly you're hurting yourself more than you are even the individual that you are directing that negativity towards. And so, Jonathan, congratulations on your businesses as well. And now let's talk a little bit about the books. And I know you've got 2 books that are Amazon bestsellers. And so I'd like for you to share a little bit about each one. And do you, by any chance, have a copy of each of them near you that you can raise up? I should have asked you that before the show started.
No, I just sold all of them, but
well, that's a good thing.
I done sold all of them, but you can find them on Amazon as well, or go to my website and I can send you one, autograph it as well. But Make It Happen was the first book that I ever did, was by Kern Cherry, that elevated my life. And the meaning, the title, Make It Happen, defining the odds and making things happen. So you know my story about defying the suicide attempts and make it happen. So I remember emailing her. She posted at midnight. I was at 12:01 saying, I'm in the book. I'm in. And she used to always say, Jonathan was the first one to go in the book, because it simply means what it is. Make it happen. So it was stories about people that went through abuse, molestation, rape, suicide, and all these things that triggered them, but they made it on top and became successful. And so that book is simply amazing. It's on Amazon. It's called Make It Happen by Kern Cherry. The second book was called Boss Your Lane for the Novice Entrepreneur by Don Leaks. And it's simply just starting. If you're starting a business, or you're in business. It's just a book of things with Bitcoin. It has bakers, it has serial entrepreneurs, it has 6-figure, 7-figure entrepreneurs telling you how to start your business from the ground up, how you can make thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in 6 days. It's just a variety of things. It's just if you want to elevate in business, this is the book for you. It has so much in it. So it's called Boss Your Lane for the Novice Entrepreneur, and that's on Amazon as well with Don Leaks.
Boss Your Lane. I'm going to put that in. Boss Your Lane.
That's a great book. Great book.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. And listen, I'm going to have, all right. I just tried to send something and for some reason it's not, it's only, okay, well, it went on YouTube. All right. So I have a couple of commercials that I need to play. So I'm going to do that right quick and then we will be back.
All right.
All right.
If you are a business owner or entrepreneur and you're looking for a way to share your mission, your purpose, your products and services literally with the world faster, safer, and easier, making your brand accessible to millions from the comfort of your home, well, I want to encourage you to join our Learn How to Start a Podcast and Monetize It class. Why? Is because this was designed for entrepreneurs like yourself as a platform to provide you with the knowledge in order to not only start a podcast, but successfully launch it. And then the third key, which is helping you to understand how you can monetize your podcast. As you are impacting the world with good, you can also build multiple streams of income from this one podcast and share your story, mission, and purpose literally with the world. So on today, I want you to go ahead and click CoachTinaRamsey.com to join our podcast class today.
Yes, CoachTinaRamsey.com. You want to get in touch with her. If you're interested in having a podcast or learning more about monetization of the things that you are doing, you want to be in touch. And now a word from Ms.
Mac, $1 million banker, Ms. Mac Marketing. Ms. Mac, $1 million banker, Ms. Mac Marketing. Ms. Mac, $1 million banker, Ms. Mac Marketing. Ms. Mac, $1 million banker, Ms. Mac Marketing. Miss Max, $1 million banker, Miss Max Marketing. Make your dreams become reality today with Miss Mac Marketing. 848-236-5026.
Ms. Mac Marketing for all of your marketing needs. Now, Jonathan, back to your story and all that you're doing. Let me ask you, I am sure with you being a child of God and you recognizing his power within you, I am sure there are some words or scriptures that are mainstays for you. So what are they?
Yes, Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ, which strengthens me. Proverbs 3:5-6. Trust in the Lord with all thy heart and lean not into thy own understandings, but in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct our paths. Those are the two main scriptures and the most powerful in my life, because when you go through those things, you know for sure that he's directing their paths. And when you get into something that you don't know how you're going to get out, you remember that you can do all things through Christ.
Absolutely. And he said, in all thy ways, yes, acknowledge him. And see, sometimes people want to put stipulations on it or conditions on it. He said, in all thy ways. So even if your ways may not be all that it needs to be, he said, in all thy ways, acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. And his word is true. He is not a God that he would lie, and his word does not return unto him void. And we thank God for that. We thank God for you. Now, Jonathan, I'd like for you to just, I know you're a motivational speaker as well. So I'd like for you to just take a few minutes and just kind of drop some nuggets for our listening audience.
Okay. I just want to tell you and to let you know, a lot of times people come up to me, excuse me, and say, how did you make these things happen? How did you press through and persevere and be the person that you have, who you are now? I say praying, believing that God was going to do something in my life, and he flipped the script. And so if he can do it for me, he can do it for you. I always tell people, you may not have the house, the car, the job, anything that you want, but if you're in a house, you have a car, you're able to lift up your hands. You're able to thank God that you have breath in your body. Some people didn't wake up this morning. Some people don't have the activity of their limbs. Some people can't even talk. But if you have all those abilities, you can still make those things happen. I remember I always say, write it plain and make that vision possible. So write your goals down. Write what you want to come to fruition, because I know this to be true. Everything I have wrote down has come to pass. Because I believe once you write it down, you solidifying and knowing that it can come to pass. And you believe in God for your miracle. You believe in God for change. I always say, it may not come when you want him, but he's always on time. And I always say as well, we want all these things, but can we handle all of the anointing and the favor and the miracle signs and wonders that God has given us? Because I always say this as well. We want to be millionaires, but how can we be millionaires if we can't handle the $1,000 of the paychecks we have now? He's not going to give you, because there's more problems and more debt. And so sometimes we just have to be patient and allow God to do what he wants to do. And a lot of people say, Jonathan, yeah, you're 26 years old and you've been doing this for the past 3 years, and God has elevated you and he has put you in this position, but you don't know the hell that I went through to get here. You know, like I said, hanging out with gangs, drinking, smoking weed, doing all these things that I knew I shouldn't be doing. Tried to commit suicide 3 times. So I went through things, and it was more things that was over my life. But God has a way of flipping the script. So I want people to know, you never judge a book by its cover. You never judge or pass stones onto people. I remember the story of David and Goliath. He had 6 stones and he knocked Goliath down with the one. So sometimes when we go into those things, we have to believe God that anything that comes our way, God has that stone and he's knocking it down for us to be possible and to win. And so when you get into those positions and you get into life and you just don't know what to do, ask God, what am I here on earth for? I know there's another reason that I'm still here. Push, and this is the thing, pray, push until something happens. Push. You're going to push to your next level. And I know right now, eyes haven't seen, ears haven't heard the kind of blessing that's about to fall on you.
Amen. 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 What a word. What a word. And be not discouraged.
Yes.
And one of the points that you made, sometimes things don't happen as quickly as we want them to, because maybe we're not really prepared. Maybe there are some additional things that we need to do to get to that level. Maybe it's just not your season yet. And we need to know that all things in its season.
Mm-hmm.
So don't be discouraged. Don't give up. And like Dr. Jonathan said, persevere, push. And of course, push stands for pray until something happens, in addition to pushing your way through. And we have to go through things. We can't not go through in order to get to the other side. You got to go through to get to the other side. And let me also say, the harder the challenge,
yes,
the greater the blessing.
Mm-hmm.
The harder the challenge, the greater the blessings. And I don't want to call them problems or issues. They're challenges. We all go through challenges. But just know, the greater the blessing. I do have another commercial that I need to play. So we will be right back.
In media service business. We help entrepreneurs and startup businesses by providing them with beneficial coaching, resources, and visibility techniques to position their businesses online from their own homes. We assist businesses with influence building, podcasting, intentional coaching, training, media, visibility, connections, and monetization online. CTR Enterprises Network has a proven track record by directly impacting over 1,000 entrepreneurs worldwide. We are here to service you, and we can help. Contact us today by going to ctrenterprisesnetwork.com.
Hi, my name is Kijana Owens. I am co-founder of Success Express Marketing Solutions. Our business is cultivating more business for your business. I want to tell you real quick about our program that is one of the most comprehensive business development online marketing support programs out there, which is the VASP, VASP, Virtual Assistant Support Program. This system allows you to operate and run your business while we help monitor and help you cultivate more business for your business online. Contact us at 909-686-1698 and visit us online at successexpressmarketing.com. Look forward to helping you take your business to the next level.
Business Success Express. All right. All right. So now, I want you, so are there some, well, let me ask you this, because having gone through all the things that you've gone through, and I know you said that it was your faith that really sustained you, and also recognizing each time that happened,
Right.
and it wouldn't happen. And so you finally got the message. And for you to have, and it just saddens me to hear, for you to have had a gun to your head, it was to your head?
Yes.
And it wouldn't go off.
I took the lock off, put the bullet in there, pulled the trigger, had to my head, popped it, but the bullet didn't come out. That's God.
Yes, it is. It is. And you were, how old were you when that happened? 18, you said?
20. That was the third time. 20.
You were 20.
Yes.
What, can you mind sharing what the circumstances were that got you to that point on that day?
Yes, of course. So as you imagine, I was starting as a young person. I was at 18, I was a substitute teacher right out of high school. So I loved kids. I loved the environment. And as well, it was just so much pressure being a young person in the industry. They tell you to look a certain way. They tell you to be a certain way. And so as well, I was a youth president of a Shiloh district, which was over 300 to 400 youth around Mississippi. And so I had all this pressure trying to be something at that point that I was not. And how can I tell young people to be something when I'm battling these own issues as well? And so, as well, I didn't tell my mother these things. So it was the family issues. It was the pressure of trying to be something that I was not, trying to get attention that I thank God delivered me from, trying to just get likes, comments, and shares, just trying to be something. And, in my part, the hatred and jealousy in my own way, when I see other people win and elevate. And so I was like, how that's not me, and so you have all these things bottling up. And so I just felt like I couldn't take it anymore. And so that time I can remember I was at my grandmother's house because they had guns on the wall. They had a gun. And I remember going outside. And at that point, who would imagine that your grandmother would see you like that for the last time? And so my mother was gone. And so I can remember getting in the car. I pulled the trigger and then come out. I remember screaming and saying, "Thank you, God, for saving my life. I know there was a reason and a calling that I'm still here." And so after that, I stopped crying and I went inside and I put the gun back up and nobody knew anything. And I just started sharing my testimony almost 3 years ago. And I got so many shares and calls and comments saying, "Jonathan, I didn't know that you were battling these things." Because on the outside, I was still the Jonathan. I was still singing and traveling. I was at church. I'm singing in the youth choir. I'm doing all these things, making people laugh. Always, they say I'm the comedian. I love to see people laugh. But I was battling these issues inside. And so sometimes you just have to look on the deeper issue And know if something looks different in somebody's life, ask and always believe them when they say they don't feel like themselves, or if they say that I feel like doing something, believe them. Because a lot of times in the suicide community, because I am an advocate now, I get hundreds of messages from young people, older people saying they want to commit suicide, and I believe them, and I get with them right away, because you never know, that could be the last time you speak to them. And so believe them for the first time. And as well, that was my reasoning of why I tried to for the third time.
Wow. And you know, earlier we had talked about purpose.
Yes.
And you know, scripture says, I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not harm you. And even when, now Jonathan is a good example of, even when we get in the way, when God has a purpose for you, when God has a plan for you, no matter what you do, you're not going to get around it. You
Right.
know, so, and if you don't know what your purpose is, if you don't know why you were born, ask. Because I knew I struggled with that. There are some parts of your story that I can relate to. The suicide piece, I didn't go there, but I had deep-seated hurts and things like that, you know, that truly impacted on my life. But I remember crying and just asking God, what is my purpose? Why was I born? And finally I began to see, and first of all, we could not do what we do if we had not gone through what we've gone through. So every single thing, good, bad, ugly, indifferent, challenging, every single thing that you went through, that I've gone through, and that many others have gone through, it is with purpose in mind. It is with God saying, you can't teach what you don't know. You can't give what you don't have. And so in order to have what you needed to have, you have to go through those things so that you can now uplift, encourage, motivate, and inspire other people. Now, I know that you're a singer. So tell me, when did your singing career start, and how did you end up in a position where you were traveling all over the world?
Yes, I started singing in the youth choir around 6 years old. And my first song was Happy Birthday, Jesus. I'm so glad it's Christmas. It was a Christmas song. And it was like, it's something about his voice that is totally different. And so I can remember taking piano lessons, and then I started doing voice lessons. And I was like, okay, there is something on the inside of me. And so fast forward, I went to school to be a medical assistant because I always wanted to be a nurse, but I knew that singing was my passion. I wanted to do this for the rest of my life. And so I got my medical assistant license, and then I didn't get to the nursing part because I went straight to being a substitute teacher as well. And so I love kids, and kids love to be around me. And then I remember I was in a sixth grade class, and it was just like, Mr. Jonathan, I don't know what, but something is telling me that you don't want to be here anymore to follow your dreams. And I was like, oh my Lord, that is fruition from God. And he didn't even know me. And so at that point, at 18 years old, I started doing the journey. I was already singing around all around Mississippi. I was doing the things. I recorded 2 songs after my father passed by a major blues singer back in the day, and he recorded it for me. But it really didn't start happening until I got around 2021. And so I just started singing, and I've been on stages all around the world. And God has literally blown my mind. 2 years right when the pandemic hit, I sung at the McDonald's Festival. We sung at the McDonald's Festival. I was a part of a group called Church People. And then I sung at the NBA All-Star Weekend in Chicago, which was thousands of people. And then life has started taking a change. And so as well, I've been singing for the past fully since I was 18 years old. And I've sung with the greats, Karen Clark Cheer, Kiera Cheer, Jacqueline Carr. The list goes on, Leandria Johnson, some of the biggest names in history. And I believe the last time one of my idols, Rance Allen, I got to sing with him before
Oh, I love Rance
my
Allen.
book. And that was one
Oh,
that I used to listen to. And so to have that moment that was a mind-boggling moment because Karen Clark Sheet and Rance Allen were my two favorite, and I got to meet and sing with both of them. So that's just fruition.
Wow.
And then 3 to 4 months later, he died. And so that was just a moment that I had the picture. He used to call me the Missing. He said, I didn't know people sing like that down here. And he called me his little songbird. So it's just been a journey, and I've been so glad about it.
Yes, Ranch Allen, he was awesome. Truly,
Yes.
Truly a man of God. Yes,
Yes.
my mother used to promote gospel singers, and
Oh, yeah.
back, yes, so come from a singing family, but I am not a singer. I admit it. But anyway, so it is just amazing again how the Lord has used you, how He's put you before great men and women, and He's continuing to do that. And so kudos to you. Now, I know, let me look back at your bio because there was something else I think that was mentioned. You talked about the biggest names, and tell us about your talk show.
Yes. It was starting, which is called, it's with the podcast, the same thing, the show and the podcast together. Excuse me. And the podcast is called the Comeback Podcast. Everything that tried to halt you or destroy you, that came back on top. And so we did season 1, which was 6 episodes, and we did season 2, episode 1. But as you can imagine, life has been extremely busy and blessed for me that we haven't did the second episodes. And people are like, Jonathan, where's the podcast? Where's the podcast? You can't do this and leave. So we're going to do the second episode in the next week. So it should be out by October. But the podcast is just something. We had some amazing people who shared their story. It's for everyone, but mostly it's about people who went through suicide and became a successful football player. We had some who was a prostitute and now she's a prophetess. We had someone who was broken hearted and now she's on the Billboard gospel charts. And so it's just a whole bunch of people who is living out their purpose. People counted them out, but God did. And so the podcast is just something to listen to inspire, and to say, if they can do it, I can do it. So the Comeback Podcast season 1 is available on Apple, Spotify, Amazon, Google Play, wherever you can listen to podcasts. It's sure going to bless your life.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful. Well, truly, you are a blessing, and you're wanting to bless others with your, not only with your talents, but with your service. You talked about giving back to your community. Now, let me ask you, like these things that you're doing, are they specific to the Mississippi Gulfport area?
It's from all around the world. I started it around 2-3 years ago when God extremely blessed my life. And so I'm a giver. So I said, if God has given me this, I'm going to bless people. And I remember the most I did was $1,000 to one lucky person. And it was a Stand in the Gap movement. And so if God gave me that, I made it into a business because it's all about elevating. And so I started doing it on Facebook, and I was like, drop your cash out. So I had people doing $1,000, $500, $100, just being a blessing to the body of Christ. And then so when I got those messages, as you can imagine, it was about 500-600 people commenting. But it was some people that messaged me and was like, I'm homeless. I don't have a place to stay. I don't have enough to eat. And so as you can imagine, so when I stopped doing that, because I haven't done that anymore, I started the Stand in the Gap movement. So I wanted to be a blessing. So anybody that comes into my inbox, I send it to the people that I have, and they always leave with something. If they're looking for a job, we have people to place them in a job or find them a job. If they need monetary things, we give them the monetary needs or we pay it for them. Anything that they come for us, we help them. We're not the people that go on Facebook saying we're going to help you and don't even get a response. And that's why I believe sometimes people don't elevate, because you say you're going to do something, but you don't do it. That's not me. Anybody that knows me know if I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. If I don't know the answer, somebody else knows the answer. So it's been a blessing to me, and I just love to give. And I think that's why God has blessed me the way that He has, because He know I'm going to do it for His will.
And He says the more you give, the more you will receive.
Yes.
And so we can't have our hands out like that and like this at the same time.
Right.
So that's magnanimous, and it's wonderful that you're doing that as well. So are you still substitute teaching on occasion, or
No, life is so busy. As a recording artist, I'm traveling all around the world. But having 3 to 4 businesses is travel. I'm a motivational speaker now, author. I do so many engagements. I love the kids, but I stopped that fully when I said the 6th grader came up to me and said, "For my purpose." At 18, I stopped, and I've been doing this since 18 years old. So I
that's
love
awesome.
I see them all the time. But at that point, I was going to make way. If I didn't have the resources or the finances, I was going to get my dream and fulfill my dream.
And look at you now. That
Yeah.
is so wonderful. And we do have the phone number where you can reach Jonathan. His website is jonathanhaynes.com. So
Jonathan-
reach out to him. What did I say? Did I
No,
say?
Haynes, you probably can't see it because it's small. It's JonathanLHaynes.com.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my eyes didn't let me see the L.
I couldn't see it either. It's JonathanLHaynes.com.
Okay. All right. Great. Great. So, oh my God, there's just so much to talk to you about. So let me ask you, what would you tell a young person? I know you've already given some words of nuggets and things of that nature, but for young people, because I'm telling you, kids are struggling right now.
Yes, they are.
And when you consider the second cause of death for 10-year-olds to 34-year-olds is suicide.
Yes.
It's more than a notion. It's more than just people talking about. I mean, it's real. It's real. So, and you kind of mentioned some of the signs. If you see people acting differently than what they normally act, and I know you mentioned about being a comedian or being a comedian. I know a lot of times people gloss over their pain
Yep.
through laughter and getting other people to laugh. And many times, look at Robin Williams as a good example. You know, he was very funny. He made his joy was making other people laugh, but he was battling with depression for
Yes.
many, many years. So when you see someone that's struggling either emotionally, physically, or mentally, and you know that they're not themselves,
Right.
one, talk to them, but also direct them to some help. But anyway, I'm going to give you the floor to kind of talk about that as well.
Yes, that's again my passion is young people. I love young people. They say in Mississippi, I'm someone to look up to. I give that all to God because a lot of people want people to come into my courts. And I can remember I started my businesses to show young people that you can do what you want to do at a young age. And so what I would tell that young person right now who's battling anything or important, or they feel like they don't have a reason to be here and feel like giving up, I want to tell you that if you have breath in your body, as I said before, God has given you something to do. Lean on somebody. If you see somebody that's making a strong impact in your life, doing something the right way, in the positive way, ask them, how can I start a business? Look, now, if you're watching or going to watch, tell them to contact me. I'm going to help you start your business. I'm going to help you fulfill your dreams because I want to see people win. If you surpass me, that means I've done something well. So you have a new brother in Christ, Dr. Jonathan Haynes, saying, if you need anything, let me know and we're going to help you win. And so if you're battling anything, pray and believe God that I'm here for a reason. I have reason. I have breath in my body. You can make it. You can achieve whatever you want to do. Do what God has called you to be. Be the best person in school. Do that. Go to college. Do what you want to do because in this game, we have a reason to still be here. So many people have passed on. And so, like I said, you keep on striving. You pray. Ask someone if you want to do some. Ask. It's all about asking. You may get 1,000 no's, but that one yes will change your life forever. So if you know anyone who's watching, young people or anybody in general, tell them to contact me at 228-346-1535 or my website, because if I don't know the answer, I know somebody knows the answer, and let's make it happen.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful. Yes. And there was something else I wanted to ask. I hope that you're enjoying this as much as I am.
Yes, it's good. I'm enjoying myself. It's amazing. It's good.
Thank you. So, Jonathan, as there, one of the things I just want to reiterate, you said, as long as you have breath in your body, as long as there is life, there is hope. As long as there is life, there is hope. As long as you can breathe,
right,
you're living. You know, there's a life for you to live. So, Jonathan, one of the things that just fascinates me is like how you were able to overcome all these things, and now look at you moving forward and letting God use you in so many ways, in so many ways. Now, if someone was interested in you said you have a production company.
We have a production with video recording and anything that start up with music to make sure if you want to start singing, we have the resources to help you do that.
You hear that? You hear that, listening audience? If you have a child that is musically inclined and you can tell they have an awesome voice, check out Dr. Jonathan. He may well be able to help them realize their greatness. Now, does it matter where they live? Because I know you're in Mississippi.
No, we can do Zoom calls. We can do StreamYard wherever you are. We can get connected FaceTimes to get it started.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful. And I know I started the show with your a change is going to come. Oh, there was one other question. With all the racial tension that we are experiencing in our country, have you had any experiences like that? And how did you handle it? And what would you tell people? Because let's be real.
Yes.
It exists.
Yes, it does.
And we need to find a way to impact and make a change. So if you could kind of talk about your experiences in that vein, that would be great.
Right. Truthfully, to God be all the glory, I haven't experienced or come to know racism, but people around me and people that I know that's in this business have been in some of the most tumultuous situations, meaning they see young, successful Black men or women driving certain cars and they stop you automatically. And I remember being in the car, well, I know this, to be in the car with some of my friends, and all of us is very, like, you know, doing things, and they were driving a certain Mercedes and they stopped us for no reason at all and said, let me see your ID. And they was like, for what? And they said, let me see your ID. We had fruition to see that this was stolen. And you were like, wow. Just because you're driving a certain car, they automatically think that you're something or doing something that you're not supposed to do. So all I always want to tell people, when you're in situations, believe God, do the right thing, know that have that information or have the certain information to get out of these situations, because we're in this sometimes people are killing people left and right just because of the color of their skin, or just by them doing something that they want to do and they see other people of color doing it, they want to get rid of you. So it's very important, by learning, being around, being very intelligent and knowing certain information, look it up and be very careful and know your surroundings.
Amen. Be aware, observe, and do the right thing.
Right.
Do the right thing. As you know, I mean, we have to come correct. Unfortunately, we can't, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room when dealing with different situations, circumstances, and people. And is there anything more that you would like to share? Because I do want to end with your song again, because it's just a change is going to come, a change is coming. And so that's how I'd like to end the show. So if there's anything more that you would like to share before I let the audience hear this awesome voice with this wonderful song, which is so appropriate for right now. Yes.
All I can just say is just be who God has called you to be. Don't let the enemy stop you. Do what you want to do. Pray until something happens. As I said, push. Believe God that he can do anything but fail, knowing that you have the ability to do whatever you want to do because you still have breath in your body. God has called you to do the things that you want to do. Write the vision and make it plain, as I said. And I hope that this song that you're going to listen to again, A Change is Going to Come, is going to give you an insight, because we still have a reason to know that so many things are going on in the world, but we know something is going to change and a change is going to come. And I thank you for having me on your show tonight. It's been a blessing. And thank you again for having me. I truly enjoyed myself.
Well, thank you for being here. I was honored to have you here, and I do want you to come back. And so we're going to play the song in the show, but if you would stick around for a few minutes, I would appreciate it.
Problem.
Listen, audience, thank you so much for listening and joining in with hearing Jonathan's story, and not only his story, but what he's doing now, and he's just going to continue to bless and uplift other people. So I'm going to end the show with his song, A Change is Going to Come.
I was born by the river in a little tent, and oh, just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been long, a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm not afraid to die, 'cause I know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. See, I go to the movies, and I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me, oh Jonathan, don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Oh, then I go to my brother, and I say, brother, 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 help me. But then he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. Oh, there's been times that I thought I couldn't last long, but now I know I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. The Vera time is shown. The Vera time is shown. The Vera time. Let's talk about it. 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 On the field.
A magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
This is a very important message. Today, we have so many things bombarding us that put our health at risk. So many that we do not even think about them. And let's face it, we cannot live in a vacuum. I think many people have had a false sense of security with social distancing. I'm not at all criticizing cleanliness or maintaining safe boundaries. But with all these extra precautions, there are still so many risks getting through to us. How? All the contaminants in our air, our food, and our water. Think about it. The air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat. This next year, I'd like to see all of us really level up on our health. Here at the Movement for Global Health, we want to keep you informed. Little changes make all the difference in the world when it comes to staying healthy. Think about this. Most of what we buy in the stores isn't good for us. A lot of the soda, all the processed snacks, most of the energy drinks. The more we become aware and link arms and raise our voices as consumers, we will put our dollars to work. Together, we will shift to healthier beverages, healthier snacks, and healthier foods. And we need to get the word out. Word of mouth is still the best form of communication. So share important information with your friends and your family. Here at the Movement for Global Health, we are here for wellness, prevention, and a new era of health. Let this be the decade that healthy products become mainstream once and for all. We've made a good start, but we have a ways to go, and we can only do this together. Subscribe on our website, learn and take action, and most important, be well and live your best life.
Dream big. I encourage you to dream big. You serve a big God. You got big things. Everything about you is big. Believe in yourself. Believe in that thing that you have the most that's going to take you to your next level. I want you to dream big. I want you to become more, to be more, to do more, because you deserve the best this life has to offer for you. I want you to dream big. I can see you. I want you to believe in my belief in you that you can do the things that you've always wanted to do. Maybe you're working a dead-end job, or maybe it's a job that is paying the bills, it's helping you to maintain life, but you're tired of it. You feel like you're existing, but you don't feel alive. I encourage you to dream big. God is taking you to a place you've never seen before, but you got to believe it first. You got to go after it. You got to want it more than anything. So dream big. I know what it feels like to take care of your kids, to take care of your family, but you're doing something you might not like doing, but you got to pay the light bills, but you still got to dream big. Go after it. You got more than enough. You can do it. You can be it. You can have it. It's yours. Dream big.
organizing your curriculum. Traditional method. This approach uses structured subject times focused on working through textbooks and workbooks. This approach is very goal-oriented and highly organized. Unit study method. This approach integrates several subjects focused on one topic or theme. You can pick a topic that interests you and your child and create learning opportunities with the same theme. This method works well with teaching multiple grade levels and ages at the same time. Classical method. This approach teaches through classical languages, critical thinking skills, and Western civilizations. Unschooling method. This approach surrounds the child with opportunities to learn in an unstructured environment. This can also be thought of as interest-initiated learning. With this method, your child will learn from real-life experiences. Children are encouraged to pursue their interests and glean learning opportunities. Community method. The child learns significant real-life lessons by participating in events outside the home. This method can include youth group activities, volunteer work, organized group situations, or church activities. Eclectic method. This approach picks and chooses from all the other systems. Once you know your family's teaching method, you are ready to look for the right curriculum. Remember to ask any veteran homeschoolers in your area for advice on materials in your chosen method. However, several websites and catalogs will direct you to materials that match your needs. Watch helpful videos on the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine podcast on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also purchase the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine on Amazon.
They want it. How bad you really want it. Sometimes we just gotta ask ourselves, we gotta challenge that man in the mirror and ask him, how bad do you really want it? Are you willing to stay up late? Are you willing to get up earlier? How bad you really want it? How bad you really want it? You wanna see it in your bank account? You wanna see it in your marriage? You wanna see it in the life of your children? You're telling everybody else what they need to do, but how bad do you want it? What are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to commit to? It's a question we all gotta ask ourselves. I'm not trying to impress you, but I am trying to impress upon you that sometimes we gotta ask ourselves how bad we really want it. You made $50,000 last year. What about making 100? How bad do you really want it? You might not be doing that well in your finances or your marriage or your job. Maybe you're not happy with the results that you're getting, but you gotta ask yourself how bad you really want it. I'm gonna say it again because you probably missed it. You gotta ask yourself. You don't gotta answer me, but you do gotta answer yourself. How bad do you really want it? Sometimes life involves sacrifices. Sometimes you just gotta do what it do. Sometimes you gotta make things happen, even when you don't feel like it. And when life gets tough, you gotta ask yourself, how bad do you really want it? Me, I'm out here putting myself out there. I want it. I see myself going to another level, doing things I've never done before, inspiring the world to achieve my dreams and helping other people do the same thing. Because I want it that bad, but you got to ask yourself, when you look at your children, when you look at your bank account, when you look at where you should be right now at this point in your life, ask yourself, how bad you really want it.
For today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
think regeneration. John Rulak asks, would you rather eat a plant burger that is sprayed with Roundup, grown in chemical fertilizers, creating dead zones in the ocean, huge carbon footprint, putting Roundup in the rainwater that can be delivered to grow their veggies? It's imperative that we think regeneration. John beckons us. Make sure your food dollars are investing in regenerative agriculture. We need to create a regenerative society, not a degenerative one.
Next on the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, we have our celebrity guest, Janelle Simone. Her drive for perfection has allowed her to become more than just an average Jane. She's an actress, she's a host, she's in broadcasting, and so much more. Make sure to tune in this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST. It's time to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, a show to motivate you and introduce you to celebrities, authors, singers, coaches, and standout entrepreneurs that are making a positive impact in the world. Men and women coming together to share knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We connect you with some amazing people and opportunities. It's your time to shine, and we help you do that. We love sharing your stories of success and spotlighting you, the entrepreneur. We love to laugh. We love to smile. We love to celebrate you, and we love having fun. So go grab a seat, get a snack, and don't forget your beverage. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. Yes, it's time for the Tina Ramsey Show. Let's get started with your host, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. I am so happy to be with you guys today because I have a special celebrity guest in the back, Miss Janelle Simone, and she is doing some amazing things, not only with her career, but also in the community, because we all about people making a positive impact. And when I think about all the things that she do, she have a degree in broadcasting, she already have experience and host her own show, Shop Bob Live. She have a nonprofit where she's doing some amazing things. But you would think that would be it, right? Well, no, this young lady still have time to do some more things and have some exciting projects she want to share with us. So before we bring her up we got to give this way. We got to roll out the purple carpet because you know we do purple over here. We got to roll out the purple carpet, and then we're gonna bring the amazing Janelle Simone on. All right, you guys. I am so happy. We're gonna learn all about her drive and why she do what she do and how she does what she do. And without further ado, let's bring on the amazing Janelle Simone. Welcome to the show. Hey.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
woo-hoo.
I'm like, oh, she sounds fabulous. Who's that?
That's you. That's you. Okay, so with everything that you have done, like I'm looking at your impressive resume, to say the least. You went to college for broadcasting. So what made you decide to go into broadcasting?
Now, this is going to be an interesting story, but in all honesty, I went into broadcasting because of Wendy Williams.
Wow.
I was at a model casting at a spot in New York City, and Wendy Williams was hosting this event at the Hammerstein Ballroom, no less. And I remember going on my go-sees, if you ever seen like America's Top Model, where they would take their books and they would go towards casting directors and they would show their books and then go to the next and go into the next. So there was this space where all of these urban magazines were and all of these casting directors that were looking for, you know, beautiful Black women. And Wendy Williams comes out in a full leg cast. And she hobbles out on the stage. And I remember it because to me, that Wendy Williams, she's a very tall woman. And so to me, it was like a giant on the stage. And I remember her hobbling out with the cast. And what triggered me was someone who can come out with a full cast, because she just sprained her leg at the time, really loves her job. And I need to know, what does she do that she loves her job so much that she is willing to look past pain to show up to work? And it was funny because after that, I even got the chance to work closer to Wendy Williams and really understood radio broadcasting. And she is the reason why I actually went to school for broadcasting and loving what I do as a communicator, which is a very interesting story.
Wow. Okay, so you never know what your current circumstance when you go to these events.
Yes,
many people, I just say, get in the room of the people who you admire. And sometimes you go in the room of the people who you admire, but you see someone else, and that is the projector that changes your life. You saw Wendy Williams, you saw her hobbling on stage, and you was like, what is it? Because I need to have that, because if that was me, I'd probably be home, you know? And so
exactly that kind of drive past the point where she should have been home resting. And I remember what she said that night. She says, in broadcasting, you never give up your mic to anyone. And so she's like, if you had the ability to get on that microphone, you get on that microphone. So she said, I put the cast on. She had little shorts on. And she came out on that stage and she hosted that event. And I needed to know, what was it about this point, this medium, that had her so affected, so charged up that she refused to stay in bed? And then I got bit by the bug, and I've been in this space ever since.
Wow. So I want to give a shout out to our virtual studio audience. Hello, Be the Difference Clothing. She said, wow. She also has her own show called Hello World. So check her out on CTR Media Network. Okay. So that's how you got into broadcasting. What made you start doing acting?
So I was always a class clown. So I was always cutting up. I was definitely the person in my family during the holidays where, you know, the aunties would call me out and they would move, you know, the furniture in the living room, and I would perform. And I was just always that person. I love telling stories. That's what I do. So that's why it makes sense to go into broadcasting. It made sense to go into acting. I was in every school play growing up. I was always the lead in something, whether it be The Wiz or, you know, I was always doing, so I was Glinda the Good Witch, y'all. But I've always been fascinated with telling stories, fascinated with understanding stories. And that's the difference between acting, I think, for the person. There are people who know how to tell a good story, and then there's people who want to understand the why behind your story. And that's where, even within broadcasting, where it kind of connects, like even with what you do, Dr. Ramsey, you like understanding the why behind us, trying to understand what sparked that flower, what sparked that seed. That's the same thing with acting, and it's just about telling those stories. And that's one thing we do well.
Yes,
You tell a good story. Okay.
Yes, we do. And so when I look at your story, because I think everything, like I was telling you, when I watched The Manifest and I saw you, I was like, even though we have these conversations, then I saw you on all these different other shows, these mainstream shows.
Yeah.
And then listening to you, knowing about you as part of Nike, BET, been on VH1, you have all these experiences in broadcasting, and then you have all these experiences as an actress. So you said you love telling the why. So what type of character do you look for? Is it just that you like to act as? Because I know some people say they like to be able to be someone else. So what's your experience as being an actress or actor that you like the most about acting?
So, oh my gosh, when you say all of those names, so many memories just sparked in my head. I've lived a lot of lives. Mother has lived, baby. Mother has lived.
Yes, you have.
When it comes to stories, because the way the industry is right now, there's this thing called typecasting. And sometimes if you tell a story, in a specific character so good, you keep playing that same character. And that's what you'll see a lot, especially with Black talent. Once we get like Gabrielle Union, once she played that role of the aggressor, she couldn't of it as much as she wanted to play something different. She was so good at playing that character that's all she kept playing ever since what was that cheerleader movie? She couldn't get it out.
Bring it on.
Yes, bring it on. And so I love playing different. You do get stuck sometimes in these characters where you don't get to be somebody different. You don't get to play. And I think even as kids, when we grow, when we growing and we're playing with each other, we play house, we play doctor, we dream about being astronauts, we play that the floor is lava. We do all of these things to really just help create these worlds. And I would love to play different characters. I do play a lot of the same. But recently, I actually have got the chance to play a different character. And it's going to be cool. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, it's going to be
Oh, my goodness. And very few in the industry you able to, I would say, transition, like you said, because you do get typecast. And that's even with being on the radio. It's a certain group of people. It's very few that's able to get out and explore other options, even though they're multi-talented. So yes, this new role that you have, this is one of many you're gonna have, because now they're saying, wait a minute, we have too many layers. We're gonna have to use her here, use her there, use her here, use her there. And so I'm so happy that you have the opportunity. And Joy said, okay, do tell us. So when I think about, I know for me, and a lot of people tell me this, when you're doing so many different things, as a person, as an actor, as an actress, or whatever your profession is, we don't usually take the time to take it all in. So have you had a chance with your busy schedule to take in everything that you're doing? And really, because you said the statement, honey, I live. Yes, you have. But have you took that in?
It's so hard. And I think we all get stuck with that. What's the next step that we don't get a chance to enjoy today? It's like going on vacation. What do we do the last day of vacation? We immediately think about what time our flight is our bags packed. We're thinking about, as soon as we get off the plane, what are we gonna do? Do we have to throw out the milk and buy new milk? We're already thinking about next steps instead of enjoying that last day of vacation. that last day of vacation, we never really experience it because we're always thinking about, all right, well, what am I going to do next? And even in this place, in acting, when I think about some of the roles that I've done, I've been blessed to do a role on Manifest. I was role on Jessica Jones. Recently, I did an amazing role on Law and Order, Organized Crime.
Yeah.
What? That is like the actor's like rite of passage. You're not an actor unless you do something of Dick Wolf's brand, Law and Order, FBI, Chicago, anything. You have to do it. And I finally got a chance to do that. And in the moment, I was just so excited to be there that I wish I took a little more time to accept that. So as an actor, which is funny, I was just talking about this today with someone. I got the chance to audition for, it was a small role for Law and Order. Getting that role, I got the role the very next day, which is kind of unheard of because it usually takes some time to book the role. Was on set 3 days later. On set, I was bumped up, promoted to be a stunt actor, which is unheard of. Promoted to be a stunt actor, doing my own stunts, to then from that small role end up being a larger role where I had my name credited on the screen. Now, actors know that is a coveted spot when your name is on the screen. Yes. And then from there, I was able to get replays of my footage on the next episode, which is huge. Yes, character. I'm dead. Oh, I can't go back. Bring Bonnie back. Hashtag bring Bonnie back. Yeah, but though in those moments, this is extraordinary. It was a blessing to experience that, and that not too many actors get a chance to say that they booked something like that, and then that it blossomed to where it is. And that's incredible. So yeah, I need to take more time just saying thank you in the moment. And it's hard.
I know. Well, I'm still working on it. I'm still working on it too. But I was wondering, did you have some fresh inspiration? Because sometimes, because like you're right, you continuously going to the next thing. Not saying that you're not appreciative, but we're not appreciative. It's just we're like water. We're constantly moving. Okay. And so one thing that I'm making myself do is to pause and be silent for a moment and just take it in, because it took a lot of work to get to where you are, to get to where I am. And it allows you to be able to really take in so that you can maneuver what you're going to do next. Now that is pretty much unheard of, but you get on the set and then get bumped up, and then they re-edit what you did and play it on. That is not something that happens. Like, that's the first time I ever heard that it actually happened to an actor.
Incredible to have that, to experience that. And it sometimes we don't give ourselves enough credit because we're always comparing to the next person. Oh, well, I did this and my friend was the lead in something. My friend got this movie. My friend played along this character. And we never really honor what was given to us and hold that. But then how are we expected to receive more if we can't really celebrate what we have now?
Exactly. On that note, what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break, and we will be back in a moment with Janelle Simone. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms, and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today. And just like that, we are back, and I'm back with a friend. Who is that? The amazing Janelle Simone. Welcome back. So now we're going to pivot because you talked about broadcasting, and we learned about that. And to me, it was like that was a stepping stone towards your being an actor. And now you having all these amazing experience. But then you would think that you would stop there because that is a lot, okay, being an actor. But then you said, no, the pandemic hit and you decided to do something else. And what was that?
So in my journey, I was able to connect into the world of philanthropy. Actually, this is a funny story as well. A friend of mine, she was a gig worker, and she double booked herself for an event. And so she called me and asked, would you be able to help handle this event? I need someone to handle coat check for a party. So it was close by. I said, yeah, sure. I'll come down and do coat check. And so I go to this restaurant, a very classy restaurant, and I help out. I have no idea who anyone is. I'm just trying to make sure my friend doesn't lose her position with the agency. And I'm helping people as they come in. I have no idea who they are, but I'm just being gracious and being helpful. And then somebody walks up to me and says, how would you like to work for us? And I said, well, I'm actually just here as a fill-in. I'm not really with the agency. And they said, the way that you were able to talk with our guest, you treated everyone with respect. I had no idea that all of the people that were there were professional football players. I didn't know because I'm not a footballer. I had no idea, not a clue. So I wasn't starstruck. But my thing is what my parents instilled in me, that everyone is honored. So I treat everyone the same way. Anybody who comes into my presence, I never treat anyone different, whether you are the president to the janitor. I'm going to learn your name because you are important. And so that's how it was. And so as this woman at the time, she walked me through the hall at the restaurant to learn more about what they did. That's when I actually came in contact with philanthropy, with raising money for nonprofits. It was a fundraiser for a nonprofit that the NFL was behind. And from there, I learned how important the work is for these organizations and what they do throughout the world. And I just immediately became connected. So from there, I started like moonlighting as a professional fundraiser, doing these galas, facilitating these events, helping to raise millions and millions of dollars. Now, fast forwarding, I realized who wasn't in the room. There were barely ever any people of color. A lot of times I was the only woman in the room. Many times I was the only person of color. And that just hurt my heart because I knew that there were organizations that needed assistance, but they didn't have these big budgets to rent out these lavish spaces. They didn't have big budgets to have commercial advertisements every hour on the hour during the holiday season. But they needed help because those dollars mattered for their organization to exist. And so when the pandemic happened, I said, I've got to do more. How do I take this skill set now that I've learned with helping these national organizations? How do I use that same skill set that I've had to now help these smaller organizations in our own backyard? So me being an actress as well, I have some amazing friends who we call each other slashers. So actors / entrepreneurs / singers / dancers. So one thing that I really hit me was I live in Staten Island, and there was a movement that shook the world. I can't breathe. And so this movement was started by an incident that happened in Staten Island by someone by the name of Eric Gardner. And I'm very familiar with Eric Gardner. A lot of times he would have came into my hair salon while we were getting our hair done, and he would try to sell his wares so he could make some money. And it was hard because it hit me because there's a lot of small business owners who are trying to make ends meet for their family. They're starting businesses. A lot of them are not legal because they're not structured. They don't know to get an EIN. They don't know to get an LLC. They don't know how to do a website, a Shopify account, or whatever. They just have product. They're trying to move it to make money to pay their bills. So the whole thing that happened, it was really shook Staten Island to the core. And just about this man was just trying to make a few dollars for his family. We need to start supporting businesses in our communities to help them continue to make money so that they can support their families. So I started a blog called Shop Bob, Bob for Black-owned business. And what I did, I promoted my friends' businesses. If they had a hair company, I was promoting their hair. If they had clothing, I was promoting their clothes. And I noticed within that first month, I had 3,000 hits that first month I opened up. My friends are hitting me up and they're like, oh my goodness, sales are coming through. People are emailing us, asking for opportunities. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, there's something here. There's something here, because a lot of businesses, especially when they start out, we talk about, raising money to get the product. But we don't talk about how to advertise, how to market. We rarely ever set aside a budget to promote what it is that we do. We need that word of mouth. So what I wanted to do was, at this pandemic, I found a way, okay, I'm promoting my friends' businesses and they for free, and they are getting sales off of it. And I need to find a way to now promote organizations to fund their services, which now we need more than ever. How do I merge the two? And that's when I decided to say, you know what, I'm going to build a platform where businesses can sell a product. And instead of paying money for fees or paying money to house a profile, which some of these websites, they charge way too much money for y'all to be selling on a website. I'm just saying. Plus, you got to pay the credit card fees, but whatever. But instead of paying for the platform, dedicate a percentage of your profit to go to a nonprofit so that way they can do their work and the business gets credit for the donation that is given. It is incredible. And this is what I'm building right now with Shop Bob. It has been incredible. The meetings that I'm having, those that are behind me that I'm closing deals on. Yes, I'm not gonna cross it because it is so. It is so. That's what I'm doing, and that's why it's really important to me to serve.
But that is genius, because you saw there was a problem. And you create a solution, but in a different way. You're using the virtual. I always say use social media for the positive. And Joy from Be the Difference Clothing, she can second that. Use it for positivity, okay? And so you decide to take a situation where you was in the room with a whole lot of different people with fundraising, and you noticed that representation wasn't there properly, okay? They were doing some great things, but imagery, representation is so important, because sometimes it takes them seeing someone that look like them, that speak like them, that come from the same neighborhood as them, to let people see that, hey, I can do this. And so you took that situation and then you said, okay, it went from helping my friends to now I'm going to help some other people. Oh, and then it birthed Shop Bob, Black-owned businesses. Now, everyone, I actually benefited from Shop Bob. Okay. I went on the show. It's an amazing, amazing platform. I actually met someone, and now they're a part of CTR Media Network, which is Hello World from Be the Difference Clothing. So check out her store as well. It was just an amazing. Had I not went on your show, I would have never met her. And had I never met her, it was like a polarizing effect. You start meeting and doing different things because now your network becomes larger because now you're together. You're together. And so everybody is growing. So thank you for what you're doing. You didn't have to do it. And you're faithfully go on every Wednesday and you'll be interviewing. And I'm saying, you guys, not for no short period of time. I'm talking about I was pulling people on back to back to back to back to back. And I was one of them. And we wait patiently because yes, we waited because we want to be on Shop Bob Live. We want to be on it. So the question is, will you be doing Shop Bob? Will you be coming back for season 2?
Yes, 2. Yes, we are coming back. The hardest decision I had to make was to put the show on pause, but I knew I had to put all of my attention in building our nonprofit Shop Bob Cares. It was about building awareness because the whole thing about Shop Bob, it is twofold. I love helping businesses for free. I love promoting them for free. I love putting them out there and helping consumers to find them and connect. But there's still more to do. And so what I needed to do was take a step back and build, what does Shop Bob Cares do? Because I love getting my hands dirty. I needed to hit the ground. I needed to really sit and be led as to what else can I do. And so over the summer, we launched our Youth Positivity Outreach Program. So Shop Bob partnered with a Black-owned mobile gaming company, Fun Bash. Together, we create on-site events that brings fun and engaging activities to the community. You know, we have all these theme parks. We have all these very expensive ways of entertaining our kids, but in a lot of times, our communities, our moms, our pops, they can't afford a $60 ticket, no matter how many cans of Coca-Cola they save up to redeem. They can't afford tickets to bring to these theme parks. And then you can't choose one child to bring. What you do for one, you got to do for all. It's expensive. So what we've done together with Fun Bash, we've created sort of like this carnival setting that we are bringing straight to the hood for our kids to engage for free. Jumbo games, virtual reality, arcade, PS4, all of this we're bringing to our community for our kids to feel special, our kids to connect and be able to experience things. Our virtual reality stations, we're taking them to the moon, we're taking them deep sea diving, we're taking them to different beaches all over the world, right from their own street. And that is important because it's those memories. I think most of us at a certain age, we have these memories when we were younger, summertime, opening up the fire hydrant, drawing on the street, playing hopscotch, manhunt. These experiences where we were together as a community was important when it came to developing us and how we interact with one another. But our kids nowadays, all they know is TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, and they're not connecting with one another. They will sit right next to each other on their phones, talking to each other on their phones instead of actually conversing. And we need to break that because now we're becoming an isolated community. And what I'm trying to do with our Youth Positivity Outreach Program is bringing our community back together, allowing parents to create memories with their kids, playing games. That way they can too one day say, hey, remember that summer of 2023? Ooh, that was so fun. Remember when we did bop, bop, bop? That's what we're doing. Outside of that, I'm building music programs, building drama programs, building what else? Music, drama, and there's some arts. Yes, arts. So that way we can bring this creative side from our youth, teaching them leadership skills, teaching them how to express themselves positively, express what it is that as they're growing and maturing and becoming themselves, what else can they be? That's what we're doing with our Shop Bob Cares. Another aspect of what we're doing, we're talking about making America great again. Well, guess what? our people have innovated so many amazing technologies. And I'm talking about peanut butter, doorknobs, the hot comb, the traffic lights. We did that. We are putting together scholarships for kids so that way they can go back to learning how to create with their hands. Vocational training. We need iron workers. We need carpentry. We need plumbers. We need electricians. And granted, we do need coders, but we need our youth to build America up from the ground up. And that is what we're doing with Shop Bob Cares. It's cultivating our youth. And then we're not leaving our seniors out. Oh no, we still have programs for our seniors so that way they can continue to make wages and live and be able to engage as well. We're creating activities for them to also feel that they're connected to the community. We have to uphold our seniors. And I think at some point we get to this point where we forget that they have done so much for us. Now it's time to pour back into them and let them know that we care for them in this world. Oh, I could do this all night. I'm so excited about what we are building with Shop Bob. It is literally about creating a whole new ecosystem, really highlighting businesses, Black-owned businesses, highlighting our communities and connecting them together in a whole new way that we are actually building community from the ground up.
I love it. I love it. And I feel I hear your passion because you're doing something for our Black and brown, like getting us together, letting us bring back the community again. And that is another thing that is so that I love about what you do, because it's showing us that we matter. It's showing us that we're valid. It's showing us that someone cares, to put all this together. And you're right. When you have a mother or a father or a family, whether single parent or couple, but they have more than one child, how can you pick between your children? Because that will leave a mark in their head saying, why did mom pick my brother? Why did mom pick my sister? And it's just simply they didn't have enough money. And so you don't even have that barrier. You're like, bring all the babies. Bring all the babies. So
yes. And it's been absolutely incredible. Like, we started this program over the summer and already we've served about 1,000 families in New York City, already in conversations to build out into other states. So by next year, it looks like we'll be in 2 other states with this program rollout. And I think it's just really awesome to see even businesses come behind and say, okay, I want to be a part, because it costs money. I'm not gonna lie. To do a program, it costs money, but the benefit of this, it is just tremendous because it sparks hope. It sparks belief. It allows kids to dream that, I could build something. I could virtually, be an astronaut for a day. Like, that's incredible that we have this ability to do that for the kids, where the kids could just be kids. It's amazing. Amazing.
Well, I know somebody who I'm going to directly connect you with.
Thank you.
That's looking to drop some money off on some nonprofits for Black and brown.
That would mean everything, because every nation helps, and you'd be surprised. And I think that's another thing about because we were talking about togetherness. Sometimes we don't realize what we do. We minimalize it, not knowing how much it affects the next person. And so even that moment, we having guests like you on my show, which I am so grateful that you took the time to sit with me and thought it not robbery to wait to get on, because when I'm with somebody, I'm so excited about them. I don't want to rush them. I want to give everybody their full time. So I thank you for that. But you'd be surprised what that little spark will do, where you speaking to someone, they get to hear your story, and then they comment, they share, and now someone else who needed to hear from you, who needed to know that they can create a business through broadcasting. Like, you have no idea. I remember I talked. You have no idea the fire that you sparked, because there was several people that were sparked to speak who didn't feel comfortable publicly speaking. And I'm gonna go ahead and put out there, be the difference, put out there, being in that space where they're committing to broadcasting and understanding that there is opportunity for a business through broadcasting, through creating shows, and that you were in that space to facilitate help for them, that they didn't have to do it alone. A lot of times we don't do things because we don't feel supported. So finding out that, wow, somebody's going to back me up, somebody's going to walk me step by step on how to do this, there goes that representation. It can be done. I could do it too. And that is what I'm here for. And it costs us nothing to sit there and like and share and comment and engage and support one another. And when we do, we literally make billionaires overnight.
Yeah, we set trends. We set trends. I want to give a shout out to our virtual studio audience. Dr. Connie Green, she's here. She said, thank you for sharing. She also said, this is amazing. Yes, I agree. She has an amazing, amazing show. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break and we'll be back in a moment. So you can tell us some more, because I'm loving everything. You need to be in South Carolina.
Hi, I am Janelle Simone, founder and CEO of Shop Bob, and I want to interview you. That's right, you. I want to learn more about your business and how did it come to be. So if you want to join me as a guest on Shop Bob Live, make sure you go to shopbob.com. And of course, if you want to know more about what we're building and want to support us, we are currently accepting donations. So hit us up at shopbob.com and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
All right, you heard it. Shop Bob Live. This is not a fantasy. This is not a dream. This is happening right now. So if you're sitting down saying, how can I help? They need sponsorships, donations, and just if you have a business and you want to donate some items, this is the time for you to get involved, okay? And let me bring back on our amazing featured guest, Janelle Simone from Shop Bob Live, shopbob.com.
I'm about to start crying. You know, when you started it off, you know, we talked about that whole journey, and then you don't realize what you've done and how much has been accomplished. And now see.
Oh, see, okay, I done took it to the moment.
I don't think I could ever do a show without crying. I'm always crying, and I'm trying not to. I don't want to run the mess.
It's okay. It's okay.
It just because in this space, and I think even in your space as well, it's a thankless job, and a lot of times you don't the 10 go out and maybe one to come back to say thank you, and it means so much to me to even be seen. Like I'm not invisible. That
you're not invisible, Janelle. I just want you to know that I see you and I support you. And I want to do anything that I can to help get out what you're doing, because we're all about impactful positivity. And of course, our children is our future. So if we can't get to them, and that's what you're doing, you help you, but you're not only helping the children. This is why it's so important. You're not only helping the children, but you're helping the elderly, which are usually the forgotten. And I always have a soft spot for the elderly. People tell me I have a very old soul. It's because I be around a lot of older people. I love to sit and listen to their stories. They are our history keepers. They hold all of our foundational pieces. And so then you merge that and you bring the families together. And then you put together all of this when you didn't have to, because you're an actress and you're helping to entertain, to make us de-stress from the world. So that is something that we can do, that you're doing, and you're doing very well. but also you did broadcasting, and you're still doing it with your Shop Bob Eye, but you did not have to go that extra step and start a whole nonprofit. Like, nonprofit is not an easy venture. And so the fact that you're doing all this full circle and you're bringing it and you never ask for any.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.